Hello and welcome into the stream. For everybody tuning in on YouTube, I really appreciate you so much for being here. For everybody joining on TikTok, I appreciate you for being here as well. This is the 347th episode of the Dean Withers Show, and so far all is good, which I'm really excited about. And for everybody who's just tuning in, if you're a regular viewer of the live stream, then you could probably notice that something looks a little different. This is not the usual streaming setup. And that's because we are on the go right now. We're in Venice Beach, California, to film a Jubilee video. We're having some fun. It was supposed to be a debate. It's supposed to be pretty cool. Awesome. And that's what we're doing. Now, I do have to say real quick, this is a little bit unfortunate, but it's the way it is. The Jubilee debate got canceled last minute. I mean, like literally last minute, as in my plane landed, and then I got a phone call from the Jubilee producer that told me this is no longer happening. I'd like to clarify here. It's not Jubilee's fault. It's not Jubilee's fault at all. It was the other person's fault that signed a contract agreeing to be at the debate. Literally, like I'm not even being, outrageous here. Both me and them signed a contract agreeing to be there, to confirm it, to lock it in. And then they backed out the moment my plane touched down. Then the Jubilee producer responded to them saying like, hey, you literally like can't do that. Right? Like we got Dean out here. We have him spending his time and so on and so forth. I mean, even like their own money, right? Like Jubilee's, they paid for this Airbnb, they paid for the flight. So it's like, even like their money is on the line. Their stuff is on the line. So thankfully, they were able to convince this other person to sit down for the debate tomorrow morning. So I'm just extending my stay out here in LA by another day. Shout out to Jubilee for helping figure it out. They're extending my stay. They're making it very easy on me. And I really wish I could tell you who this other person was, because you'd be like, oh, that makes so much sense. But unfortunately, I can't. I can't talk about that for a while. But I swear to you all, sooner rather than later, you will know exactly who it is. And you'll be like, that makes so much sense. Like, honestly, how did Dean not predict this? But anyways, folks, if you've never been here before, let me quickly tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters. We try to change their minds. I believe that Donald Trump is a very worst president in modern American history, one of the worst in American history. And somehow there's still millions of Americans that still support him. So we're here to try to do something about that. We're here to try to change minds. Every day we also like to go through the breaking news. So we're just going to quickly touch on that real quick, go over the breaking news super duper quickly. The war in Iran is getting worse. Today we got a signal from Pete Hegseth that, quote unquote, we're just getting started. We're ramping up our strikes. We're ramping up the heat. And according to Pete Hegseth, the war is also, quote unquote, nowhere close to being over. So we could expect a prolonged conflict, which of course is something that we've been hearing from experts since before we even dropped the first missiles, because of complexities involved in the military power and geopolitical positioning of Iran and their proxies. And the expansion of the conflict, of the war, is also something notable. It now is contained in an area of around 3,000 miles, and it's now hitting countries like Lebanon. Over 60,000 Lebanese individuals have had to be relocated within the last 48 hours because of strikes from Israel. So it's bad. But the American people don't support it. Okay. No new wars. That's what Donald Trump ran on. That's what he promised us. Okay. And that's what 80% of the American people support, especially in the Middle East, especially the millennials, after what we've all seen over the course of the last 20 years of American history. This doesn't work, okay? We can't just kill a dictator, bring democracy, then everyone goes hip, hip, hooray. I mean, that's just not how it works. Historically, what happens is we take out bad leaders, power vacuums are created, the region is then pushed into war, civil war, and then authoritarian regimes hijack liberation movements and then run the country. And somehow there's still Americans that, of course, support this. So That's who we're here to talk to. That's who we're here to debate. We should expect a raid from Parker here at any moment. He's going to come hang out with us for a little bit. That's going to be fun. But we already do have the very first Trump supporter of the day loaded up into the box. We're going to go past them the mic so they can tell us how the hell they still support Trump. Before they do, Forgotten Studios, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, "Oh, new room. Looks like a podcast room for documentary." I know, right? Thank you so much. I think I did well with the setup. Show some love to Forgotten for the 10. Over on Venmo, Jalen, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate you. Jonathan with the $5. I wish them the best of luck, Jonathan. And then Lupin, thank you for the $3. And then one donation over on PayPal real quick, then we're going to hop into the debates. Holy shit. Hayden, thank you so much for the $40 donation on PayPal. That is Hayden. Show some love to Hayden down below while we're hopping into this next debate. This is Hayden. Hayden says, "Hey, Dean, just a small donation to support the work that you're doing. I really appreciate the time that you put into educating people and having these important conversations. Keep fighting the good fight. You are amazing, Hayden." That is not a small donation at all. Thank you so much for your support. Just paid for my dinner. Shout out to you. Let's get 400 Hayden W's. The mic and the floor are yours. Take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump as president.
Are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
All right. Well, me personally, I just want to say real quick, I'll give you a compliment first. I do always love how you look on your live streams. Phenomenal.
Are you saying like the...
Yeah, phenomenal. It's
like
phenomenal.
The camera work and like the quality?
Yes, sir. It's phenomenal.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Lone Star, thank you so much for all the motorcycles over on TikTok. The moment you said that, I guess I kind of took that another direction, but I get it. So yeah, take it away, man. Tell us why you're MAGA.
So I'm personally MAGA because Trump, to me, Trump policy sounded the best. They didn't sound like they would hurt the lower middle class people in any way, or also help them though in a big way. So that's one. A lot of people think Trump's bad because of the money and what he's doing, but at the same time, he's literally just putting into action what Kamala and Biden said they would do. Right? They specifically said, when asked about Iran and what they would do, they just said don't. That's just Trump putting it into action and being the problem solver he is.
Wait, so they said don't?
That's what they said, don't.
Okay, so yeah,
both of them did.
Don't go to war.
Said don't.
Right?
No, just
don't go to war.
No, they told Iran don't. Like the reporter asked them a question, what they would do if Iran attacked, and they said don't.
Oh, a reporter asked them what would they do if another country attacked us. Okay, well, let's start off there because Iran didn't attack us.
But that was a specific question about Iran.
Okay, but that specific question is not a question related to the series of events we've been watching unfold since last Friday. Because Iran never attacked us, we attacked them.
When did we start it?
Yeah, Friday night, midnight. We bombed a girls' elementary school, killed upwards of 100 people, dropped bunker blasters on one of their government facilities, took out their supreme leader. All right, say whatever you want. You can't dismiss the descriptive fact that we definitely started this war under Trump, who, by the way, promised no new wars.
So no new wars doesn't mean we can't stop them from happening before they happen.
Well,
right?
No, that's not a thing. Preemptive attacks aren't a thing. And by the way, this was actually echoed by the Nuremberg trials. So one of the things that they wanted to put the Nazis on trial for at the Nuremberg trials were the attempt of an invasion of Norway.
Right.
And then the defense of the Nazis argued, well, this was a preemptive attack because if we didn't invade Norway, Britain would have invaded Norway, then use that as good geopolitical positioning to continue the battle against us, right? But there was a unilateral consensus that preemptive attacks aren't a thing, they don't exist, okay? And when we actually look at the evidence, okay, well, what evidence can we point out to demonstrate that if we didn't attack them, then they would have attacked us? There's none. Okay, that's just propaganda. It's a talking point. It's a claim that members of the Trump administration and people on the right today are attempting to use to justify Trump starting a war after campaigning on no new wars for years. And I feel like you guys do this a lot. He breaks his promises. He contradicts his messaging. He says one thing, then does the opposite. And there's always some type of justification that you're able to give me that's ultimately rooted within nonsense fucking gibberish. Like, for instance, let me ask you a very simple question. What's the evidence that if we didn't attack them, they would have attacked us.
But they did it. They did attack us. They attacked military. The U.S. military outputs in different countries.
Yeah, after we attacked them. Remember, your defense here is, apparently I know your argument better than you do. Your argument is that it was a preemptive attack that was needed because if we didn't do it, then they would have attacked us. So what's the evidence that if we never attack them, that they still would have attacked us?
Because they've been doing it not only to us but to other countries for years.
Okay, so if they bomb another country, that's enough evidence to believe that they're going to bomb us. So, because we bombed Iran, Russia now has enough evidence to know that we're going to bomb them. So therefore, Russia would be justified in engaging in a preemptive attack of striking LA today.
Well, that their weapons are nowhere near.
See how incoherent
sure, but at the same time, our defense and our attack is a lot stronger than every other country.
Okay, yeah, pointing out that we have the world's largest military doesn't solve the problem that we have on our hands. The problem that we have on our hands is you arguing that this war is justified because it was a preemptive strike, and if it didn't happen, then they would have attacked us first. And you can't give me any evidence that they would have attacked us first.
There is no war if we stopped it before it happened.
Right.
This is not a war.
True. This isn't a war.
Action.
This isn't a war. Keep coping, buddy. Trump called it a war. Pete Hegseth called it a war. They changed his title from the Secretary of Defense to the Secretary of War. Shut up. If you don't think this is a war, then apparently we weren't at war for 20 years in the Middle East. Okay? You are contradicting what the Trump administration is saying. You're contradicting what the facts say. It's a war.
I mean, a war against who, though?
A war against Iran. Idiot.
Right. But Iran is doing these things for these preemptive things to happen.
That wasn't a sentence that made any sense whatsoever. Let's just go point by point. You said it wasn't a war. Trump says it's a war. Who's right and who's wrong?
I guess Daddy Trump.
Daddy? Did you just call him Daddy?
I did, yes.
Why?
Because I love Trump.
You love him.
You can't tell me no wrong. You can't tell me no wrong.
I can't tell you
has done for you for
anything wrong.
Right. Do you think what he did in Venezuela was wrong?
Before we talk about Venezuela, I'm going to combat that argument an easier way. A court determined he raped a woman. That's wrong.
Okay, wouldn't he be in jail for that?
No, because it was a civil court. Civil courts don't send people to jail; they make them pay money.
Oh, they settled it up. They settled it over a payment.
They did not settle. No, let me be clear. A settlement in a civil court is where where the two parties reach a mutual agreement of a payment to be made without an admittance of guilt. That's not what happened. He argued his innocence, rejected a settlement, and then the jury found him guilty, forcing him to pay.
Okay. What about? I mean, wouldn't there just be more civil action taken against him since these files have came out?
Another question that I don't understand, I just want you to respond to my point. You said Trump's never done anything wrong. Court says he's raped a woman. Obviously, rape is wrong. Therefore, either you're wrong or the court's wrong. Which one is it?
I mean, at the same time, he just entered a settlement, so technically...
I clarified on this less than 30 seconds ago.
I know.
A settlement. He was found guilty, then forced to pay.
Okay. So how should I look at Trump? As a rapist?
Yes. Yeah.
What if I don't?
Okay, well, then you'd have to give reason insofar as why you don't think that the court that ruled he was a rapist is wrong. Why don't you believe them?
For example, right? The court tried to say I did something, and that I proved. Well, they proved me guilty of that said something, but I was never guilty. So right, what I mean, even then.
So you have a crime on your record that you're in all reality innocent of. Well, first and foremost, That's what they all say. I can't trust you. Second of all, when we look at the data, only around 2 to 7% of convictions in civil courts of law are ever proven to be false. So it'd be incredibly unlikely that any civil court were to be wrong. But when we specifically look at this court case, I'd say it's damn near impossible, and here's why. Because of the evidence suggested inside of the court case. We could go through it if you'd like, but the most compelling piece of evidence I'd like to point out here would be the Access Hollywood tapes from the early 2000s, where Trump just straight up said that he likes to do what the court found him guilty of doing. Remember when he said he likes to grab women by their pussies without asking them first? That's a quote. That's from him. Well, the jury determined that he grabbed a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll by her female member and stuck his fingers inside without asking first, which amounts to rape.
That I've never heard that, but I mean, I feel like it was consensual. These women just wanted a payout.
Oh, yeah, consensual. You just learned her name 3 seconds ago. You know nothing about her. You know nothing about what happened. All you know is that a unanimous jury of 9 found him guilty of unconsensual sex, rape, and that he has said that he likes to grab women by their female members without asking first. And you are by default assuming, in disregard of that court ruling, that it was consensual. This is the problem. This is rape culture, and so many men around the world, including in America, struggle with being misogynistic pigs perpetuating this culture, where it doesn't matter if a woman accuses a man of rape, she's a liar. It doesn't matter if a woman backs that accusation up with evidence, she's still a liar. It doesn't matter if that woman takes that accusation and that evidence to court, she's still a liar. It doesn't matter if the court rules that he's guilty and it happens, she's still a liar. It doesn't matter if that same man had admitted to it 20 years earlier by saying this is what he likes to do, she's still a liar. It doesn't matter if that man has 40 other accusations, it doesn't matter, she's a liar. It doesn't matter if that man has also admitted to sexual exploitation, which would be in the character of a man who would engage in unconsensual sexual conduct, she's a liar. It's embarrassing for you, and it's harmful to women and girls, because you're telling other men that they could go out there, do whatever the hell they want to, whoever the hell they want, and they'll be able to get away with it because pigs like you will still defend them at the end of the day, regardless of what, all else. Doesn't matter if a court sides with a victim, doesn't matter if they admit to it, that man's going to get away with it because you'll agree with him and you'll call her a liar.
I mean, there's been so many cases of the other way around. What about the men that are actually guilty and that get charged?
I think that there's a woman or girl raped in like every 30 or 60 seconds. We might hear about a case of a woman falsely accusing a man once a year that makes a national headline. It's called selection bias.
Selection bias. Right. I mean, at the same time, though, you see Trump, right? He's had money ever since he was young. He's came into money. He's a very powerful man. And a lot of people, a lot of women want to see that very powerful man somewhere that he's not supposed to be, right? Even though he was charged with 32 felonies of business fraud, doesn't mean he's a bad businessman.
Can you count to 32?
I can.
Surprising.
You want me to?
No, I'll take your word for it. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, okay. But, right, so again, Trump has done nothing to the American people to hurt them. He hasn't done a lot to help, but he hasn't done anything to hurt anybody in America, right? So sure, you got the ICE situation, but if the American people were to do what they were supposed to do and stay out of that situation, nobody would be dead.
Right.
See, everybody thinks Trump is the problem, but in reality, the people are the problem.
Okay. Sounds good. So first and foremost, you said that Trump was found guilty of 32 felonies. That's wrong. He was found guilty of 34. Second of all, you said that there's no way Donald Trump has hurt the American people. That claim is false, regardless if it was the big, beautiful bill hurting the American people by taking health care away from 10 million low-income Americans, or food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, or Trump breaking the law to hurt the American people like he did during the last 12 days of the government shutdown, where he refused to feed out SNAP benefits, leaving 16 million American children to starve. And hurting the American people by reducing the purchasing power of the working and low class, hurting the American people by not renewing the ACA subsidy, increasing healthcare premiums of over 45 million American workers from $300, $500 to $3,000 a month. when we already have 51,000 low-income Americans that die every year via lack of access to healthcare, that's literally hurting the American people in many circumstances, causing them to die. Okay, and that's just scratching the surface. I could go on all day long. Now, the last point that you brought up there is that it's not Trump's fault that we've seen people like Alex Preddy get murdered.
Mm-hmm.
He's absolutely responsible, both directly and indirectly, for the lawlessness we see ICE agents engaging in every day. Not only is he responsible for creating an environment of brutalistic pain and lawlessness by giving authorization to ICE to arrest people without judicial warrants in violation of their Fifth Amendment rights, giving the green light to ICE to be brutalistic, to consider one's race or one's accent that they speak English in as a signifier of them being an undocumented immigrant, or personally making a deal with El Salvador to deport undocumented immigrants to CCOT, where they are then literally tortured, being forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. Now, the second point I'll bring up here is what you're saying is so insane. You have to be trolling. Like you can't tell me that.
I could tell
Donald
you
Trump's
100%
never hurt
I'm
the
not
American
trolling.
people or done anything wrong. Like that's insane.
If I was 100% trolling, you would definitely know. But at this very moment, no, I am not trolling. I'll even turn my camera on so you can look me in my face, Dean.
I don't really want to look you in your face. It seems like it's
I don't want you either too. So, but right, Dean. The thing is, like, I mean, you have to look at it, right? If Trump would have never got elected and Kamala was elected, right, her feelings would have got involved, and we would have went to war way sooner.
Her feelings would have got what? Because she's a woman.
She is a woman, yes.
Yeah, and women are really emotional. Yeah,
very much so, yes.
Very much.
And I mean
yes.
that with every ounce of pureness in my heart.
No, I know. You're just being a really kind and loving person.
Right.
And you're demonstrating that because you have the honesty, excuse me, to admit that women are really emotional, right? That's the argument.
I mean, I've witnessed it. I've seen it.
Right. You've seen a woman be emotional before, yeah.
Right. Especially in higher role.
Yeah. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Sure.
Right. What's the argument that women are more emotional than men?
The argument that women are more emotional than men
more
is that
emotional. Yes, that's the question that I'm asking you.
My apologies. The fact that men can go to war with less problems than women can. The fact that
how do you know that? How do you know that a man could go to war with less problems than a woman?
Women have physical boundaries holding them back from a lot of things, right? Men don't.
What do you say? What physical boundaries?
As in menstrual cycles and stuff like that.
Okay, so your argument is that a woman's menstrual cycle makes her more emotional?
Oh, no, that just makes her more problematic in the field.
Okay, well, that's a claim I'll address on its own because it's not necessarily true. But remember, the question is, why are women more emotional than men? And you've given me an argument that even you're saying doesn't make women more emotional than men.
Right, but even then, right, you have instances like when women...
You're really struggling.
No, I'm not struggling. I'm just not.
Do you notice how you're giving me an emotional argument,
right?
As a man, to argue that men are less emotional. Okay, so now that you failed to give me an argument that women are more emotional than men.
So like
wait,
when we had to give women equal rights.
Oh, I'll not cut you off there. Go ahead.
That when we had to give women equal rights, they fought that. They fought for that. They put their emotions in front of them, and they rose up and tried to fight.
Okay, so now you're saying that fighting is emotional after saying that men are better at fighting in war. So then, therefore, men are more emotional.
How are we emotional when...
Because you just said that men are better at fighting, and then you call fighting emotional. So therefore, in accordance with your own argument, men are more emotional.
We gave them what they wanted. We gave them exactly...
Wait, I don't understand if you understand where I'm going. Listen, you just said that fighting is emotional. Women fought for rights, therefore they're emotional. I can't even believe that's the argument.
No, they used their
after getting done saying that men are better at fighting in war. Okay, if men are better at fighting in war and fighting in war is emotional, then men are better at being emotional.
No, men are more...
No, okay, so now you're just going to throw the argument out the window. All right, I'm done listening to you, scour your brain for the one brain cell left to attempt to make an argument that women are more emotional than men. Check this out. I actually think that men are more likely to engage in emotionally driven thought processes and decision making processes than women. Want to know why?
Sure.
Okay, for sure. Crime. Is it emotional or logical? Violent
That's
crime.
logical.
Violent crime is logical. Murder is logical.
Yes, murder
Okay,
is
but you just
logical.
said that fighting was very emotional. And now you're saying that murder is logical. Why are you being disingenuous?
Disingenuous?
Is it because you know that men account for 92% of violent crimes? And
Fighting
violent
against
crimes
each
are
other,
driven
right?
by emotional, not rational thought processes? So I'd
It's-
say that's one reason why men are likely more emotional than women. Or just what about other emotional reactions? Men are about 3 times more likely to self-unalive, 4 times more likely to abuse hard drugs as an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with unprocessed emotion. Meanwhile, women are more likely to go to therapy, which is a more rational way to deal with emotion. When we look at the raw data, I mean the test scores, they also have higher EQs on average, and one's EQ would describe their ability to handle their emotions with rationality and maturity. So there's another upper hand to them. Not to mention that men are also more likely to recklessly drive, drunk drive. That's why our insurance premiums are higher because we're more predisposed towards those less rational and more emotional decision making processes. And it's not. Um, necessarily the fact that all men are emotional and all women are rational, just simply the fact that on average we see these propensities. And I think I could clearly describe one reason why. It's because women are actually biologically designed to be able to deal with their emotions like stress and pain better than men. The reason is childbirth. Not saying that women have to give birth, but just simply saying because they can. Evolution has given them thicker dendrites in their neuroanatomy, which studies have proven to give them better pain and stress management. And I also think that we see that fact demonstrate itself all of the time. Women are significantly better at surgery than men. There's a study done by the AMA on over 1 million patients over 14 years on 6 continents. If you're operated on by a female compared to a male, you're less likely to die or to experience negative postoperative outcomes. So, yeah, all in all, there is no evidence that women are more emotional than men. If anything, there's evidence for the opposite.
So just because the average of suicide is male.
You got to say self-unaliving.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apologize. Um, so you're just saying because the average of okay.
Do you need a second to think about how you want to respond to that argument? You sound kind of
Well,
silenced.
I can't really see how you would find an actual fact of how female surgeons are better than male surgeons.
Yes, I understand why you can't agree to that conclusion because that conclusion is rationally driven by evidence. You don't think rationally with evidence, you think emotionally, which in fact is another data point that I'm right and you're wrong.
Oh, I'm not thinking emotionally. I'm trying to think logically.
Okay. Well, logical thinkers would be able to admit that when the American Medical Association does a study on 1 million people over 6 continents with impeccable methodology that demonstrates men are better at surgery than men, then you should probably believe it. Just saying.
Okay, so let's say I do believe that, right? And I need a surgery, and I let a female do it, and maybe 2 years later I need the same surgery, and a male does it, and the male's a lot better. 9 times out of 10, right? It's more or less experience than the actual logistics. Like you have to see men are more bet or men.
Men are more
Um,
better.
yeah, I had to fix myself. Men are a lot better at giving birth to babies than or like
You have to be rage
delivering
baiting. You have to wait
delivering.
1 second. You have to be rage baiting. Yeah,
I'm
I'm
not
sorry.
rage baiting.
Are you trolling?
Female doctors are horrible at helping deliver a baby.
I know. I feel like this. I feel like you actually have to be trolling, or if you're not trolling, you're seriously one of the most stupid and dangerous guests that's been on my stream for a while. Because I just got done giving you the study that proves that women are better at performing surgery and medical practices, and then your response is to tell me that men are specifically better at delivering babies, right? Like
Oh,
I
they're
feel
better at
like that response was just like so like designed and targeted to be as misogynistic and as infuriating as possible to women, that it has to be rage bait.
Rage bait to who though? I don't see a woman in sight.
Well, I bet you've never had a woman go within 20 feet of you.
That's
Except for
crazy.
that one first date off Tinder 3 months ago where you left with a restraining order in hand, so you don't really talk about it.
I've never had a restraining order put on me.
I guess you
I
never had that
I've
first
I've
date
been in
either,
I've
because
been
that first date with you would definitely lead to a restraining order.
I have a beautiful baby and mother of my child
Yeah, do they go to
that
another school?
no sir, they're in the same
Oh,
county.
okay.
They're in the same town.
Right,
Pretty close.
right,
Right here actually.
right.
Do I need to
So what's
prove
your
that?
source that men are better at delivering babies than women, out of
Right, because
curiosity?
I have a woman that will tell you that.
So if okay,
I
let me make this
I
clear. Let me make this clear. Just because somebody says something doesn't make it true, even if the person who is saying it is a member of the group that we are discussing.
I have 100 women that can say these male surgeons where I'm from are 100 times better than female surgeons.
Okay. It looks like I'm just gonna move on to my next guest because you're not here to legitimately demonstrate evidence in the same way that I am. Which I mean, clearly, if I were to kick every guest for, we'd probably be left with no one. By the way, happy International Women's Month to all the viewers. He was too emotional to understand the arguments I was giving him. For the 17,000 people that have joined in so far to the stream over on TikTok and the 4.6 thousand people watching over on YouTube, I appreciate y'all so much for being here. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree, my bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, as well as the handles at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. And we're going to go and load up that next guest now. I do want to take a moment and quickly repeat the rules for the guest request. So we're just looking to talk to American adults that support Trump. If that is not you, if you are not an American adult that supports Trump, please do not join the queue of the live stream. When we have people join that are not Trump supporters, I'm just going to quickly move on. All right. So please do try your very best to follow the rules. We got the next guest, Brett, loading up. And we already have quite a few people to thank. I want to start over on YouTube Super Chat while we're loading Brett up. Luna, thank you. Thank you so much for the 24 euros over on Super Chat, Luna. That is so incredibly kind of you. Luna with a 24 euro says, Trump fucked up hard. He managed to bust trade relations with China, Canada, Mexico, which make up 40% of critical mineral supply. And they're the U.S.'s largest importers, by the way. After Carney got 40 nations to sign up to the CPTPP trading bloc, the U.S. economy's dominance is going to crumble. I guess we'll have to see how that plays out in the long term, Luna. It's good to see you again today, and thank you for the 24 years. Seriously, I really appreciate you for your support for the stream. Brett, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
26.
All right, man. I'm just going to catch up on thanking my donors, and then I'll pass you a mic, all right?
No problem.
Because of the yappy chihuahua in the background, I'm going to go ahead and put you on mute. Sherry, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chats. Who says, finally, I have something to listen to while I'm at work. Well, appreciate you so much for tuning in, Sherry. It's good to see you again today. Thank you so much for the love and support. Over on Venmo, Heather, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents for the Demon Cult dues. Appreciate you so much for the Demon Cult dues. Ivy, thank you so much for the $45 donation over on Venmo. Let's get 500 Ivy W's. Down below in that chat, that is Ivy EY. Thank you for the love and support. Ivy says, happy National Women's Month. That caller's just the stupidest person ever. On God IV. Ashton, thank you for the 2. Jasmine with a 5. Jacqueline with a 5. Stella with a 5. Mason with a 5. Thank you guys so much. And then Laura, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo as well. Shout out to you, Laura. Show some love to Laura in that chat. Thank you so much. Laura says, my kids love you. Please shout them out. They are excited. They're here in California. We're in the OC. From let's see here. From Aubrey, Jalen, Joseph, Allison, and Aaliyah. Shout out. Elias, sorry. Shout out to Aubrey, Jalen, Joseph, Asen, and Elias. You guys have a great mother, and I really appreciate you guys for joining into the stream. Huge shout out to your guys' mom. Go show her some love. She's awesome. And it looks like we're all caught up over on Venmo. Let's quickly catch up on PayPal. Caroline, thank you for the $10. She says, good evening from Germany again. Shout out to you, Caroline. Good to see you. Thank you for the 10. R, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Then Rihanna, thank you so much for the $10. And then James and Madeline with a 5. We're all caught up. If you are watching and you want to support me, you know how. You can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pin message over on that YouTube stream. The handle's also at the top of the phone screen on TikTok. Get 100% of those proceeds. You can attach a message. I'll try to read it out. Let's go to get that next guest up here. Jeff, thank you for the $2 over on PayPal. Who says thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much, Jeff. That last guest left. I guess he just got bored or maybe scared. So we're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. Also, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen on TikTok. Let's try to get up to 1 million likes. 3 days ago, we were able to get up to 1 million likes, unironically, in less than 8 minutes. That was honestly one of the craziest things I've ever seen. We got the next guest loaded up here right now. What's up, Shoddy? Sport Trump. I'm going to give you 3 seconds. Hello? They're not here. Moving on to the next guest, guys. The last guest left. That last guest left. We got Base Nature Enjoyer loading up into the box right now. Do you support Trump? Nope, they don't. They left. Moving on to Emma. Here we go. Hey, Erica, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. He says, get those gains, Dean. You're looking great and you're cooking. Appreciate you, Erica. Yeah, man, I've been in the gym, dude. Thank you for the $10. Harley, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, thank you for everything that you do. Thank you so much for the support, Harley. Shout out to you. Show some love to Harley W in that chat. Let's get 100 Harley W's while we're still looking for that next Trump supporter to join up. All right. We got Laura joining. Hello, Laura. Do you support Trump?
Dean, I love you.
Okay, I appreciate you so much for the kindness, Laura. I'm going to go to repeat this for everybody watching. Please stay out of my queue unless you are a Trump supporter. Me and my mod team are now going to be taking a really close look at everybody in the queue. If we suspect that you're not a Trump supporter, we are going to go to ban you. So for all the non-Trump supporters watching, don't even join the queue because there is a chance that you will get banned. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Follow our rules. You all know what they are. We got the next guest, JS, loading in. By the way, I'm not as used to the in-ear headphones for the streams as maybe like Parker is if you watch him, so I'm gonna be like taking these out like one by one intermittently because they're really starting to hurt my ears. But anyways, welcome in, JS. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, you're like 14. Repeating the second rule, guys. You have to be at least 18 years old. Moving on to Stacy. And dude, this just came in. Ma Witch, it is so good to see you. Thank you so much for the 100 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Ma Witch, I feel like it's been a couple weeks. I hope that you've been well. Shout out to you. They just say cheers from Canada. Well, cheers to you and Canada. And thank you so much for the support on that live today. Let's get 1,000 Ma Witch W's in that chat. That is MAHWICH. Show some love to Ma Witch down below. Seriously, that is so much money. I appreciate you for your kindness and your generosity. Huge shout out to you. Stacy, welcome in. Do you support Trump? All right, I'm going to go to ban you for breaking all 3 of the rules. Moving on to the next guest. We got Carrie loading up into the box right now. And by the way, guys, Parker will hopefully be joining us here pretty soon for a little bit of a co-host. So, you know, pay attention for that. That'll be fun. Ivan left. Ivan, I'm going to go to retroactively ban you just because you did join then leave. For everybody in the queue, play this quick thought experiment in your head. If I was to hypothetically accept you right now, would you just turn around and leave? Or would you tell us you're a Trump supporter who's ready to debate? If you wouldn't be a Trump supporter who's ready to debate, just leave that queue now. Sean, do you support Trump?
I did vote for him, and
Do you still support him though?
no, I don't. Sorry, I didn't.
Okay, Sean, unfortunately, I'm not going to have to ban you just because you broke our main rule, which is that you have to be a Trump supporter. So we're going to move on to the next guest. We got Gavin loading up. But by the way, Sean, I'm happy that you changed your mind, man. I'm happy that you're no longer a Trump supporter. Moving on to Gavin. Gavin, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
Yeah, 20.
What year were you born in?
2005, June of 2005.
Okay, and Gavin, why do you support the worst president of your life?
So I wouldn't, I guess, define, because it's a very, being young, I'd say my political spectrum is definitely like changing. And so I'm from Wyoming originally.
Yeah.
And the Republican Party has always supported the coal industry very profitably and kept it running. And that's how my family made their income, at least.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say I currently live in Minnesota, so I am seeing a lot of like the DHS issues and stuff.
Right.
So I would say it's very hard to like, I have a hard time finding a correct political party to align with, especially in the changing landscapes of the country and stuff. Like, I mean, at first I was like, I loved it and I thought it was great, but I think some of the ways that Trump's going about handling ICE and some of the DHS and immigration, etc., could definitely be improved on. So I'd say it's a little bit like a harder scope, like perspective is changing.
So what are the positives of the Trump administration that you support that make you still consider yourself to be a Trump supporter?
I think I do agree with like I don't agree with how ICE is handling their ways about going about the immigration laws, but I do feel there is a proper and a correct way to enter our nation and then be a citizen as well. So I guess it's a little hard to say, Dean.
So
Like,
what's the reason why you support Trump?
I mean, like I said, it's changing. If you know what that, like, if you know what I mean.
Sure, but like, what's changing? Why do you support him?
Like my perspective on him is changing as
That's perfect. I'm really happy that the perspective is changing, but I have nothing to debate if you can't clarify any
no, and I
reason.
totally understand it. I just wanted to like I guess I want to know like your view. Like, do you agree there is also a proper way to enter the country and a
Legal
wrong way to do it?
immigration. So I think that undocumented immigration is bad. Okay, bad for them, and it also leaves us in this limbo state of having a bunch of people who are exploited by our companies and unidentified. That doesn't mean that I support mass deportation, though. I think that a vast majority.
And
of things
I
should be offered
don't
to
I don't
residents
agree
through
with how
citizenship.
they're
But
and I don't like
but
how they're
Gavin,
going about that.
I need you to share something, one reason why you support Trump.
Why I support Trump?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna tell you right now. I mean, with the recent news, it's definitely there's not very many reasons to continue to support him.
any?
I guess I'm not versed enough in that topic to really
Okay.
have a proper opinion per se.
So you can't identify any reasons why you support the Trump administration.
I would say I'm not versed enough.
So,
Not
okay, then
I don't have the knowledge to
but
really.
then my next question would be, then why do you consider yourself a Trump supporter?
I would say a lot of it was to do with I felt peer pressured from my own family to support Trump and align with them just to make them happy per se. But now that I'm independent and doing my own thing, I'm starting to get more versed in foreign affairs and etc.
Okay, I get it. I mean, I think that I don't really have to say or do much here. I think that you just said it the best you could have. The only reason why you've considered yourself a Trump supporter is because of social biases. All right? So what I'd recommend is to maybe tune into the stream, hear me out for what I have to say for other guests. You're going to hear me go over about 1,000,000,001 reasons why Trump sucks and why his administration is terrible, and remain cognizant of the social biases. And remember that social biases are not truth tracking, meaning that just because your family wants you to believe something doesn't mean the thing that they want you to believe is true. And I appreciate you so much for joining, Gavin, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day.
I hope you have a great rest of your day. I didn't mean to waste your time or anything. I just
No, you're good, man.
wanted-
You're good, man. You know, I get it. I mean, I also was in a similar situation when I was younger. MAGA family pressured into supporting Trump by them. I changed my mind on J6. And I mean, I think that there's plenty similar stories shared by others too. So keep at it, keep researching, keep critically thinking, and you'll fucking despise the guy in maybe another 3 weeks if you do.
I appreciate that, my man. You have a great rest of your day.
You as well. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Just to quickly repeat the rules, we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters on live today, so only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Desi, for the $10. He says, greetings from Switzerland. From here, everything looks so crazy. I'm glad people are waking up. Thank you for your efforts. Well, thank you so much, and shout out to you and shout out to Switzerland. I would really like to travel there one day. On Venmo, Spencer, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, love listening to your lives while I'm in the gym. I don't know why, but hearing dumbass MAGA's getting dunked on helps me lift more. Dude, hell yeah. You know, I actually listen to Parker while I'm in the gym, so hell yeah. Show some love to Spencer Double in that chat for the 10. And Johnny, thank you so much for the 20s. I really appreciate you so much. Who says, really think you and Popper should reappropriate facts, don't care about your feelings. I know, right? Because all we hear all day long is feelings. Let's show some love to Johnny down below. Let's get 200 Johnny W's. Thank you so much for the $20, man. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And then just one person on PayPal, Madeline. Thank you for the $15. She says, thank you so much for what you do. I'm so anxious. My brothers are in the military. One is currently stationed in Poland. I hope and pray that your brothers will be okay, Madeline. Chances are that they absolutely will be. And I absolutely understand your anxiety. Shout out to you, and I'm really sorry that you and your family are going through this. Thank you for the $15. Let's get 200 Madeline W. Seriously. Thank you so much for the support. And I'm sorry that that's something that you're going through. Zach, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
19.
I don't know. What year were you born in?
2004.
Okay. Yeah, you'd be 21 minimum. Terrible at math. So honestly, that's the one thing about Trump supporters that I really like is when they're like baby Trump supporters and they want to lie about their age to get up here. They're really bad at math, so they can't fool me. Tori, do you support Trump?
Oh God, I'm so sorry. I did not even mean to push the button.
No worries, Tori. No worries. Have a good rest of your day. What kind of mic was that, bro? I guess I won't clown on her too hard because she didn't opt to be clowned on. But like, what kind of mic was that? Dude, that was like genuinely like a toaster from the 18th century, bro. There was, I mean, like one more quality degradation step down, and we would have been talking to Morse code. Welcome into Sport Trump.
I'm in some aspects, yeah.
Okay, knowing everything that you do now, if the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who'd you vote for?
Probably still Trump.
Okay, can you disconnect me from your car's Bluetooth and then hold your phone pretty close to your face?
Better?
Are you driving?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Can't be driving while you're on TikTok Live. Feel free to re-request when you're not driving. We're going to move on to the next guest for now. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, y'all. Please do follow our rules. Please do follow our rules. This person AI'd a photo of me, then their profile picture is me holding a sign saying paid by the DNC.
How's
Hi.
it going, Dean?
It's going all right. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I had a question.
Well, one moment. You think I'm paid by the DNC?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to incentivize other people to like make rage baity like profile pictures or names to get up here, so I'm going to kick you. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA. By the way, guys, how do you like the new look? It's only a temporary look. Only for today, because I'm only in this Airbnb for today, unfortunately, but I think it looks pretty good. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How do you?
23.
Cool, man. A lot of people in the chat are saying looks fire. Thank you, guys. Chris, thank you for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Sounds good, man. I'm going to pass you the mic here in just one moment. I think I just have one person to thank. Skylar, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. I just read your message to myself. Thank you so much for that love. If you're watching and you want to support me, support the stream, support what we do here, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube. The handle's also at the top of the phone screen. I appreciate y'all for the support. It kind of works like Super Chat. You could attach a message, I could read it off. And I appreciate y'all. Take it away, Carlos. Tell us how the hell you still support the very worst president of your life, Mr. Debbie Dunn.
I just think he's very great. He's the greatest of them all. He loves islands. That's it, No, I don't support him.
Okay.
He's a piece of shit.
True, but banned. Because we don't want to incentivize people to troll. Follow the rules or you get banned. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got just a guy connecting. Hopefully Parker will join for a little bit of a co-host here soon because I kind of need to use a restroom. Moving on. Just a guy, welcome into Sport Trump.
Nigger, 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 nigger.
Okay, so they're
nigger,
definitely
nigger.
a Trump supporter, guys. There's a lot of Trump supporters who are really racist. A lot of them are very, very racist, you guys, so they're definitely a Trump supporter. But, clearly I'm going to kick them for slurring. So moving on to Aaron, here we go. We got the next guest joining right now, guys. Okay, here we go. Okay, Aaron's not connecting, so we're going to move on to Heisenberg. Guys, we're still looking for that next guest. We have close to 20,000 people watching on TikTok. Hard for me to find a guest to debate. That's wild. Welcome into Sport Trump, Heisenberg. Oh, Heisenberg is gone. Moving on to the next guest right now. I'm going to shoot a text to Parker. Down to join soon. Need to PLOL. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay. Sorry. Your mic sucks. And you sound like you're 16. I'm sorry if that's rude. It probably is. Let's go to move on to the next guest. How do you support
No,
Trump?
I do not. So it was an accident. I'm sorry.
Banned! I'm just kidding. I didn't ban you. You have a good rest of your day. Moving on to J. Dot. Got them loading up. Hopefully they're MAGA, right? Oh, this just came through. Miss Cadence. Dude.
Yo, Dean, I love you, Dean.
Well, shout out to you, J. Dot. Okay. Back to Cadence. Cadence sent a $25 donation. Thank you so much for that love over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much, Cadence. Let's get 250 Cadence W's. Cadence says, my fiance and I have been watching for a year and the grift finally got to us. Thank you for what you do. Well, shout out to you and your fiance. Thank you guys for supporting the grift. I'm happy that the mind control has finally started to work. So, yeah, I'm so happy I could swindle you. Thank you for the $25. That is seriously very kind of you. Welcome in, Zombie. Do you
Hello.
support Trump?
Are you able to hear me?
How old are you?
I'm 19. I was born January 3rd, 2007.
Do you support Trump?
I have a question.
I'm sorry. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, I don't believe you. There was clearly a yes, so they could ask a question. Banned. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
32.
Okay, are you driving?
No, I'm parked outside my wife's job.
Perfect. All right, give me 1 second here. Robert, this just came through. Robert, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Robert with the 25 says, welcome to California. Just want to say hi and keep kicking butt, 71-year-old Robert. Dude, Robert, man, I love seeing you. Thank you so much for the $25, man. I love this Robert guy. He's 71. He's always watching the streams. He's always nice as can be. Show some love to Robert down below. Same thing to Z. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal. He says, thank you for what you do. You're super awesome. Well, thank you so much, Robert and Z. Show some love to Robert and Z in those live chats while we're hopping into the debate with Carrie. Carrie, take it away. How the hell do you still support the worst president of your life? Nobody other than Donald Trump.
Anything you've heard, but I have a medical condition, and under Trump, my medical condition is better.
Man, is today just gonna be like only trolls?
No, I'm not trolling.
What medical condition?
By the way, I don't like the new angle. By the way, I like the other angle better. But
Okay,
my
so
medical condition,
what medical condition?
I was lobotomized, so I don't have a brain. So I just listen to what Trump tells me.
Yeah, I'd really appreciate it if we could all stop trolling. You guys, this is a debate stream. This is a debate stream. Hey, Greg, I appreciate you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Greg says, did you see that Pam Bondi was subpoenaed to appear in front of Congress? Oh, I can't wait, Greg. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for letting me know. Show some love to Greg. And as always, I appreciate you for the support, man. Shout out to you. Welcome in, user. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, could you like turn off the TV or go into a room in your house that's a little bit more quiet?
Shit, no. I'm sorry.
Okay, I mean, well, I was just about to say it wasn't that bad. It was more so like an optional request, not a necessary one, but he left. Like, I wasn't going to say, like, oh, you got to leave now. You feel free to hop back in that queue. Right, like, we have nearly 19,000 people watching on I can't find a Trump supporter for the life of me, so feel free to join. Jovan, do you support Trump?
Hey, what's going on, Dean? Yeah, I do, man. How could you not?
How could I not support Trump? There's about a billion reasons to not support the worst president of your life.
I've seen a couple
Jovan.
of your streams, man. I see you're like the super anti-Trump.
Oh, yeah, man. I really do have something against rapists. I really do have something against, like, admitted
There's
sexual
no proof of that.
exploiters.
There's no proof of that. He's not in jail. There's a criminal. There's a civil way to go. Well, let's go straight to your point. Your question is, how can I still support Trump? He's kicking ass and taking names. Now, we can go the moral way. We
Not
can go
the
whole
not the
9 yards.
Epstein names. He's not taking those. He's redacting those.
Yeah, I'm not really
Too concerned with
Trump's
the
son.
Yeah, not
I
really
can say
too
I don't
concerned
things
with
about
like
the
the
guy.
child.
Doesn't
rape
mean
thing.
I'm not going to
Yeah.
support him because he's the president of the United States.
Right.
Is he your president?
Right. He is the president of the country that I live in. He's my
So how
president.
can you
And
not
that's why
support him, man? Isn't it? So let's say right now, let's say the shit hits the fan. It's World War III. You have to pick a side, right? Right now, he is the leader, commander in chief. Whether we like him, whether you like him, whoever likes him.
Yeah.
So the fact that you're not supporting him, kind of turns the whole thing down, right?
Well, I mean, I'd actually argue that the argument you're giving me is pretty anti-American. Can I tell you why?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, you're trying to convince me that, well, and everyone watching, that we should just support whoever the president is. They're the commander-in-chief. We need to give them our undying loyalty. It's almost Jovan, can I speak without you interrupting me?
Right now. The reason why is because we have courts for that. Let's say right now, Donald Trump commits a whole bunch of war crimes, right?
Now, Jovan, I was in the middle of a sentence,
Let me get the
man.
thought out. Dean, let me finish
Can
the
you
thought,
get
and I'll
the
let
thought
you
out once I get my thought out? To be fair, I let
All
you
right, go ahead.
speak. I started
Go ahead.
speaking. You interrupted me.
Yeah, go ahead. No problem.
Back to what I was saying. Okay? Your last argument was clear. Dean, he's the president. He's the commander-in-chief. You got to support the president. You got to support the commander-in-chief. I think that argument is anti-American as hell, and here's why. Okay? This country was formed, okay, on the defiance of dictators and the dislike of kings. But now you're trying to tell me that I need to support whoever is in power because they're in power, even though in a well-functioning democracy, the social support for or against what the president is doing on behalf of the people is a tool that can be used to get the president to do better things. Let me be clear here. You should only support the president if they're making things better. You should not support the president if they're making things worse. And I feel like your argument in this debate is, Dean, I understand that you're like 10 times more knowledgeable and intelligent than I am, and you could slam me all day long about how Donald Trump is destroying this country and destroying the world, but he's still the president, so you got to support him.
I would never
Fuck
acknowledge
no.
that. You're completely ignorant on all the points. I've seen the one on Jubilee about abortion. I've seen all of them when your arguments are so weak, I would tear you down in 3 seconds. So I'm new to this TikTok thing, so I don't know how much I can go on to actually explain it. Now, I'm not saying to support the president regardless of what his actions are. Before you interrupted me, I was going to say, right after World War II, were there not the Nuremberg, the war trials? Did people not get executed? Did people not get executed? Did people not go to jail? Were people not held accountable for their actions at that point? Now, that could happen in America as well. It could happen in any one of the countries. What I'm saying is that we have checks and balances for all this. And when you're spitting out the propaganda, because that's what you and Parker pop out is all propaganda, it's deterring towards the goal at that. Well, basically the systems that we're trying to empower have for the betterment of the American people. Right. Let's hear right now. They're bombing Venezuela. They picked up Venezuela. They're bombing Iran. You can say, hey, listen, we're going to war. We shouldn't be doing all this stuff. Do we know the plan? Do we know where he's going with this? No. At the moment, right now, all you're setting is civil unrest that's going to cost us more dollars here, making crazy people damage property instead of be focusing on what we should be doing, which is bettering American lives.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, the senators who learned the quote-unquote plan today from the Trump administration left those meetings with the Trump administration a little bit more crazy than they were entering into it, screaming about how terrible this is and how they have no fucking plan. So, I mean, clearly the Trump administration's doing something wrong here. Plus, you're telling me to ignore history, which I won't do. Okay, you can't expect me. No, you were speaking. I let you finish speaking. You're not going to interrupt me. Okay.
Okay.
You're like what?
Okay. I'm just
two times my age.
You thought we were kicking ass or not?
Listen. You're
probably that.
You're 2 times my age. I expect you to be 2 times as mature. I want you to demonstrate impulse control that's not equal to that of a 3rd grader. That's all I ask.
Yeah. Okay. Your condescending tone. People can read right through it, kid. Just spit out your idea. It was an easy question.
Yeah.
It was just, do you think we're kicking ass or not?
Well, I mean,
keep on
listen,
going
man.
with your explanation.
Listen, man. You tell me that everything I say is lies and propaganda that you could debunk in 3 seconds. I'll definitely call you a petulant man-child. It's just how it is.
I'm waiting for you to give me a congruent point to where why not supporting the actions and just spitting out propaganda for kids? Because all you're doing.
You cut out. Parker, did he cut out for you too?
People that actually have the arguments for you fall apart immediately. Say again?
You cut out there for a second, but don't worry. I got the meat on the bone. You're telling me not to freak out because we don't know the plan. We just got to trust it. And I spout propaganda.
No, I'm not saying
Can I respond?
Okay, so the principle of my initial argument was your prompt is how can I still support Trump? It's not whether if I make people or not. It's how I find the logic in supporting Donald Trump, right? Now,
that's a question that I'm asking.
If we're going to talk about
at any point, can I respond to anything you said?
Or evil doings, every single leader and every single president has done something which is reprehensible to one group or another, whether you're on the right or whether you're on the left. But at this particular moment, we're on a junction in history where we're in some pretty hot soup right now. And I think that we could use all the unity that we can right now to support whatever. And again, my question, do you particularly think we're kicking ass and taking names, or do you think we're taking a beating?
Okay. Here's the thing. You've said 3 things I want to respond to. You said that I shouldn't be fear-mongering people.
Don't worry about it.
You said that I shouldn't be fear-mongering people freaking out about Iran. We don't know the plan. We should just trust in the plan because we're kicking ass and taking names. And then the second thing you said is, well, Donald Trump has done a lot of bad things, sure, but every president has on every side of the aisle. Okay, listen. To the first point about trusting the Trump administration because we don't know the plan. Those that do know the plan, like the senators who were briefed today by the White House, left those briefings really upset, telling the American people that the Trump administration genuinely doesn't have a plan and that this is a mess. Not to mention that historically, all right, every time we've had a quote-unquote great president with a quote-unquote great plan to go to war in the Middle East, it's failed. I mean, man, every single time we get involved with another country and kill that bad dictator, somehow always leads to more war,
can I ask you
civil war.
Dean?
You can't actually ask me anything because I'm in the middle of one of my sentences. I've put up with your petulant interruptions to this point in time.
Don't be mad.
I'm not upset. I'm simply
be
being
mad.
assertive.
Just
I
relax.
understand that you
It's
are
okay.
not used to having boundaries set against you, and you think anybody who asserts
No, I'm
those
just trying to have
boundaries
a
is mad.
conversation. You don't need to
Well,
get hype up. It's
clearly
okay.
you are
It's
not
okay.
trying to have a conversation because I've not been able to finish a sentence since you joined the live. Having a conversation will
listening.
require allowing each other to finish sentence. Something that I've been allowing you to do, but not something that you've been allowing me to do. But I am led to believe that you do have a problem with letting people finish, which is probably why the X left. Now I will get back to finishing my sentence. Listen to what I have to say. We've had a bunch of great presidents with a bunch of quote unquote great plans to trust with the overthrow of the governments of other countries. Okay? We took out Saddam Hussein. That didn't lead to the liberation of the Iraqi and Afghani people. That led to over 1 million dead Iraqis and Afghanis. Okay, hundreds of thousands of dead troops and a 20-year endless war that led to a power vacuum and led to the throw over of the Afghanistan government by the Taliban. Same thing in Iran, by the way. We had a plan when we couped their leader and installed our own in the 50s. Guess what? That actually led to the violent overthrow of the current regime we're battling today. Same thing with Libya, Syria, and about 1 billion other countries too. And that's why 80% of the American people don't support the war in Iran. And that's exactly why even figureheads such as Charlie Kirk, spoke out vehemently against war in Iran. And that's also, by the way, exactly why Trump ran on no new wars.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, no, listen.
It's clearly not
wars
keeping
are horrible,
that promise.
Man. No, wars are horrible, man. Wars are horrible. Completely against that. I mean, nobody wants innocent lives shed, man. Like it's.
So they don't call the loss of innocent life kicking ass and taking names.
Thanks. It is kicking ass because it's war at the end of the day. That's what you're not understanding.
Yeah, war that we should support, you have to understand, and that's kid. What you're not understanding.
The fact that if we soften it, it doesn't take away that it is or not. It is a war. It is a battle. It is a fight. There is a war. There is a winner. Now, my question to you is: if a president lies to the public, right? He should be accountable for it. But does that not, it doesn't immediately entail that his actions are wrong. I'll give you the example in Venezuela. He told the American people that we're going over there for drugs. Nobody's going over there for drugs.
Don't make sure not to say the names of any drugs,
oil, and it's in fact the oil that we need. It's the oil that our adversaries are going to need, right? So, yeah, he lied to the American public saying that it was drugs. It's probably not, but it's the easier sell, right? It's the pitch at the end of the day, he got the job done. And now these guys are struggling for oil. And guess what? They gave him a ring on the phone and said, hey, listen, let's try to talk some things out. Now, I'm not saying that I would have taken the same route. And you probably don't have the education or the military understanding to actually make a determination whether that is an even feasible option, what he made. What I'm saying is that at the end of it, where it comes to, even if your moral system is opposite to mine, right now we're Americans talking about Americans taking care of other Americans. So right now,
we're talking about a madman rapist illegally concealing files accusing him of child rape, taking health care away from 10 million low-income Americans on the back of destroying the working class.
I'll be the first one to tell you,
not an American taking care of
Trump
America.
has put a finger on a kid, burn him in the fucking stake in the center public.
I don't know if you can say that on TikTok.
So, like, how much evidence do we need to, like, justify to you that that's happened? He's been credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files, and the DOJ has tried to scrub the interviews associated with those allegations.
Public trial. Public trials. I'll tell you one thing.
There was a trial with Eugene Carroll. You still don't accept what he said.
The problem that I see, to be honest with you, the problem that I see, Parker, on both sides of the aisle is that we're not holding, like, we tell people we hold people accountable, but at the end of the day, we don't.
I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. For all
I'll give you an
viewers,
example.
I'm going to cut you off for 10 seconds. For all the viewers, I'm going to go use
power right now
that
are on the right.
I'm going to cut you off for 10 seconds.
The liars from the FBI.
Hey, sir, I'm going to cut you off for...
That's 20 to 30 years.
Oh, my God. What the fuck? You're muted, by the way. Just to let you know. For all the viewers, just real quick, I'm going to go pee. I'm going to leave y'all with Parker. Parker's going to take the mic and debate this guy. But before I leave, I just want to make sure that this guy knows how to unmute. He's probably still talking. Probably doesn't even know he's muted. Should we try to send him an invite? To turn the mic on?
There you go. He got it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be back.
Be back.
Go ahead.
Parker, you there?
So what do I not know?
Where are you? Where are you in this conversation?
So what do I not know?
Where are we on the conversation? You said the mic got cut out. So
Yeah.
trying to figure out.
Yeah. So what do I not know?
About what?
That's what we were just talking. You were saying I don't know something about like how conflicts working, how society's working, that's limiting me from being able to understand what's going on.
Regarding the Venezuela thing?
Dude, oh my god.
You got to give me some context. You just saying, what do you not know?
What are we just talking about?
Well, we were talking about the last thing you said was what evidence would I need to say that Trump needs to be held accountable for touching minors? Is that not the question that you asked me?
Yeah, that is the question.
Okay. I would require the same process in the rape trial that you guys sent him into, which he was found innocent, then found guilty civilly, send him to trial. If that is the case, if there's truly evidence onto there, send him to trial. If he is guilty of touching a kid, burn him in Times Square, man. I have my allegiance. When you guys say, listen, why could you not support Trump? It's not the person. If you're looking at this guy like a messiah or something like that, you are certifiably nuts. Just the same as you look at Obama or Biden or any of the crazy people that are out there voting right now because you think this is some type of TV show. The question, the prompt that Dean has is, how can I still support Trump? My explanation is very, very clear. Right now, we are kicking ass and taking names. I'm not in favor of how the process is being held. I think the majority of this cabinet.
You're not addressing my point. Can I restate my point?
Yeah.
What evidence would get you to believe that this did happen? Because we believe he's been credibly accused in the Epstein files by a minor.
The Epstein files are way too long, and I haven't seen a shred of evidence that states that. Not a victim.
So what evidence would be
nothing.
enough for you? Tell us what specifically, and I'll tell you if it exists.
Okay, let's see. It's not appropriate because I don't want to go into TikTok and I don't want to seem. I'm asking this in bad faith, but it's so we can kind of address the conversation. I get more in context of what you're asking me. Regarding the Clintons, them being on the flight logs in the island.
Okay, so I'm just not going to
the
answer
whole
the
9
question.
yards. Is
Can I bring a point up?
Evidence enough for them to be convicted?
Okay, I'm sorry. You're just dodging Parker's question. I'm going to make a new point.
I just want to get a context of what he's finding satisfactory, so I could, because again, we're talking about.
No, we're not trying to determine here.
Dean, can you please just let Parker answer the question?
Well, here's the thing.
Is it?
Okay. Oh my God, this is so annoying. This is so fucking annoying.
Being on the flight logs on the island a continuous accomplice with minors in his company, is that enough to start a conviction process?
You're not asking us,
or at least a criminal charge.
You're not asking us that question. We're asking you that question, and you're running away. Okay, I understand that you're scared to answer that question. As it would relate. One moment, stop.
Preemptively striking the question because it's a loaded question. He's asking me,
asking you how much evidence you need.
He's going to answer it as if he went through the whole 3 million documents of the Epstein files.
So,
and I'm not going to send him. So again,
okay. So we're going to clear the record. Okay, listen, we're going to clear the record. Okay. You're refusing to answer the question. Got it. Okay.
No, like now I answered it.
No, you didn't. You admitted that you didn't answer the question.
My first
Parker. Okay, this is insane. I will explain to you how you didn't answer the question. I will listen. I will explain to you. I will explain to you how you didn't answer the question. Parker asked you, how much evidence would you need to believe Trump is guilty? And then you ignored it. And then you asked Parker, how much evidence would you need to believe that Bill Clinton's guilty? All right. Asking Parker how much evidence he would need in order to believe that Bill Clinton is guilty, okay, is not answering Parker's question. How much evidence would just stop talking? How much evidence? Stop talking. Stop talking. How much evidence? Stop talking. How much evidence would stop talking? How much evidence? Stop talking. Stop talking. How much evidence? Stop talking. 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 Oh my goodness. Stop talking. Oh my God. You didn't answer the. Stop talking. Stop talking. You didn't answer. Stop talking. You didn't answer the. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop. Thank you. The question that you didn't answer from Parker was how much evidence Oh, I realized that he didn't even stop talking. Parker put him on mute. That's funny. But anyways, you didn't answer the question that. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. You didn't answer the question that Parker asked you, which was how much evidence would you... Stop talking. You didn't answer the question that Parker asked you, which was how much evidence do you need in order to believe that Donald Trump is guilty? And I understand the reason why you don't want to answer this question is because you're a bad debater, you're a bad person, you have 0 brain cells, and you know that there's not an argument that you can make, stop talking, that uphold the test of logic. Now here's the thing. And how are you a bad debater? Because I have to ask you about 1,000,001 times to stop talking just so I can finish my sentence, because I'm pissing the middle-aged man off because I'm smarter than him. Okay? So here's the thing. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. It's okay. Everything will be okay. I understand that you're not used to this. Listen, I understand. Stop talking. I understand that you're not used to this. That you're not used to like looking bad and losing a debate. Okay? So stop talking. It's okay. Just calm down. Just calm down. Just calm down. It's okay. Everything's okay. I'm gonna need you to calm down here. I just need you to calm down here. You're crying like a baby. You're crying like a big baby. Big ass baby. Huge ass baby. All right. Just gonna ask you to calm down. Regain your senses. It's okay. You're a grown man, dude. Why are you acting like this? Dude, look at me. I'm sitting here in my couch, looking at the camera, just kind of hanging out, having a good time. And I have to treat a grown man like a little fucking baby. Unironically, I'll tell you a personal story real quick. So I have a 9-year-old nephew, and he is less emotional than you. I, nor his parents, have ever had an engagement like this. Why are you asking me questions you should be asking yourself, sir? I'm going to need you to take a breath, to calm down. It's going to be okay. This is a bad look for you. It's a bad look for MAGA. Just, get it together. You're still going. You don't understand how this is going to work. Yes. Yes, this is like one of those things where you just take everything I tell you and then you just tell it back to me. It's really, I mean, I don't understand why people do that. So I'm still speaking. I don't know. I'm still in the middle of my like, I don't understand it. Like, you don't get it. You're not going to win this. This thing that we're doing, you're going to lose. It's inevitable. It's inevitable that you're going to lose this thing that we're doing because the middle-aged man has the maturity of a 2-year-old. Listen, I'm just going to ask you to stop talking here so I can finish. I'm still in the middle of my sentence. I am going to finish my sentence. I don't think you realize I'm going to finish my sentence. Regardless if you like it or not, I'm going to finish my sentence. Stop talking, please. I'm going to ask, because if it was me who couldn't control my emotions, then we wouldn't have been doing this back and forth for the last 2 minutes just so I could finish my sentence. Okay. All right. So I understand now that the rationality is not going to get to you. So here's what we're going to do. Parker, we're going to give this guy a 20 to 30 second timeout. Just help me mute him for 20 through 30 seconds straight. I'm not going to say anything. You're not going to say anything. We just need to put him in the corner.
I can have a regular conversation with
Jovan, dude, just be quiet for a second. Just be quiet for a second so that we can have this conversation. I'll answer whatever question you have. I would just like an answer to my question first. I think that this isn't productive right now. So let's please real quick. Let's calm down.
Parker, I'll restate my answer that makes it easier for you. Then I'll readdress my question.
I think he needs to get it out.
My answer was your question was the evidence. I answered and I said, if there is a witness that can come forward with substantial amount of evidence to corroborate her testimony, then let's go to trial. Then I asked you if the proof that they have on the Clintons is enough to actually open trials on them. How is that not answering your question, kid?
Okay, so if you're saying trials, well, there was a civil court against Trump where Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. So in a civil court, he was determined to have done that. Given that a jury of 9 people unanimously determined that to be true, would you say that you would then believe that about Trump?
Okay, so let me clarify. Do I believe that he actually touched these women?
Yeah, do you believe sexually Jean Carroll?
I'll grant it. I'm not one of these guys that doesn't want to give you an inch or a mile and then them sound crazy. Yeah, I'll tell you why, dude. I've been working with artists for 25 years, man. So let me tell you a story. This whole grab them by the pussy thing, all right? You guys have now touched a small commodity of fame, okay? You guys haven't hit the ceiling, and you guys are on the left. But still, I'm sure that pussy has been thrown at you like it's fucking water. And the fact that he says just grab him by the pussy, I am very much sure that he's not just grabbing randos that don't want anything to have to do with him and just grabbing them by the pussy like that. He would be in jail. Now, do I believe that
a jury of our peers found him guilty of inappropriately touching this woman? Yes, I did. I'm not going to argue with it in a civil case. Now, when they took it to him criminally, he was found innocent. That's just the way the cookie crumbles.
That's a lie.
Kid. How is it a lie?
It was never pursued in a criminal court because of the statute of limitations.
It never got it. It never got there. Well, it never got there, kid.
Because of the statute of limitations. And by the way, it would require it to get there in order for him to be proven innocent. So you contradicted your last claim, but the reality
I'm not
too.
contradicting.
Never
What
went to
I
a criminal
answered
court
the
because of
question
the
that
statute
was
of
asked. He
limitations.
asked me,
Do you know what statute of
believe
limitations
that in
are?
the criminal? Do you believe that he approached this woman in an uncomfortable way? Yes, I do.
Wait,
if
answer my
that was
question.
the
Do you know what statute
situation,
of
if that
limitations are?
say what?
Do you know what statute of limitations
Yeah, it's
are?
when you can't be when the time clock runs out. You can't be taken to jail.
Okay. So statute of
Okay.
limitations would be the amount of time that you have after a crime is committed for that crime to be prosecuted.
Yeah, it's
So the
exactly
reason
what I
why
said, kid. You're
Donald
not
Trump-
sounding smart to
that
reiterate
is-
what I just say. People are
that
seeing
is
right through this.
essentially-
You just speak with
that-
like a regular person.
that is
Parker, can you
essentially-
do the talking. This kid can't even speak without stroking his ego like it's his cock. Come on,
Okay.
have a regular conversation, kid.
All right. I'm going to try to finish my sentence. That is essentially what you said. I just wanted it to be clear because your definition was kind of shit. Okay? Now going back to what I was saying. You said that Donald Trump was found innocent. You said that Donald Trump was found innocent in a criminal court. That's not true. Criminal charges could not be pursued because of the statute of limitations. If E. Jean Carroll had a video of Donald Trump raping her, criminal charges still could not be pursued. So could you admit that you were wrong when you said he was found innocent in a criminal court? Don't pivot, don't deflect.
If that's what it takes for you to move on, then yes, it still doesn't deter my argument, kid. The question
boy.
from Parker wasn't even
Thank you for
about the
conceding on
criminal
that
charge. Listen, kid, the question that Parker said, do I believe that he was that the criminal that the civil matter against him was justified? Hey, man, if that's what the jury found, it's what the jury found, kid.
Okay.
You get me? Now you can answer with the same non-faith way that I answered. What about all these criminal charges that are totally fucking bogus, kid?
Okay.
You know they're
We have a lot-
fucking bogus.
we have a lot to go
You
over.
know,
We
you
can
know
talk
they're
about the criminal
fucking bogus.
charges.
Everybody else would have this thing
Right.
thrown out like a misdemeanor. It's not a fucking felony charge.
Obviously, yeah.
And just because you
Clearly.
paid, dude, he was fucking Donald Trump. We're talking before.
By the way, when
premise of
it
that-
is determined in a court, he doesn't accept it.
I want to take a moment
What?
here.
What?
just to
I couldn't
thank
hear you, kid. Say
I know,
again,
right?
Parker.
I just want to take a moment here to thank a couple donors. Are you going to like crash
Yeah,
out
go
if I
ahead.
do that?
You're the one with the veins on your forehead, kid, not me.
You're looking at my forehead?
Dude,
Where-
you're spurting
now
out
I am.
something crazy.
Where are my veins? I don't
Like I
I
have
don't
to.
know.
I
don't
feel
see
like I
it.
have to send you heart medication, kid.
He's like crashing out at like the notion that I'll think a couple of you. Here, just give me a minute. Lauren, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Says, here you go, kid. Thank you so much for that love, Lauren. Just some love to Lauren down below in that chat. Tom, thank you for the $4. Who says he's turning off his sound so he can continue talking without interruption. It's likely what he's doing. A couple other people I'd like to thank. Caleb, thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate you. And then KC, thank you so much for the $15 donation on Venmo. That is KACI. Show some love to KC down below. KC with a 15 says you have way more patience than most of these people deserve. I know, but the patience isn't for them. It's for me because it helps me keep my cortisol low and keeps me like healthy, you know? Thank you for the $15, Casey. And then Mary, thank you so much for the $10. Show some love to Mary down below. And then Skylar, thank you so much for the $20. And Margaret, thank you for the $25. Show some love to Margaret and Skylar down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love. Show some love to both of them. Margaret with a $25 says thank you. Well, thank you. Let's get 300 Margaret W's, 200 Skylar W's. I'd also like to thank Amy for the $10. She says, I love listening to you. I'm the only blue member in a red family. It's hard. Oh my goodness. I know. I'm in that position too. It is really hard. Thank you for that support. We're all caught up over on Venmo to quickly catch up on PayPal. Thank you so much. Faded Rainbows for the $2. She says, this guy's an airhead. So real. Ellie, thank you for the $5. She says, he never shuts up. Oh my God. Imagine being his wife. Thank you for the $5. Then Cammy, thank you for the $1. She says, love you, Dean. Love you too. Taylor, thank you for the $5. Who says, fuck Donald Trump, fuck this guy. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate that. Thank you. As well as Robert, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. It looks like we're all caught up over there to quickly catch up on Venmo. John, thank you for the $10. Who says this moron sounds like the bald Trump supporter in the truck from the video who wanted to fight the teenage girl and kept saying, touch me, touch me. I mean, I'd assume that somebody of this belligerent character would definitely do those things. Not sure it's the same person, but thank you. Harp, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you, Harp. Let's get 200 Harp W's down below. Who says, here, kid, in all caps. Thank you for the $20. Ryan with the $10. He says, amazing how he starts calling you a kid as soon as he's the one acting childish because he's losing. Yeah, it's a typical crash out. I mean, we expect it. I mean, what else? What else could we expect from a narcissistic divorced 50-year-old white guy. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'd also like to quickly thank Fit Dad. Fit Dad, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much for the support, Fit Dad. I really appreciate you, man. Let's get 500 Fit Dad W's. Fit Dad with a $50 says, how much evidence do these dense people need to see he's guilty? Epstein, E. Jean Carroll, terrible businessman, fraud, anything else? Well, the thing is they don't base their beliefs on evidence. They base them on very heightened irrational emotions, as we are proving right now. But thank you so much for that support, Fit Dad. And then just one more here that I wanted to quickly thank Key. Thank you for the $25. It says, hopefully this will shut him up. I'm not quite sure there's anything that could shut this guy up, but thank you for the $25, Key. That is very, very kind of you. Gregory, thank you for the $5 saying this guy's an immature baby. Kate, that is C-A-T-E. Thank you so much for the $25 who says you should be up for sainthood. People need to quit the excuses for his lack of moral and character. I know, but they'll always come up with new excuses. That's the game, and they're insane. Thank you for the $25, Kate. That's Kate with a C. Show some love to Kate. And then Marielle, thank you for the $5. Tara, T-A-R-A, thank you for the $15. This is Steen, you're the goat, and I stand by this since I first watched the Jubilee debate. Shout out to you, Tara. Damn, you've been watching for years. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Emily, thank you for the $20. Who says you're amazing. I love your streams. Well, thank you so much for that love, Emily. Show some love to Emily down below. Thank you guys so much for all the love. Show some love to all of our donors. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. The handles at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. And then they're also in the pinned message over on YouTube. Appreciate y'all so much. Go ahead and take it away, big guy. The mic and the floor are yours. I just had to thank all my...
Where do you want to pick this up? Where do you want to pick this up?
For the graph.
I can start with that. So he says he thinks that they weren't felonies, meaning that if something is determined in a court about Trump, he doesn't accept the conclusion about that in the context of a court. So even if we could provide to you court evidence such as we've already provided you, you aren't willing to accept it in a civil court, in a criminal court, just because it's about Trump. So honestly, to me, that tells me you're probably a cultist. Like you're willing to support him no matter what.
I said, no, dude. If there's evidence taken to trial, I'm definitely not a cultist until if that guy's guilty of touching a kid, burn him, kid. I don't give a fuck about him. When did I say what you just your statement was that even if you were to prove that the court found it, I would still not believe the court? No. My prompt was that in his felonies, anybody else would have gotten a slap on the wrist and a misdemeanor, but because it's Trump, it got escalated. Now, I'm not saying that I'm against the process. The process is what the process is.
Well, and I just want to let you know, part of the crime that he committed was the fact that he was running for president and he falsified the business records to hide the hush money payment to Stormy Daniels to make sure that this story didn't get out prior to the election to affect his election results. So, this wouldn't be applied to a typical person because they're not trying to affect the election results.
Oh, listen, kid, and I never said no. He was found guilty, right? Right?
Yes, but you don't accept the felonies.
I didn't say I didn't accept the felonies.
You did.
What?
You said that they were
dude, I still would have voted for. Dude, he's guilty of the fucking felonies. It's whatever. You want to know why? Because you guys shifted. You want to know why a lot of people didn't give a crap about those? Because there's worse things you guys could. Starting off where
it's walks back and forth, you don't even know what.
I think you guys should be holding you guys should be tearing down low hanging fruit, like all these assholes perjuring themselves on these testimonies.
Wait, did he just call himself low hanging fruit?
No, dude.
Yeah, we're tearing low hanging fruit down. Yeah, you.
Listen. I'm gonna be really clear. Instead of going out for get Trump on war crimes right now, there's a whole bunch of people in his cabinet that are purging themselves on the stand. That's where you should start off and then start chopping off to see how deep the rabbit hole goes. I'll give you an example with the cartels and the mafia in the 80s and 90s, kid.
No, can I just say something?
All these guys were going to jail. They would pay their time. They would do a nickel and a dime at a time until Giuliani and all these cats started throwing down 30, 40, 50 year sentences. You're doing 1,000 years before you see sunshine. Okay? Now, until that starts happening, you're not going to be able to unravel this whole mess. Same thing happens with your side. And it's just random street conversation with people, man. I own a whole bunch of shops and people discuss it. A big reason why people didn't give a fuck about the felonies is because you guys had already pushed down Biden and his son and all these criminal fucking felony shit like it was nothing. So at that point, the rules of the game changed. Now, I'm not saying I'm for all this stuff.
I'm saying let what has to fall for. Let the fucking dice lie where they roll. So if these guys are perjuring themselves on the stand, Pat Bondi, Cash Patel, all these motherfuckers, if they're lying, like the fucking SNL, straight to jail. Take them straight to jail.
Still going.
But if you can't find anything, but it's also on the left, take them also, man. It's got to be on both sides, kid. Yeah. Now, when it comes down to the original
my God,
prompt,
more to
how
say.
do I still support Trump?
No,
now,
can I cut you
right
off?
now, the soup is cooking.
No,
right now, the soup is cooking.
Okay.
I'm landing the plane, kid. Right now, the
land
soup
that
is
plane
cooking.
a little faster.
I'm landing the plane. Give me like 10 seconds. Right now, the soup is cooking. So to spread out propaganda to like fuck Trump, hate Trump, do everything, whatever this guy's idea is a horrible fucking idea. Right now in the middle of it, you're just fighting for the midterms, man. That's all you're doing with your propaganda, and you guys know it, kid.
Dude, you're just yapping, bro. You're mad.
Oh yeah, that was a total diatribe and monologue, but it still worked, kid.
Oh my God.
It still goes to all the points.
This is my stream. Can I say anything at any point in my stream?
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Can authorize.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the authorization for me to speak on my stream. It's very kind of you.
Green light.
Now here's the issue. This is an issue that I've actually been trying to point out for 5 to 10 minutes now. But every single time I've tried,
But we're doing good on the stream, so it's good.
We let you speak for 3 minutes. Can you let me speak for more than 20 seconds? I mean, I don't know why you're laughing at your own petulance.
My petulance, kid. You should see the messages. It's good, kid. Go ahead. We're waiting.
You said like my petulance as if it's like not true that you're the childish.
We're still waiting.
Right. Okay, perfect. So anyways, you said if he did anything to a kid, you couldn't support him. In fact, you wish very ill on him if he were to do anything to a kid. Perfect. Here's a question.
Yeah, sure.
Can we agree that sexual exploitation, is to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually?
Is sniffing a kid's head sexually inappropriate?
I'll happily answer your question after you can answer mine and allow me to finish my argument.
Okay. Redirect it. Reframe it again because I couldn't.
Can we agree that sexual exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually?
Can we agree this if sexual exploitation is to take advantage of somebody sexually? Yeah, sure.
Can we agree that if Donald Trump were to sexually exploit a child, you'd stop supporting him?
Yeah, sure.
Or a woman?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. So if he were to sexually exploit women or children, you'd stop supporting him. And sexual exploitation is to unjustly take
the woman part, the children part, the when you said woman, I thought you were saying like female, and it was like regardless if it was like a boy or a girl type thing. When it's an adult female, like if he's exploiting them, that turns really gray because you could. There's a lot of legalities. Like is Vegas sexual exploitation?
Listen,
I mean, is OnlyFans sexually exploiting these girls?
I'll try. Listen, I'm trying.
When it's above age,
here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. If you were to think that he sexually exploited a grown woman, would you stop supporting him? Yes or no?
No, because then we'd have to see what you deem is sexual exploitation. We could differ on our points of view. I believe OnlyFans is exploiting these ladies. You don't.
You didn't listen to my question.
I said no.
I didn't say if I were to think that he sexually exploited a woman, would you stop supporting him? I said if you were to think that he sexually exploited a woman, would you stop supporting him?
If I were to think that Donald Trump sexually exploited a woman towards what my idea of sexual exploitation is, or what your idea of sexual exploitation is.
Your idea of what sexual exploitation is.
That's what we need to be. Say again?
Your idea of what sexual exploitation is.
Okay, but then that has to be with a caveat. I'll answer it, and obviously I wouldn't support him sexually exploiting a woman. But then now you're going to have to answer me what is sexual exploitation at that point, because once again, I believe OnlyFans is exploiting these women. You don't. You believe they're providing a service. So we have to go into actually semantics.
Can I just try to finish this dialogue train real quick? Parker, this dialogue train would usually take like 20 seconds on like a normal person, and I'm sorry that it's taking like multiple minutes with this guy. which means like you're kind of locked out of the conversation.
No,
for this
because
time
you know
being.
that you're
But
setting
like I
up
said,
the question.
on
I just
anybody
wanna be
else,
really
it would
clear on
take 20
semantics.
seconds, and I'm really sorry, and it's this guy's fault. I
You're
gotta
being
like
clear,
get from
kid.
A to Z. Perfect.
Apparently, you've
So-
had this in several of your debates. Where you have a problem where people catch you trying to catch them in a loop. I'm just being very clear. You jump
Okay.
from
Can I
sexually
go back
exploiting
to
a
the-
kid to sexually exploiting a female. So
No,
when you
it's a
said
series
sexually
of
exploiting a
questions.
female, I want to be very, very clear. Is this by your framework?
Parker muted you. Thanks, Parker. Let's go back to the line of questions. So you agreed that if you were to think that Donald Trump sexually exploited a woman or a girl in accordance with your definition of what sexual exploitation is, you'd stop supporting him as president. And you agreed that a definition of sexual exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually. So would you agree that an example of sexual exploitation, this is merely hypothetical.
Why did you jump from? Why did you change the goalpost from kids to grown female?
It's not me shifting a goalpost. It's me asking a comprehensive series of questions that will be relevant.
The
to
series
an
of questions,
argument in
yeah,
the
but
near
you jump
future.
from if I believe that but the series of questions was very clear. It was if I believe that Donald J. Trump exploited children, would I stop supporting him? And then you jumped into if it was a female.
Because I wanted to know if you
Like a grown
would
female.
stop supporting Donald Trump if he sexually exploited women or girls. That's all.
Dude,
Can you answer the question? Can I finish my dialogue?
This line of okay, wait, finish whatever
Okay.
you're gonna say, kid.
Okay. Start from the top. Now we know that from your perspective, if you were to think that Donald Trump sexually exploited a woman or a girl in accordance with your definition of sexual exploitation, you'd stop supporting Trump as president. And you agreed that the definition of sexual exploitation that you agreed to, okay, is to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually. Now I want to ask you, okay, can we agree that an example of sexual exploitation, a hypothetical example, I'm not accusing Trump of doing this, would be for a male owner of a business to take advantage of the fact that they are the owner of a business, to barge into the woman's dressing room, because they're the owner, they gave themselves permission, to then look over the stall of the woman's dressing room to further unconsensual sexual conduct by looking at the naked body of a woman or girl using the restroom. Is that sexual exploitation?
No, it's not.
So you're telling me that if a man were to walk into a woman's restroom to then look at the naked women, that man is not unjustly taking advantage of them sexually.
Your question was if the owner of a business goes into an establishment and chooses a dressing room or your restroom, dressing room, whatever, where somebody's naked and uses his authority to actually open the dressing room and to see the naked body, is he sexually exploiting that person? My answer was no. Is a nurse that's passing through. Now you're going to have a chip in this person to determine the intent, if the person opened the door or not, to if they were just looking to see the naked body or they were just inspecting their room. Now, again, that's improvable, first of all, and the owner is in this establishment. If you take him to court, and he's
Wait,
just
what did
opening
Donald Trump
doors-
admit? He admitted that he was going to look at them and he gets away with it.
Yeah, again, I'll tell you what. I've actually had circumstances
Okay, we're skipping.
where I've had to have.
We're skipping to the end now. Listen, the end result of my
I've had
argument is that this
conversations
is something
with
that Donald
Art
Trump
that
has
I've had this
done.
exact-
I'm going to go ahead and roll the clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexually exploiting naked women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA in the 90s and 2000s by barging into their
Let's hear
dressing
it.
rooms and then looking at their naked bodies.
Let's hear.
And what you could also say is the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, tell me. I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good. You're there. Yeah,
He's doing his
is everyone
job.
okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Now, the reason why this is sexual exploitation is because he's going into that space to look at the naked bodies of women and girls. And I want to
think he's
warn
doing
you
his job.
before. Okay, so so then you're saying his job is to sexually exploit women and girls.
No,
and I want to
I'll go
warn you
into it really-
before.
I'll-
I want to
I'll
warn.
go-
I want to
I'll- I'll
warn.
go
I
into
want
it
to
really,
warn
really
you.
easy
I want to
with you.
warn you. I want to warn you before you start responding.
Don't
What
need
I'm
to warn
saying
me,
is
kid.
right.
I'm 42 years old. You can relax. I don't need a warning. I'm just going to be very. I'm
A
very clear
42-year-old with
with
the
my
brain
thoughts,
of
man.
a 42-year-old with the brain of a
Listen,
6-year-old.
kid,
Now back to the
You
warning.
need to breathe. You
Don't
need to
interrupt
breathe.
me. Says the person
Oh,
doing the
kid.
interrupting. Says the
You need to
person
breathe,
doing.
kid.
Says the person
There's no
doing
need
the
to
interruption.
There's no need to give me
I
warnings, kid. I'm not going
can't
to. I'm not going to
breathe
ruin your
for
TOS or
you.
whatever, kid. All right.
You
I'm
need
just
to
going
do
to
the
go
breathing
clear onto why it's
yourself.
not sexual
You are
exploitation. All right?
crashing out because you
I'm
know
actually
you're cooked.
talking pause, calm, and reserve to your crashing out
In
because
an
someone.
interruption. This is all an
Jesus.
interruption of my sentence, which is
Of
a
your
crash out.
ego. Go ahead, kid. Go
No,
ahead,
not
kid.
my ego.
Go stroke
My
it.
sentence.
Stroke that fat ego cock. Go ahead.
You think I'm stroking my cock by telling you that it's
Your
that
ego
it's
cock. Go
exploitive
ahead, kid.
for a man to barge
Vaseline
in?
it up.
Once again, you think I'm stroking my metaphorical cock, which is, by the way, is a gross, crude statement, by just trying to tell you, okay, that there is no way to avoid the fact that it is sexually exploitive for a man to barge into a woman or girl's dressing room to then look at the naked women or girls in that space. There is an expectation of privacy and only women in private woman-only spaces, such as dressing or changing rooms. When a man goes in there, knowing that, under the expectation that he will then see vulnerable women and girls who are naked and changing, to then look at the naked and changing women and girls, he is thereby exploiting them. It's
You have no idea what
exploitive
exploiting
because
means,
they
man.
are under the assumption that men are not allowed, therefore they can get vulnerable and naked to change. And he's under the expectation that when he goes in there, he knows he will see women who know he's not allowed in there.
He
getting
literally
naked and
said whether
changing.
he. Okay. Now are you done? Now, whether he said it jokingly or not, he said he's just doing his job. The expectation of complete privacy in a woman's space. Have you ever been to a beauty pageant, kid? Do you even know how these things work? Backstage, everybody's running around naked, kid.
He says in the clip that there's no men in there.
Models don't have this whole sense of privacy when it comes to their tits because they're always
They're
changing.
kids, bro.
They're not kids, man. We're talking
Miss
about
Teen
grown
USA
20-something
had
year-
people as
not Team USA, kid.
as
We're
young
talking
as
about Miss Universe
15.
class. This is not Team USA. It's Miss Universe.
And how do you
pageant.
know that?
Because you just played the recording from the fucking 80s.
Nowhere in that recording did he say Miss Universe.
Dude, there's no way that's from the team pageant, and you know it.
How do you know that? Because we've had teens from the teen pageant say it happened there.
If that is from team pageant, are you willing to take in a bet right now?
Of course.
How much? Put in a number. That he said that he would go out and say and look at team and in a team pageant.
Oh,
That
in the,
is-
in
Wait,
the
hold
clip
up.
he
Is that
doesn't.
it's cooperated by minors saying that this is what happened when he would do this, and
That's
he did.
different. That's
There was
hearsay.
Miss-
Now you're
was
saying that
Miss-
somebody
listen,
said that
listen,
what he would do
listen,
in this
listen.
universe, he would
Oh
do
my
in the
God.
team pageant. So that's a straight up fucking lie.
Wait,
So
how much
somebody
money?
clarify it.
So you said in the clip that he clarified by saying Miss Universe. How much money do you want to bet on that?
No, I didn't say he clip. I said the clip was from him talking about Miss Universe.
How do you know that though?
How do you? How I know it, kid.
How?
And Parker just clarified.
How do you?
it
What's
saying
the
that-
evidence?
Kid, again, I was alive when the clip was fucking recorded.
But at that time, when you were alive and that clip was recorded, he didn't just own Miss Universe. He also owned Miss USA and Miss Teen USA. So how do you know specifically about Miss Universe?
Parker actually just corrected you. Said that the guys from Teen said that he would address it the same way he did in that interview.
Wait. Answer the question. How do you know it was about Miss Universe? You said that you know that because you were
just
alive when the
said
clip
it.
was recorded.
Your partner in crime.
Okay,
literally
so
just
Parker gave you
verified.
evidence that was at just Miss Universe. Okay, what's the evidence?
No, I'm saying
Feel free to
that
repeat what Parker said.
Even your
But by the way,
debate
that's not
partner
even what I
just
claimed.
verified it.
I said that. I said the
Matter of fact,
actions that
why
Donald
are
Trump
we
said
even
were
discussing it?
corroborated.
Google it
Listen,
right now. Where is that conversation from?
I said the actions Donald Trump engaged in were corroborated by victims that were minors in Miss Teen USA. Now I was going to say that there was Miss USA and Miss Teen USA things that Donald Trump did, right? And that there were people specifically in the Teen USA that came out and said this. Because Trump doesn't specify in the clip.
So since we all have access to the internet and you have a bunch of people looking right now, somebody look for the clip right now. Tell us where the clip is from.
The clip is from the
And
Howard
Dean
Stern
already
radio
knows
show.
where the clip is from. That's how bad faith
One
and
second.
dishonest this
The
asshole
clip is from.
He knows
you're-
that he's talking about the
You're
Miss
crashing
Universe
out,
pageant.
sir.
I'm not crashing out. You're just
You're calling
being
me an asshole.
You're calling
getting
me a
upset.
liar.
You're
You
getting
won't take the
angry.
bet.
because
Can
you
you
know
take
you
a
just
breath?
got caught lying.
One moment. Can
That
you
is
take a
actually,
breath?
dude.
The only
I doubt Donald
person,
Trump sees
the
this,
only
but you
person,
can literally sue you for that shit.
the only person who's being caught lying in this scenario is you, because at first you
What do you mean I
suggested,
lied?
I'll tell you. At first you suggested that in the clip he said it was from Miss Universe.
I
said,
never
no, he
said
did-
it. Clip
One
it.
moment.
Go back. If it's
One
recorded, go
moment.
back. I never
If
said
I was at my
that
home
he-
studio, if I was at my home
Okay.
studio, I'd be able to do that. I can't do that because I'm not at my home studio. But
I
listen,
didn't say it.
Then I asked you, how do you know that it was at Miss Universe? You say it was in the clip. I say, no, he didn't specify the pageant. And then you said, you know it was from Miss Universe because you were alive when this clip was aired. I was like, well, this clip was aired on
then
Howard
I'm
Stern.
familiar with the cultural
One
relevance
moment.
of it. I've never
One
seen
moment.
him.
Well,
I'll
I'm
tell you
almost
what,
done.
I'll tell you the context of
No,
all those three.
I'm
When
going
I
to
said it's
mute you now. You said that you knew this was at Miss Universe because you were alive when this clip was aired. Okay, yeah, you were. Okay, but that doesn't inform you or tell you that it was Miss
you
Universe.
gave me 3 points. So
I'm
point
sorry.
number 1 was
Muted again because you're interrupting me again. Back.
you give me 3 points to
I want to finish my statement.
by the clip. I meant when you press play.
Bad. I'm sorry. I want to finish my sentence.
Not that he was actually saying it in the clip.
Okay. Top 5 insufferable debater. Honestly.
I'm feeling patient today.
Dude, well, everybody.
I'm feeling.
At least.
Listen, Parker. I'm feeling patient today because I'm in LA. I'm on the beach. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling happy. So I mean, I'm happy that I got an insufferable guest like this on a day like this where I could control myself. Okay, Jovan. I'm gonna wait for you to calm down. I was in the middle of a sentence that I want to finish. I'm not gonna let you interrupt me, man. I have boundaries that are absolute.
This proves that you're a lying sack of shit, Dean. You know that.
Then prove it once I'm done with my sentence.
You know it's from the 80s, and you know it's from Miss Universe. And
Feel free to prove it once I'm done with my sentence. I'm waiting for you to stop this so I could finish my sentence. This isn't productive for anybody, including yourself. If you truly
because you
think that
look
I'm
like
lying,
a horrible.
if you truly think that I'm lying and you think that you could prove
You
it,
look like
then you should probably want me to finish my sentence. So then I will actually let you speak. So then you can make me look bad to the audience. Like, bro,
you look horrible.
You have an opportunity to make me look horrible and prove me wrong.
You look
when
horrible.
I'll let you speak once I'm done with my
You look
sentence.
like you're pushing pedophiles when you're really.
I'm still not going to let you interrupt my sentence. I'm going to finish my sentence. I don't care how long this takes, man. I was in the middle of my sentence,
is not
and
finished.
you interrupted me.
Then finish
In
the
order for me to
sentence.
finish my sentence, I have to wait for you to stop. Okay, I think he's done. To go back to my sentence, finally. Okay?
No,
First
no,
and
no.
foremost-
Finally, listen, kid. The reality.
Oh, we're back. Okay, I can wait.
3 points to actually contend.
I can
And
wait.
I want to contend them. You said that I said.
I can wait. It's fine.
You're the one calling Donald Trump and have no proof of it. You're saying that he said some teens that wanted to.
I can wait.
He was talking about grown.
Parker, how's your day going?
It's been all right so far.
Parker's doing great. Parker can breathe.
Making it
Parker
worse,
doesn't need
honestly.
anxiety.
Like,
I know.
my brain actually hurts when it comes to guests like this because, like, genuinely, like, I just don't understand how you could be so insufferable.
I think I accidentally muted you
People
instead of
are-
muting the guest. I muted you, Parker. I accidentally clicked on you instead of him. Because I'm over
We're
here like
still
spamming
waiting.
the mute.
Yeah, I was like, dude, he's so insufferable that he just
No
can't shut the
response from
fuck up.
Yeah.
Nothing. They got nothing. They have nothing.
Well,
Come
I have
on,
a,
kid.
I,
What
I
do you
have
have?
a,
You
I
just
have a counter argument that I'm waiting to give you until you're done.
guy on your screen saying that he's a pedophile, and you knew it was about Miss U.
I mean, I
You're
have a
propaganda, kid.
sentence that I want to finish. I can only finish it when you stop.
Do you now?
Okay. Yeah, I do. I'm gonna try it again. Don't interrupt it. So back to my sentence that hopefully you'll let me finish now. Finally. Okay. You said from the clip that we listened to that you knew it was at Miss Universe. I asked you how you knew it was at Miss Universe. Then you said it was in the clip. I was like, no, it's not in the clip. So once again, how do you know it's at Miss Universe? You then said while I was alive at
I
the time.
clarified that.
Okay. Sir, if you do this one more time, I'm just going to kick you. If you want to be able to stay up on the live and debate me, just let me finish my sentence. And I'm going to kick you because this clearly isn't, like, productive. All right? I'm not going to let you walk on my boundaries, and you're not going to let me finish my sentence. So it's just kind of like, in a impenetrable, impossible position between a rock and a hard place, or I won't let you interrupt me, and you won't let me finish. All right, so now we're going to go back to this thing where I wait for you to calm down. And by the way, everybody knows why you're doing this. It's clear. You're doing this because you know that you made a statement that is false that you can't substantiate. So you would rather make yourself look like a 3-year-old than look like a loser. Because if you let me speak, you'll lose the debate. I'm going to try again. Remember, interrupt to run. If you just want to run away from me, interrupt my next sentence, and I'll help you run away from me by kicking you. All right? So for the 6.2 thousand viewers on YouTube, the 19.2 thousand viewers on TikTok, if this guy interrupts my next sentence, he is running away from me because he knows that I will remove him from the live stream if he interrupts my next sentence. So here's the sentence. Remember, you interrupt, you're running because I'll kick you. All right, let's start from the top. You said that you knew that Donald Trump did this. I won't count the laughing as an interruption. You said that you knew Donald Trump did this at Miss Universe because you said he said it in the clip. I then clarified that Donald Trump did not say it in the clip. So then you said you knew that Donald Trump did this at Miss Universe because you were alive at the time and you remember when he said this. Well, that's also not sufficient reason to believe that it happened at Miss Universe because at this time in the 90s, early 2000s, this clip is from 05, he didn't just own Miss Universe, he also owned Miss USA and he owned Miss Teen USA. All right? So, in other words, there's no way for you to know that he was talking about Miss Universe. I would say that in this clip, he's actually generally talking about all 3 pageants that he owned at the time, because we had women and girls, once again, from all 3 pageants, Miss Teen USA, Miss USA, Miss Universe, come out and say he did it to them. We have Mariah Bogado and 3 other teens, some as young as 15, from Miss Teen USA in 1997. They spoke out. They said he'd walk in on us naked, and he said, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." We have Miss Arizona from Miss USA in 2001, Miss Massachusetts from 2001 as well, and then Miss Vermont from Miss USA in 1997. They all spoke out, said Donald Trump walked in on me and looked at me while I'm naked. Same thing with a few Miss Universe beauty pageant contestants. So, in other words, there's no evidence that he just did this to women, or there's no evidence that he just did this at Miss Universe, and you're wrong, and I've proved you wrong. How does it feel to lose to a 21-year-old? Parker. He left!
He laughed. Unbelievable. This guy, dude. He's literally insufferable final boss.
Victory is mine! I know you're still watching right now. How does it feel? Victory is mine. How does it feel? Never done that before. Never done that before. That's a character. That's a personality type. Sorry, not a character. That's a personality type that frequently comes on these streams. The interrupty asshole. But every time in the past that we've had that personality type, that interrupty asshole join the stream, they end up like getting to me, making me crash out a little, then kick them, which then gives them that leverage, like, oh, I disturbed Dean, therefore I won the debate. But that interrupty asshole decided to fuck with me on the wrong day, okay? My cortisol couldn't be lower. I'm at the fucking beach, bro, in an Airbnb. 20 feet away is the sand. I'm chilling, dude. You fucked with me on the wrong day, and because of that, I fucking won. Victory's mine. Dude, let's get some W's down below in that comment section while we move on to the next guest. I'm gonna go ahead and give Parker the mic because I kind of took over there at the end, and you know, I want to make sure that there's equal time here. Thank you so much for the Galaxy Has. Parker, I just saw your text, honestly. I mean, there's like 1,000 miles of beach, you know, even in LA County, a couple 100 miles. So I don't know. Welcome in, Landon. Do you support Trump? Nope. We're going to move on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, y'all. Only join inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that once again supports Donald J. Trump as president. Also, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen and showing out that live. If you want to support me, if you want to support the stream, if you want to help pay for my therapy and my low cortisol, buy me a drink or something, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. You could also find them in the pin message over on YouTube. And the handle's at the top of the phone screen, right on top of my head on TikTok as well. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Probably Parker. You're right. Parker. Hey, do you support Trump?
Sure do.
This
All right, man,
guy's racist as fuck.
Hey, yeah. Why are you misrepresenting my?
He's also a friend of that guy that loves us, is obsessed with us, and calls us grifters.
Oh, interesting. Moving on to the next guest. Hello, Timber. Do you support Trump?
I don't, but my dad does.
I'm sorry, Timber. I'm gonna move on. You just sound really, really, really young, and I don't want anybody to like have access to your account, even if I was just debating your dad on it. Your account's still on display. Hello, James. Do you support Trump?
Fuck you, Dean.
Okay. How old are you?
7.
Under 18? Yeah, under 18.
7.
See ya. Moving on to the next guest, guys. We got Tessa loading up into the box, y'all. In order to stay in that queue and to join the live stream, you have to be an American adult of the age of at least 18. And you got to be MAGA, and you got to be ready and willing to come up here and have a conversation. So that's a whole lot of fun. Moving on to the next guest right now. Everybody just do give us one moment here.
Can I say thank you to Maxine for the $100 on Venmo real quick? Yo, Maxine, thank you so much. I really appreciate W's for Maxine in the comment section right now. My phone's about to die though. I might try to plug in, but give me 1 second. But W's for Maxine. W's for Maxine. Thank you.
W's for Maxine down below.
Yes!
Do you support Trump?
No. My dad does, though. Hold on. Todd! Oh my God. Thank goodness. I'm so happy. I've been talking about you for months. And I'm like, you have to debate this guy named Dean. And he's
Hell
like,
yeah.
who's that? And I was like, he's this guy who debates people who support Trump. Todd!
Emily, I'm going to take a moment to thank my donors.
Okay.
If I'm still thanking my donors, by the time you find your dad and he's down to debate, just explain to him that I'm just thanking my donors, and I'm going to put you on mute so I can't like hear y'all, and then I'll send you an invite down here, okay? All right, sounds good. All right, I'm just going to take a moment to thank a handful of y'all, because there was a handful of y'all that have been extremely, extremely kind, especially during that last conversation with the crazy. I want to start with Amelia. Saw this. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Show some love to Amelia down below. Amanda, thank you for the $5 who says that last loser was unbearable. MAGA can keep them. Mary, thank you so much for the $20. Dude, show some love to Mary in those live chats. Thank you, Mary. Mary with the 20 says winner in reference to beating that insufferable man boy. Yeah, you got beat down bad. Lexington, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Let's get 500 Lexington W's. That is honestly really kind of you. That is so much money, Lexington. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Appreciate you for the love and support. Lexington with the 50 says, not feeling great today, but I still wanted to show my support for what you do. Love you, dude. You know I love you too, Lexington. You've been really kind as of recently. Show some love to Lexington down below, y'all. Same thing to Gail. Thank you for the $2. Gallet, thank you so much for the $6 and the 66 cents. And then Tina, thank you so much for the $50. Yo! Show some love to Tina down below. Tina with the 50 says, wow, to the misogynistic first guest of this idiot. I appreciate the work that you do for all of us to change the minds of the misinformed and ignorant MAGA. Thank you, Dean. Well, Tina, I know that you've been watching for a while. I recognize your name. You've been very kind to me, so thank you for the kind words and the very kind contribution. I'll use that tonight to buy a drink. Let's go. Savannah, thank you for the $10. Who says, genuinely know why the marriage failed. Homie won't shut up. Yeah, that guy was terrible. Sonny, thank you for the $15. Calling that last guest unbearable. Couldn't have said it better myself. Gretchen, thank you so much for the $10. Huge shout out to you. Calling that last guy a cult member. Once again, couldn't have said it better for myself. And with that, we are all caught up over on Venmo. Show some love to all the donors on Venmo. Thank you, you guys. Let's quickly catch up on PayPal. Keenan, that is Keanin. Thank you for the $50. Who says top 10 most annoying callers. Oh, he was really bad, Keenan. Just know that I really appreciate you so much for that love. Let's get 500 Keenan W's in that chat. You guys are being so kind tonight. Thank you so much, Keenan. Same thing to you as well, Denise. Thank you for the $14 saying, that last guy was terrible. Absolutely. Denise, it's good to see you. Thank you for the $14. And then Shelly, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Who says, if you need somebody to come up, talk about backstage practices, I've been working backstage doing tech management and costumes for over 20 years. What they claim about them is completely false. Next time somebody makes that claim and you're in the live, Shelly, I'd love for you to request, and I'd love to have you up. Thank you for the $50, and I'm sorry that I didn't see that dono earlier. Thank you so much for the kindness. Show some love to Telly. Sorry, to Shelly. Same thing to Philip. Thank you so much for the $20. Let's get 200 Philip W's. Thank you so much for the love, man. And then Tara, thank you for the $10 as well, saying fuck Trump. Thank you so much, Tara. Elle, thank you for the $5. Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Show some love to Jennifer. And then Tara with another $15 says, Dean, you're the GOAT. Appreciate you so much for that love, Tara. All right. We're all caught up on Venmo. We're all caught up on PayPal. To quickly catch up over on YouTube, Camp, huge shout out to you. Thank you for the $50 super chat, who says, conservatives need to stop bringing up the modern kids thing. Older men who are grandfathers have quirky behaviors with kids. There's a running joke in Everybody Loves Raymond centered on Peter Boyle's character not equal to Trump's actions. Yeah, well, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it's also like we need to be critical of all men, doing anything to like women or children. So, but I understand where you're coming from. Thank you for the $50. Show some love to Camp. Jay, thank you for the $20 who says he has PDS, Pedo Defender Syndrome. On God, Jay, I'm going to steal that from you. Thank you for the $20 in the new tagline. Leslie, thank you for the $10 who says your patience is outstanding. Thank you, Leslie. And then Full Band, thank you for the $20 who says this guy sucks. He doesn't listen. He's so condescending and stupid. Absolutely insufferable. Oh my God, so fucking real. Nikki with the $10 says the caller is disgusting. Rampage with the $10 says even my 12-year-old can understand why that guess was wrong. Dead ass. And then Nikki, thank you for another $20 who says, hey, Collier and a cult, keep it up, Dean and Parker. She was talking to that last guest. I'm sorry I didn't see that earlier. Thank you so much. And then one more. Actually, no, we're all caught up. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for the love. Let's go ahead and send an invite to Emily to unmute their mic and hop back into the debates. Thank you guys for all the love. If you're watching and you want to support me in the stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube. The handle's also at the top. I'll be able to see your dono, read it off, as well as any and all attached messages. Thank you for the love. Todd?
Okay, guys, I have Todd here. I explained to him kind of what you do, Dean, and he said he's not willing to debate, but he's willing to listen. So I was thinking if you could just like list off some reasons why you don't support Trump. Here you go. Say hi, Todd.
Hi, Todd.
Okay.
So you're a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay, you're not willing to debate. Well, can I give you a reason why I don't support Trump? And if you disagree with it, could you tell me why?
Well, that would be debating now, wouldn't it?
No.
Okay. Well, my name was offered before I gave any permission, so I'm really not interested in talking. But like I said, I'll be glad to listen to your broadcast or whatever you call it.
Okay, Todd. Sorry, Emily. You guys have a good rest of your day. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect you now.
Dang it.
Let's go to move on to the next guest. Unfortunate. Oh, Parker, how do you do these earbuds all day long? Like I've had them in for a while now, and they're really starting to.
They hurt the inside of your ears. Yeah, I've become accustomed and used to it, so it doesn't hurt me anymore, and it's really chill for me. But yeah, when first starting, it does hurt.
Okay, I'd assume that's it. Yeah, I'd assume that's it. I probably just need to keep
Get some over ear. We could get you some.
What's that?
We could find a place to get some later.
I mean, the nearest place to really get a good pair is Guitar Center, and that's probably a bit out of our way.
No, true.
Yeah, so you're good. ELO, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you? You're over the age of 18.
30.
All right, let me. Yeah. Let me thank like two people. Hey, Jay Peasy, this just came through. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, Jay Peasy. Thank you. Huge shout out to Jay Peasy down below for the 20. Then on Venmo, Sarah, thank you for the $5. She says, keep on doing what you're doing. And then Maurice, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo, Maurice. Thank you so much. That is so much money. Thank you for the kindness from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. Maurice with the 50 says, keep speaking truth. We need it. Well, I love what I do too much to ever quit. Show some love to Maurice down below for the 50. And then Gian, thank you for the $5. She says, you totally mind fucked it, him and he couldn't handle it. Dead ass. Amanda, thank you for the $5, calling that last guess unbearable. And we're all caught up. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us how the hell you support Trump while you are blowing bubbles.
I like bubbles. Do you like bubbles, Dean?
I don't blow those kind of bubbles.
What kind of bubbles do you blow?
Those bubbles are pretty cool. I like those bubbles. You're not like SpongeBob and Patrick, Dean. You don't like blowing bubbles.
I don't blow those kind of bubbles. Those kind of
what
bubbles.
kind of bubbles do you blow?
Not those kind. Those kind of bubbles give me a lot of anxiety. But why do you support Trump? I don't know. You're probably not a Trump supporter, right? This is a troll.
Nah, man. I'm super serial.
Why do you support Trump?
He's just the man.
No shot they're a Trump supporter.
What do you mean, Parker? Why
You're
would
an
you think
elevator. You're an elevator. You know how unlikely it is to like come across an elevator that's a Trump supporter?
Dude, I mean, my dad's been in elevator since the 90s, and he's a Trump supporter.
Oh, I meant like a young elevator on the internet, you know?
That's true. So, okay, are you going to give an argument insofar as why you think he's a man, or should we just kick you and move on?
Well, like, nah, you're right. I got nothing, bro. My bad.
All right, we're going to move on to the next guest. By the way, if you're curious why I'm holding this thing to my ear, it's because my ears are really starting to hurt everybody, and I'm just trying to do my best to get through this stream.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry, bro. That's horrible.
It is what it is.
I bet I have an extra one. I can look and find an over ear if you need.
I mean, if you want, if you happen to have one around the house, I mean, that'd be very kind of you. But no worries if you can't. Welcome in, Child of Sunlight. Do you support Trump?
Of course I do.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
Okay. And could you disconnect me from any Bluetooth mic you have connected to your phone?
Oh, of course.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you hear me now?
It's fine. Why do you support Trump?
So the reason I support Trump is because of his foreign policy. See, my country, Nigeria, the Christians have been getting massacred over there for years. Nobody has done anything, but Trump, he has come to help us.
What has he done to help?
So he's sent troops over there to reinforce our military to help us.
How many
I have
troops?
family over there.
How many troops?
I'm not sure the exact number. I think it's about 20,000.
There's 20,000 deployed troops in Nigeria right now?
No, I don't know the exact number.
Okay. So just to clarify, your argument for why Trump is a good president isn't because Trump is good for America, but rather because you think that Trump is good for Nigeria.
Well, no, because he's securing resources for America through Nigeria and Venezuela.
Yeah, but then when we look at American resources, by the way, that's not true. Venezuelan oil, it's not going back to America. It's being sold and the money's being put in offshore bank accounts controlled solely by Trump. Not to mention that America is losing resources. We had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2008, last year in 2005. We also had the worst job report in recorded history since 2003 if we ignore recessions. Not to mention declining investment of resources or investment of money into American manufacturing every single financial quarter since his inauguration after 3 years of a massive boom. And I mean, now with his new war in Iran, there's even less resources for America because in response, Iran shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which oversees around 20% of the world's global oil production per day. And then when Qatar was hit, after a retaliatory strike from Iran, they shut down their liquefied natural gas production, and they account for 20% of that same global production. So we're really strained. Global markets are destroyed. The price of gas rose 11 cents overnight the day before last. It continues to go up, and we're a mess. So all in all, overall, no, it is not true that Donald Trump is enriching America or making us better.
So Venezuela, if you look at Venezuela, they weren't producing the maximum capacity of oil that they're supposed to be producing as having the largest reserves in the world. So wouldn't you say that Trump's actions have benefited the global oil market? Obviously, besides the deal in Iran, that's kind of brash. Yet his actions with Venezuela and his actions in Nigeria have secured business partners in for the US.
Okay, but when we look at the macro level data, we see that things are going down, not up.
I mean, that
Even in
doesn't answer my
consideration of the
question.
business deals in the Middle East and the increase in the global oil supply based on Donald Trump selling some of Venezuela's reserves. It's going down, not up. Okay? If these new deals that he's getting in the Middle East for investment into America overpowered the loss of investment caused by the instability he creates in global markets, then we'd see, all things considered, investment levels going up compared to what we see, which is all things considered, investment levels going down. Same thing with selling the Venezuelan reserves. If all things considered, the reserves that Trump is selling of Venezuela's oil overpowered the lack of oil that we are now experiencing because of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. and all things considered, the price of gas would be going down, and all things considered, global oil supply would be going up. But that's not true. As I pointed out, all things considered, the price of gas is going up, 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 and all things considered, the global oil supply is going down, 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 down.
Yeah, so all things considered, so you're saying that if he didn't start this thing with Iran, then everything would be good.
Well, I mean, that's not an argument I'd make, but I mean, it doesn't matter because he did start the war with Iran. This is where we are at, and this is the president that you're defending in consideration of all of his actions.
So could you evaluate his actions independently of the Iran conflict, his
Why would
actions
we
in
ever do
Venezuela
that?
and Nigeria?
No. Why would we do that?
Don't you typically evaluate each president's move by the individual action
Not
and the
if.
outcome of
The
that?
argument is you support the individual outcome action because of the outcome it produced, right? You're saying, oh, you support what Trump did in Venezuela because it increases global oil supply. But if Trump does something else that really reduces global oil supply, all things considered, that's not a reason why you'd support the administration.
Yeah, so I can agree with him in one facet, but then I disagree with
Oh, so you're saying that you
another
agree with the
facet.
individual action of him going into Venezuela, but all things considered, you don't support his administration because of the total net impact.
No, I absolutely do support his administration.
Okay,
I
so
don't
then
support
how would
the
have to
current.
take into consideration the other things that he's doing.
So would you at least agree that his action in Venezuela was positive?
I mean, I don't agree. I don't agree at all, but that's not even
So could you
relevant to the debate.
substantiate that?
No,
Could you
because it's not relevant to
substantiate?
the debate. Me substantiating
So
why
that's
I disagree
Iran.
with what he did in Venezuela is not relevant to the debate because I found a stronger steelman to your position. The strongest steelman to your position, I support what he's doing in Venezuela because it's increasing global oil supply, okay, is the fact that overall he's reducing global oil supply because of what he's doing in Iran.
In my country, we call that running.
It's
But
not running because I'm able to effectively demonstrate why it's irrelevant. Now, if I was not able to effectively demonstrate why me answering your question was irrelevant to the debate, then you could consider me a runner. But I was absolutely able to demonstrate why your question was irrelevant to the debate. And I was absolutely able to substantiate a stronger steelman against your position that does not necessitate me arguing that what he's doing in Venezuela is bad. Actually, I'd consider you the runner because you know that my stronger argument does not necessitate my opinion on Venezuela even being shared, and you won't acknowledge it because you can't, because what I'm saying here is true, and it defeats your argument.
okay, so let's say that this war in Iran has destroyed the oil supply. So even still, I will support him because of what he's doing in America. See, America is the land of the hopeful. I came here to have dreams and have opportunity. It's a meritocracy. That's what I came here for. I got my education. So if you look at Trump, he's creating meritocracy. He has taken away that DEI thing. He's taking away all those things. He wants to
How did he take away
return this
DEI?
country. What do you mean?
I mean what I'm asking. How did he take away DEI? You claimed he took away DEI. How?
Yes, he had influenced those people to stop doing that. I
Who are
know
those
Target
people
has
and what
gone.
were they doing?
Target, he's taking it away from them.
Wait. Who are those people and what were they doing that he stopped them from doing?
The employers, they
What
were not
employers?
doing. Yeah, the targets. I just named one. Target was one of
Target?
them. They were doing. Yes, they were doing DEI,
Okay, so what were they
and
doing specifically?
they were they were doing DEI. So they were doing race conscious policies in
Okay,
hiring.
like what were their race conscious policies? Like specifically what were they?
So they wanted to they had quotas to make sure that a specific percentage of the workforce was a person of color.
And that's what they got
Do you
rid
think
of?
that's right? Yes, I think so.
Okay, can you
That's
give
what
me a
they.
source on that? Could you give me a source to justify your claim that Target had policies to ensure consideration of one's race, to ensure a percentage amount of their workers were of one race, and then since Donald Trump's second administration has started, they got rid of that policy? Could you give me a source for that claim, please?
Yeah, so Target definitely did have DEI
Okay,
policies. I don't
I
have a
want a
source for
source.
that.
Okay, so then make a claim that you could give me a source for. What is DEI
Okay,
and
so let's.
how did he get rid of it? Because we only talk about things that we could substantiate on this live. So could you give me an example of Trump doing away with DEI that you can actually substantiate by actually giving
Yeah, so
evidence for.
let's talk about federal government workers. I can give you a source for that. He definitely took away DEI in the federal government.
Okay, so what DEI was in the federal government, and what did Donald Trump do to get rid of it? Hello?
I mean, you told me to give you a source. I'm pulling up a
Perfect.
source.
While you're doing that, I'm going to thank someone real quick. Thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat, Biddy B. I really appreciate you so much for your kindness. Let's get 500 Biddy W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much, Biddy. That is BITTY. Biddy with a 50 says, I've been watching and listening for years in my garbage truck of you and Parker after your lives, but I've noticed Trump supporters are scared to admit he's wrong in front of other supporters. I know, they're very scared to admit that they're wrong because it's all that they've come to know. I really appreciate you for the $50, Biddy. That is a lot of money, and I'm very grateful for you. I'd really appreciate it if everybody watching could please show some massive love to Biddy down below in that comment section. Huge Biddy W down below. Huge Biddy W down below. A couple other people I'd like to thank. Kamal, that is Komal. Thank you so much, Kamal, for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get 200 Kamal W's. My uncle's stranded in Kuwait, hoping to send luck vibes out by donating. You're doing amazing work, by the way. Well, man, I wish the very best for your Uncle Kamal. Thank you so much for the $20, and I really hope everything ends up all right. Corinna, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. That is CORRINA. Thank you for the $30 for the beer fun, Corinna. Thank you so much. Let's get 300 Corinna W's. Corinna with a 30 says for the beer fun. Enjoy your time in LA. Keep slaughtering MAGA. I don't usually support content creators, but I know that you will actually ... make a difference. Well, I'm happy. I'm so happy that you think that what we're doing here is making a difference, Grinna. And I'm very grateful for you. So thank you for the $30 and the kind words. I'd also like to thank Brooklyn. Thank you for the $15. Who says unrelated, but just saw that Tallarico won the primary Senate in Texas. Turn Texas blue, baby. I think Tallarico has a really good chance at turning Texas blue. We should talk about that here in a second, Parker. Thank you so much for the $15. And that is awesome, Brooklyn. And then, oh my God, Faye. That is Fay. Faye, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo for your DoorDash fund for new headphones. Bro, you don't need to do that. You don't need to be doing all that, Faye. That is so fucking kind of you. I really appreciate you, Faye. I want to see W Fays on YouTube and TikTok for the next 5 minutes straight. Thank you so much for that love, Faye. Seriously, thank you so much. Same thing to you. Like I said, bro, that's just so kind of you. I appreciate you for your generosity. Not a bone in my body deserves that much love, Faye. Thank you. Thank you. Haley, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the forced vacation. Sarah with the $5. And it looks like we're all caught up over there. To quickly catch up over on PayPal, Jana, that is Jana. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Huge shout out to you. Joe, thank you for the $10. Who says, hey, Dean, based on that one loser of a guess, I have over 15 years of backstage experience from dance. Men can't just walk into places where women are naked. Yep. And then Mandy, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal, who says, you deserve every penny and then some. That last guy literally had me screaming to shut up. Your patience, composure and composure are literally insane. Well, Mandy, I really appreciate you so much for the $25. I do my best to stay patient. Sometimes I don't do so well. And thank you so much for the kind words as well. Show some love to Mandy. And then William, thank you for the $30 over on PayPal, who says, I'd like to explain why I turned on Trump. Well, if you want to actually attach a message to that PayPal donation, William, I would love to read it out. Thank you so much for the kindness. Show some love to William down below in that chat for the $30. That guy left, apparently. So we're going to move on to the next guest, then I'm going to pass the mic off to Parker. I actually need to go pee again. I drink a lot of water.
I do have some people to thank real quick as well.
Oh, yeah, of course. Go for it.
Lexington, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Lexington. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. I really appreciate the nice message. Thank you. Avril, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Avril in the comment section as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Sarah, thank you for the $5. And Stephanie, thank you for the $5. As well as Michael, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Michael, on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Michael in the comment section right now. Thank you. Alrighty, that I've caught up.
Bro, you guys are being like so fucking kind today. Like, just know that I appreciate y'all so much. I'm actually going to try to like thank the donors more frequently so I don't take so long when I do it. I've like heard some feedback. I know that a lot of the viewers don't really like that. I will always thank the people who donate to me. I always have and I always will. So I'm just going to try to do it more frequently so I don't spend like multiple minutes doing that. So we could try to keep the streams debate oriented, but just know that I really appreciate y'all. Y'all been like literally so fucking kind to me and Parker today. Welcome in, Kiss. Do you support Trump?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I really just want
No worries, man. We are just looking for Trump supporters. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter, guys. Please and thank you. Moving on to the next guest right now. We're going to try to find another Trump supporter to join up real quick, just so we could get the next debate rolling, so I could give the mic to Parker so I could go pee. Small bladder gang in the chat. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got Marker loading up. Here we go. Some people in the chat are saying that I look different. I think I do look different from like different angles, different lighting, stuff like that.
Oh, you totally do. Like it's not like a huge difference, but it's just like a different. It's probably like a different height on the camera too.
Yeah. There's like a billion and one factors.
Billion different things.
I don't know, man. I think it's the Screamy Fetus. Shout out to Screamy Fetus. I don't know, man. Personally,
You said Dean Ford 2042.
Yeah, you did. Personally, I think I maybe even look a little bit better in this lighting. I don't know, just me. I'm gonna try to like emulate this lighting at home. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump. Nope, they're gone. Moving on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please, and thank you. Looking for the next debate. Hey, do you support Trump? Okay, you just came up here to moan in the mic. Very weird. I mean, Trump supporters are weird, but, you know, looking for people to debate. Not moan in the mic, preferably, so banned. Moving on to the next guest, Luke. Only join inside of that queue if you're an American adult who supports Trump. You already know what those rules are. Y'all know it, you know it. Welcome into You Support Trump.
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay. I said I was going to thank people more frequently, so I don't... just got a flag that OBS disconnected. But it reconnected. For everyone on YouTube, if I'm lagging or you can't hear me, refresh and refresh the page. I said I was going to thank people more frequently so I don't spend as much time at any given time thanking people, so I'm going to do that real quick. I'm going to pass the mic to Parker. You could tell him why you support Trump. I'm going to go pee, then I'll be back. Lena, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, lol, my lesbian ass has that same shirt. Bro, let's fucking go, Lena. Dubs, thank you for the 10. Avril, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, you look very business professional today. Well, that's because I'm wearing that button up. Rarely do that on stream. Appreciate you so much for that love, Avril. Stephanie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. You said that was your first donation. Thank you. Shout out to you. Rachel, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Rachel. Shout out to you. And then Natasha, thank you so much for the $75 donation on Venmo. Natasha. Holy fuck. Show some love to Natasha down below, guys. Let's get 1,000 Natasha W's. Natasha says, Dean, you're the man. Have fun in Cali and walk the beach for me, bro. I got you, Natasha. I will be walking the beach for you. Thank you for the $75. Same thing to Angelo. Thank you for the $10. I did pop in Isaiah's stream. That's true. Naeli, sorry. Thank you for the $10 as well. I'm happy that you've learned so much from listening to the streams. Misha, thank you for the $10. Macy, give Misha a call. That's what Misha's message said. Tell Macy to call me, please. I got you. We're all caught up over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much. Appreciate you guys so much. And then on PayPal, Ellie, thank you for the $5 saying Small Bladder Gang. You know it. Appreciate you so much. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump. I'm going to go pee.
All right, man. I support Trump for a lot of different reasons, but personally, what I'm upset about is in the State Union of Address that Trump was speaking, why did the Democrats refuse to stand up when Irina Suzuki's mom was in tears, standing up? They were showing support for her daughter who was stabbed on a train or a bus, whatever it was. Why did none of them stand up? I just don't understand that.
So I'm not familiar with the specific reason as to why. I'd have to look up and look at the circumstance. I'm not familiar. I don't remember.
It was a few days ago.
Is this like a case of someone dying to an undocumented immigrant? Is that what you're claiming?
No, it has nothing to do with actually, yes, it was an undocumented immigrant who killed.
So undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. So this idea of trying to portray undocumented immigrants as violent is ridiculous.
Yeah, so I think it's ridiculous how every single day people are dying by people who are undocumented immigrants. I think it's disgusting how that even is a thing, how they can get into our country and kill innocent people.
Yeah,
And
again, like I told you, they're multiple times as likely to commit these particular types of offenses. If you want to reduce the likelihood of this happening, provide a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, and go after those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. Also, if you want to limit things like this from happening, maybe you should stop supporting a violent sex offender in the Oval Office.
yeah, so you can say that, but so if a Democrat is in office, so like for instance, when Biden was in office, he was letting in undocumented immigrants every single
No,
day.
he wasn't. They were deporting people.
Were they though? As much as Trump is doing, were they though? I just think it's disgusting how many undocumented immigrants were in here when Biden was in office, and Trump is putting an end to that. I think that's the most important thing in our country. People, our safety. Why did the Democrats not stand in the State of Union address? Why did they not stand when he said, "Is it our duty to protect American citizens"? Why did they not agree with that? Please explain that, Dean.
So I put the audio on the loudspeakers while I went to use a restroom, and I
Yeah.
noticed something. You took advantage of Parker's ignorance as it would relate to knowledge surrounding Irina Zakuska's murder to spread your bigotry. And I think Trump supporters do this all the time. Let's just recap what we listened to. You brought up Irina Zakuska. Parker asked you more about her. You said that she was murdered by an undocumented immigrant, and then you opened the door to go on a 3-minute tirade about how violent undocumented immigrants are, and then closed it up with blaming it on Biden to make the Democrats look bad. This is exactly what Donald Trump does every single time he's in front of a mic. And that's disgusting.
Okay.
Irina Zakuska was not murdered by an undocumented immigrant, you fool. She was murdered by a citizen.
Okay.
So in fact, let's just use your logic. Point out one circumstance of one undocumented immigrant murdering somebody, therefore undocumented immigrants are violent. Well, now we've pointed out one circumstance of one citizen murdering somebody, therefore citizens are violent, right? Are you going to now generalize citizens in the same way you generalized undocumented immigrants? Because you falsely used an example of a citizen murdering somebody that you had been led to believe was an undocumented immigrant to create that generalization. Will you now make that same generalization about citizens?
So did Trump lie about saying he was undocumented immigrant? You're saying?
If that's what Trump said, then yes, he definitely did lie.
Okay, that's good to know. My question.
I mean, that's kind of like the other 30,000 during his first term alone, right? He lies a lot. And by the way, about the whole undocumented immigrant violence thing, are you an actual U.S. born citizen?
I am.
I'm sure that Parker already brought this point up to you, but you're actually significantly more likely to commit a violent crime compared to the average undocumented immigrant. In fact, 2.5 times more likely. Then when we look at nominal crime statistics, undocumented immigrants account for 1% of violent crimes in this country. American men like you, me, and Parker account for 90%. So here's a real issue. It's certainly not the hardworking mothers and fathers, the unaccompanied minors, or the asylum seekers. Right now, I'd argue the real issue are the American men, the billionaires, who are able to grape children, prey on kids, go to an island and engage in sex trafficking with minors. We're now being actively protected by the administration that you are supporting because they are breaking the law and defying Congress just to protect their identities and not release their names.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. But the reason I was just upset was in the State of the Union address, why did they not support Irina's mother? And also, why did they not stand when Trump said
they do support Irina's mother? They don't support the narrative that Donald Trump is creating with the use of Irina's mother. And I stand with that message. I stand exactly with the message that it's good to support victims of violent crimes. It's bad to support bad actors who will attempt to capitalize on victims of violent crimes to create a hateful, bigoted narrative.
All right, sounds good. My time is done here.
You don't have... Oh.
Runs away.
Barrett Lee. I'm doing the ear switch again.
Yeah, dude, I'm sorry, bro. That guy was ridiculous.
Yeah,
I feel like we've had crazy guests recently, like usual, dude. Like, I swear, dude. Like every time.
Today's stream is going pretty wild. You know what I am happy about is that the stream's running smoothly. This is the first time I've ever had a stream run completely seamlessly and perfectly when I'm traveling.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna have to come back here.
I know, but the sad thing is I have to move to another Airbnb tomorrow.
Bro.
I know. Welcome in. What's going on, Maria? Do you support Trump? Maria, are you with us? Are you here? Okay, she's not here. If you want to support me and you want to support what we do here.
Oh, Dean, by the way, I was going to ask you, what time are you going to be done?
Right now I'm at 2.5 hours. You probably like started to get going. Or sorry, like I'll hop off the stream or I don't know, whatever you plan to do.
My girlfriend gets back in at 4:30.
Oh yeah, we planned on like a specific time last night. I forget that.
Yeah.
I forget that. Sorry, and when I said that I was looking at the time on my laptop, which is still set to Mountain. Yeah, sounds perfect. Honestly, bro, I'll probably just be live until like you show up.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So I was just making sure I wasn't gonna be there too early.
I mean, what time?
I'll be leaving here at 4:30.
And that's so probably like an hour.
Like around there, probably like 4:40.
So you'll be here like in an hour 30, 2 hours.
Yeah.
That'll put me exactly at 4 to 4.5 hours on stream. Literally perfect timing.
All right, good, perfect. Yeah, I'll make sure to think about it before. Are you gonna be? Did you start at 1:30 or later than that?
I think I started at like 1:20. Like, so that's actually perfect. Yeah, if you want to leave at like 4:30, that'd actually work out perfect. Because I don't really feel like doing much more than 4.5 hours today. And it'd be kind of cool just to hop off stream and go grab some grub, you know?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, that literally sounds perfect. Good shit. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the side of the queue, guys. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. And a special call out to all of the viewers on YouTube, since I so often neglect you guys. I appreciate you all for being here. Make sure to drop a like on that stream over on YouTube. It really helps the YouTube streams shoot out to more people now while I'm live, and then even more people once we actually end the live. So I also just generally appreciate y'all for being here. What's going on, Horizon? Do you support Trump?
I do in some aspects, but in others, I can see your side. I'm kind of more in the middle, but I just wanted to ask.
Quite frankly, age, please.
I'm 18. I was born in 2008.
What month?
January.
Wow, you made the cut. Well, we're only looking for people that support Trump to debate, but if you want to ask a quick question, I'll answer it while I kick you.
Do you think that like political beliefs determine whether or not you can like have a friendship or relationship with someone?
In some scenarios, yes. In some scenarios, no. I think that there's some political beliefs that shouldn't serve as a red line to end a friendship. And there's other political beliefs that absolutely could and maybe even should serve as a red line to end a friendship or relationship. It just depends on what that belief is. If that belief is like, ooh, I think that corporation should be taxed 3% more than you do.
Can I give you a fucking hand job, bitch?
Let's get them out of here. I'm going to repeat what I said. You know, if like that difference in political belief is like, you think that corporation should be taxed 3% more than your friend. No, probably not. Okay, I could see how that wouldn't be a relationship ender. But if that political belief is, actually black people like aren't predisposed to violence and phrenology is false and there's not a dimple in the back of their brain that makes them submissive, yeah, it could totally end a friendship. And that's the thing, is that because of Trump kind of shifting the window of what's normal in political discourse, there are a lot of normalized political beliefs that are like literally insane. Like, for instance, it's literally insane to be okay with the president calling for the execution of their political opponents in Congress. Yet that's something that Trump has normalized, and that's something now a lot of Trump supporters are okay with because that's what he did. Bowen, welcome into You Support Trump. Okay, Bowen's not here. If you happen to be watching on TikTok and you're a Trump supporter that's in the queue and you want to come up here and have a discussion with me and Parker about it, feel free to let me know in that comment section. The comments are like moving pretty slow on the stream, so I'll be able to see and grab you and get you up here. Just let me know in the chat.
No.
Welcome into You Support Trump.
No, I do not. But damn, there's no way you just let me up.
Well, I'm now going to ban you because we're just looking for Trump supporters, but shout out to you. Moving on to the next guest. Shiloh in that chat says, let me up, Shiloh. Hop inside of that queue. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't. What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Hope you're doing well. Unfortunately, I got to ban you. Crystal J, do you support Trump?
I just wanted to say I'm from Australia and I'm so proud of what you do.
Oh,
I'm
thank
so
you so
proud
much,
of
Shade. I really appreciate you for your kindness. I gotta ban you, but I really do appreciate you so much for your kind words. Let's go to move on to the next guest, Johnny. Let me know down below in the comment section if you have to be an American adult. that
Indeed,
supports
I
Trump.
support Trump. Why do these losers keep coming up here if you don't support Trump?
I'd
He
say that
literally
you're
said it.
well, I mean,
No,
I
I
could
support Trump. I support Trump
could
for
agree
like
they
because I love.
broke the rules, but the real loser here is you. I guess
No,
all
no,
of
it's not.
us,
No, it's
because we
not.
all
No, it's
feel the
not.
consequences of the Trump
How am I a
administration.
loser? Wait,
We'll
how
get
am I a
into that.
loser?
Well, I'd say you're a real loser because you support a president that called domestic terrorists patriots, then let them out of jail. Pretty anti-American, if you ask me. But we'll get into that. I'm going to thank a couple people, and the mic of the floor will be yours. Okay. Tamara, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. He says, thank you for cooking Trump supporters. I tried my very best, Tamara. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bethany, thank you for the $5.
I had a question. I had a real
Can
question.
I finish thanking my donors?
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, my fault.
Yeah, you just kind of hopped right in the, yeah. Bethany, thank you for the $5. She says, absolutely love your debates. Thank you, Bethany. And then Frederick, thank you for the $11 and the 11 cents. Show some love to Frederick down below. Says, thank you, Dean from Germany. Hope you'll come to our country one day in the future. We are all one. I would love to visit Germany. Thank you so much for that love, Frederick. Then Joylene, that is Joylene. Show some love to Jolene down below, who says, just simply to say fuck Trump. Thank you for the $10. Charm, thank you for the $5. And then Alexis, thank you so much for the $10 as well. He says, hey, Dean, I've been a huge fan of both of you for a long time. That is awesome, Alexis. We love the OGs. We love the OGs. Show some love to Alexis down below. McKenna, thank you for the $10.
Show some love to Johnny Cox.
Shout out to McKenna and Carson. Shout out to McKenna and Carson. You know who you are. Thank you for the 10. Yeah. We're all cut up over there on PayPal. Ashley, thank you for the 5. And we are all good. If you are watching the stream, you want to support me, you can support me on Venmo or PayPal. You find them in the pinned message on the YouTube stream. Handles on the top of the phone screen on TikTok. And you can also find the links to them in the link tree in my bio on the TikTok account as well. Take it away. Tell me and Parker why you're MAGA. Thanks.
Yep. Support Johnny Cox too. Support me. I'm the best in the world.
Yeah. No one supporting me. It's pretty embarrassing.
Support Johnny Cox.
Why do you support Trump?
Okay. Wait. So I can't get supported because I support Johnny. I support what's his name?
This
Trump.
guy's a troll. Hey Parker, could I give you some PTSD real quick?
Sure, I guess. Oh no, please don't. No, please. No, dude. No, man. Please, no.
I'm gonna kick him before he even loads in. I'm gonna kick him before he even loads in. He just took a break to go like punch a couple holes in a few walls, and then he came back. We got the next Trump supporter hopefully loading up in here right now. Guys, there's a shortage of Trump supporters. I don't know if you've been able to, recognize that, but so many Americans are turning on the administration just because of how clearly indefensible they truly are. Okay? Right? I don't know if there's a way to sugarcoat this. Trump sucks. Americans are really starting to wake up to that fact. MAGA, you're a minority, okay? And even existing as a political minority, vast majority of y'all are also spineless and cowardice. So the vast majority of MAGA, the cowards, they will never request to join the live stream. And that's why we could have close to 16,000 viewers, or earlier we had 20,000, and it's still nearly damn near impossible for us to find a single Trump supporter who's actually willing to join the live and debate us. Just to quickly repeat the rules, you have to be an American adult that supports Trump as president to join. Glampire, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Good to see you again today. Shout out to Glampire. And Andrew, do you support Trump? Andrew, you have 5 seconds. 1. Banned. Moving on to the next guest, Timothy. Here we go. Hey,
what's up, man?
Nicole, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Fuck Trump, fuck ICE, and fuck MAGA. Shout out to you, Nicole. Thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, man.
How old are you?
I'm 24.
What year are you born in?
Born in 2001, June 19th.
Tell me and Parker why the hell you support the worst president of your life.
Worst president is insane. Now, I'm a fan of Parker. I'm not really a fan of you. Can I debate him, or do I have to debate you?
You could debate him. Well, I mean, I'll hop into that debate, but you could debate him.
Okay, word. Sounds good, brother. Chicken Cantina is one of my friends, like my Discord friends. I know him.
Who's one of your Discord friends?
Chicken Cantina. Famous viral clip of Dean's, by the way.
I don't know who that is.
Okay. It's all right. Parker, man. Why do you hate Trump? Because I think he's been doing a lot of good. I mean, if we look at it, he's been getting a lot of prescription prices down for drugs. Like Europe's been price gating us for a long time. Biden didn't make any movements on that. That helps the fellow American, the average American. What do you feel about
How
that?
did he bring down costs?
I think Ozempic was one of the ones he fought for, one of the most popular
So
modern
you're saying
drugs.
through Trump RX? Is that what you're saying?
I believe so. Could be wrong.
So that doesn't bring anything separate than what we had with Good RX. That's one thing. And two, under Harris's plan, they wanted to do a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, which would have been literally so much less than what we see under Trump's administration. Plus, they want to do a $35 cap a month on insulin for everyone. So you understand that, like, they actually had significantly better policy for that. They also wanted a universal healthcare system that, like Canada's, would be able to provide cheaper access to healthcare comparative to what we have here in the United States, and they actually have better average health outcomes.
Every Canadian I've ever met on the internet has always said that wait times are an actual issue, though.
But couldn't we work with that as well, alongside the fact that our system right now it does not acknowledge the people waiting who can't pay for it?
Well,
Like, think
we
about
already
this.
do.
Think about this.
What do you
when
mean?
You go when you go to the emergency room, there's wait times at the emergency room, and
There
you're gonna
already
probably
is.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know there already is, because we do it based upon severity and need, not based upon ability to pay in the emergency room. So really what we're saying is, as a society, we should stop basing it upon ability to pay, but rather need when it comes to these situations. And can we increase access to the amount of doctors and nurses and education for medical resources to be able to have more people taking care of individuals in those situations so that there's less wait times? Yes, absolutely. But in order to be able to do that, we need a less costly system. In order to have that, we need a public option like they have in other countries that's almost half as much in terms of the individual cost per individual comparative to what we see in this country.
But wait. So just like Canada, even America sees wait times, and we work on the capitalist system. Like, I don't understand what you mean.
Wait, they have a capitalist system too. They just have a socialized system, specifically in the context of healthcare, and that's better than just leaving it to the market, because there's plenty of situations that lead to people not having adequate access to care and things they need. If you care about making America more affordable, then that should also include literally reducing medical bankruptcies from happening, which is around 67% of bankruptcies that happen in this country for personal bankruptcies.
Okay. So, how do you guys feel about Rob DeSantis then? Because I don't really like Trump all that much. I'm not a dieharder.
So you would say that you don't support Trump anymore, and rather you'd support Harris instead?
Oh, fuck no.
Okay, so then let's have that conversation. Then we can move on to the fact that you support the weirdo DeSantis.
Oh, wait. Why don't you guys like DeSantis?
Well, we can have that conversation later. We're still talking why you don't support Trump.
Okay,
or why you
bet.
don't support Trump.
Okay. Another thing he did. He is freeing Iran. There is a lot of people that are not in favor of
Wait,
current.
Timothy, do you want no new wars?
Yeah, you kind of fucked me on that one. I'm not gonna lie. You guys got that one on Trump.
Yeah, you don't want new wars, or do you want new wars?
But he is doing the Democratic
Wait,
take.
do you
He
want
is
new wars or
peacekeeping.
no? Wait, Timothy, answer the question. Do you want new wars or no new wars?
I would like no new wars, but he is peacekeeping.
Okay, well, did Trump do that? Did Trump do no new wars?
Audrey, thank you for the galaxy.
Well,
how'd that
look at
one
the
work for you,
context
buddy?
of it. Look at the context of it. This is a very long.
Yeah, look at the context. He started the
No,
war.
come on.
That's
Be
the
for real here.
context.
Be genuine.
That's the context. He said no new wars and then started a war.
Well, here, be genuine though. This is either going to be with America or without America, and America was still going to be targeted.
Actually, Trump said that he got Israel involved.
That's what he said to the public.
So just to
Dude,
clarify,
we
your
know
argument hinges
Israel sitting Trump
on
in the
the
cookie
opposite
chair right
of
now,
what
bro.
what Trump said to be true.
Dude, that guy lies to us like a motherfucker. At least he's funny, right?
So
And
why
you know,
would you
he's not
support
doing
a
the worst
liar?
thing for our country.
Why would you support a perpetual liar like this guy?
Okay, he's not a perpetual liar. He just lies
is
to us. Well,
30,000
it's need to know.
Wait, 30,000 confirmed lies or misleading statements in his first administration. He cheated on every single one of his wives. He lied about the 2020 election results. He's I can go into a million things he's lied about. Do you
Did
want me
he
to get
cheat
started?
on Melania?
Yes,
Melania,
he
yes.
cheated on Melania with
Stormy Daniels,
a porn star.
Oh, that's fucked. Stormy's so chopped.
Okay, the fact that that's what you take out of that is fucking weird. You weirdo. Like,
Well, he's a
genuinely.
bazillionaire.
Like,
Dude,
why would he
what?
cheat on Melania, who's loyal to him, with someone like fucking Stormy Daniels, who's like twisted everything into money?
Okay, so the fact that you aren't willing to call him out for being a literal rapist and being credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files, but you're willing to say that about Stormy Daniels really shows your priorities as a person. You still support
Whoa.
Trump and you'd be willing to vote for him over Harris, literally a convicted felon who's credibly accused in the Epstein files by a minor over a former prosecutor, district attorney, and attorney general.
In my
What a
defense,
weirdo.
I have a very big gripe against Kamala Harris. It was her acting as district attorney. Out of her own admission, she was locking up people while smoking cannabis for cannabis crimes, for possession. I think that's ridiculous.
That was for violating probation, and she advocated to legalize it. As an elevator myself, I definitely should acknowledge that she was the better candidate.
Yeah, unfortunately, we got to kick you because you said the name of the MDRUG. Can't say that on TikTok. And I know it's a weird rule. I mean, if I was the galactic emperor of ByteDance, I definitely wouldn't make that a bannable offense. Unfortunately, it is. Wow, that guy got what he wanted. He said, I don't want to debate you, Dean. I want to debate Parker. I don't like you, Dean. I like Parker. And that's exactly what he got. Good for him.
He got cooked, too.
Yeah, you sat his ass down. Moving on to the next guest, Sam Scott. It's going to get... Oh my goodness, I just took this out of my right ear. It hurt so bad. Hi, do you support Trump or are you just up here for that screenshot you just took? He left.
Yes, left.
Yeah, only hop inside of that queue on TikTok if you're an American adult that supports Trump. Oh boy. Also, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Kendrick, thank you. Kendrick with the 10 says he's funny. War's funny. Go to the front lines and do a comedy act. Yeah, I like that idea, Kendrick. That's exactly what that guy should do. If he thinks War is so funny, he should go to the front lines and, make a little joke. I support that. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up. Only hop in that queue of your MAGA. Thank you guys for following the rules. Then Abnormal, thank you for the $10. She says, new citizen, USCIS handed me the Constitution. Lol, fuck ice. Shout out to you. I'm proud of your accomplishment. Thank you so much for the $10. John, do you support Trump? John is not here, quite frankly. Moving on to Josh. Josh, do you support Trump?
You mean the best president that we've ever had?
Okay, your bio says founder of Walk by Faith Ministries, worship leader. I would expect a worship leader that places Jesus first to be a little bit less cocky and a little bit less insane in calling a rapist the best president this country has ever had.
No, I just feel, he's done a lot for this country and he works hard.
Did he really cement himself as the best president of this country when he fully detested Leviticus 19:34-35, which says to treat the foreigners that reside among you in your land equally and fairly as you would treat a citizen? Was he really fulfilling, that claim of best president ever when he then stripped constitutional protections away from undocumented immigrants to then illegally deport them with no due process to a place in El Salvador where they were tortured and beaten?
They're illegal immigrants.
You're
so
arguing
it's not-
against the Bible, and you call yourself a worship leader?
Yeah. No, they're illegal in this country.
The Bible doesn't care. I don't know what to tell you. The Bible doesn't care. The Bible says to treat all foreigners equally and fairly in the same way you treat citizens. That's what the Bible says, man. I didn't write it. God did. You gonna argue with God, Mr. Jesus first worship leader? Let's hear you argue with God. Change your bio to Trump first. Be honest. Stop sinning. At least that's one less sin, right? To change the bio from Jesus first to Trump first. One less lie might do something for your salvation.
Well, Trump's a Christian and he's bringing Christianity back to this country.
All right, so you're just not going to address it.
What's his favorite Bible verse?
It doesn't matter. He doesn't have to have a favorite Bible verse.
Does he find the older New Testament to be better? He finds them to be equal.
Guy just completely ignored my Leviticus argument.
There's a difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament. In the Old Testament, there's the 10 Commandments. In the New Testament, there's only 2 commandments.
So are you going to address my point?
About the illegals?
Yeah.
I mean, do you want illegals in this country that are raping people and killing people?
Are you a natural
You
U.S.
want
born
the
citizen?
president to be a rapist?
Right.
Yes. I'm not a rapist. What? No.
Okay.
No.
So
You want the president to be a rapist?
That's his past. Jesus forgives him.
Bro, that's a crazy take.
Jesus forgave you too.
Okay, yeah, this guy's insane. That's his past. Jesus forgives him. So, would you vote for Jeffrey Epstein if Jeffrey Epstein said he asked for forgiveness from Jesus?
No, I don't. He's not a good leader.
Right. If Jeffrey
Trump-
Epstein ran on the same policy that Trump did and he said he asked Jesus for forgiveness, would you vote for him?
No, Trump's a leader, a naturally born leader.
Okay, so
Okay,
nothing to do with the policy. Okay.
Would
do
you
mind if
vote
I-
for Hitler
Go-
if he repented over Harris?
If he repented, what was that question?
Would you vote for Hitler over Harris if he repented?
Hitler wasn't a leader. He killed millions and millions of Jews.
Okay, so couldn't you just say that Trump's not a leader and that he's killed a bunch of people and that he's literally sinned a bunch?
How has he killed people? He saved lives. He hasn't
I mean,
killed
well,
people.
actually, he is. He
literally
is the
started
blood
a war
of-
with Iran.
Yeah, which has
Well,
led to the
those-
deaths of
those
so
are-
many people.
Those are terrorists.
Oh,
You want
sorry, the
terrorists?
children in the all-girls elementary school were terrorists?
I don't know about that.
Right.
I never heard.
Right, you don't know if the children, the little girls were terrorists or not. You're fucking disgusting.
Why would you say that? That's kind of mean.
Sorry, God. Now forgive me.
Well, God forgive you. God does forgive you. God doesn't want to see anybody go to hell.
Right. Right. Here, I'm going to thank a couple people, and then we're going to go back to this conversation about the Bible, okay?
Okay.
All right.
I thank you for I thank you for being yourself, and I just pray that God opens your eyes.
Okay, sounds good. Let me thank a couple people. Rebecca, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. He says, welcome to California. Well, thank you, Rebecca. Show some love to Rebecca down below. Jeff, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Then Darcy, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Darcy with a 50 says, hey, Dean, sending 50 to you and sending Parker 50 so you could buy one drink NOA and LA LOL. Keep it up. Thank you so much for the $50, Darcy. Yeah, everything is a little bit...
So true. Thank you, Darcy.
Everything is a little bit pricier here than it is elsewhere. Parker, we're going to have to get a drink tonight. Okay?
Oh, well, yes, we will.
We'll have to figure it out. Little toast. Morgan, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Huge shout out to you. Thank you, Morgan. That's crazy. Let me make sure I read Morgan's message. Democrats are saying a credible whistleblower has come forward stating that the FBI blocked investigation in Renee Good's death to prevent her from being labeled as a victim in the warrant. Such BS. Oh, yeah, Morgan, we've known that since it happened, unfortunately. That's what the DA's office, where she was killed, has been saying. I appreciate you, Morgan. Lake, thank you for the $15. She says, to the guest, Jesus is knocking at your door. Will you deport him? Yeah, if Jesus was an undocumented immigrant, would you deport him?
He lives in my heart, so how can I deport him?
Okay, you should know about incarnation, fully man, fully God. Jesus Christ, fully man, fully God. Physical person. If he literally came knocking on your door, would you deport him?
Like,
the silence is crazy.
Tell us, if Jesus Christ knocked on your door, would you deport him? He's not a citizen. Keep that in mind. He's not an American citizen. So would you deport him?
I accepted him as my savior, so I can't deport him.
So you would not deport him?
You would not deport him?
Why would I deport him?
Because he's an illegal alien!
Were you trying to imitate Trump there?
Wait, but like, yeah, if you said everyone that's in the country undocumented should be deported. So if Jesus were in the country undocumented, you said you would not deport him. So that means not every single person in the country undocumented would you deport.
I'm just asking people to go through the legal process. Of
Would you ask
becoming
Jesus to go through the legal process?
He would.
He actually does not ask. Wait, by the way, he said that. He also said that he doesn't acknowledge that Trump does not go through the legal process to deport people. So why don't you ask him to go through the legal process?
What's second, Parker. Before he answers that question, you just said that Jesus would go through the legal process. And by the way, guys, keep in mind, Jesus is coming back in accordance with the Bible. So just to clarify, it's not even a question of, well, would he? But like, you literally think, like, you actually literally think that at some point in the future, when Jesus does come back, he will be going through the legal process of entry to come into this country, right?
He's gonna land in Israel.
Yeah, dude, he's gonna wait for the vetting process, bro.
Yeah, so he won't be a natural U.S. born citizen. He's gonna land in Israel. So when he comes,
Dean, he's gonna remain in Mexico.
Is that what Jesus is gonna do when he like tries to come, save all the Americans during the rapture or whatever? Is he gonna remain in Mexico while his claim is being processed by a judge?
He's coming back on a white horse.
But he's not gonna ride that white horse into America until he has a visa, right?
Not a visa, but yeah, a visa. Yeah, he'll have to go through
No, I'm crying, dude. I'm crying.
Oh my god. Oh, that's
marijuana should be illegal.
He's gonna ride the white horse in on a visa. He's gonna. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Well, that's really funny.
Can I tell you a secret?
Yeah.
I'm running for president in 2032.
Oh, cool. No, you're not. Oh, you're not. No, you're not. Please don't.
Will you vote for me?
No.
No.
Why not?
The conversation we've had has not been very. Yeah, I don't think you'd be an effective president. I'll just say that.
Is that because I'm a Republican?
There's a few more things than just being Republican. I'm going to be honest.
A little bit more than that, but
Is it because I'm in a wheelchair?
No.
What?
It's not because you're in a wheelchair.
Oh. What about I have a brain injury?
Oh, well, thank you so much for sharing that with us. And no, it's not because you have a brain injury.
What about because I like Charlie Kirk?
Yeah.
Definitely because of that.
No, don't you think I would make a good president?
No.
What about you? Are you going to run for president?
Hell no.
Oh. I just want peace. That's all I care about.
Okay. Listen. Go read your Bible, pray to God. Hopefully your beliefs will change. Let's go to move on to the next guest.
Actually, you know what? I'm running. Peasus is going to run for president.
Peasus is gonna run.
Peasus for president. What year can I run? I can run 38. 30. What? 2042. 2040. I don't know which year is it.
I mean, I'll be good in. Well, you're gonna be good a little bit before me.
Yeah, we're gonna be president of the United States. Actually, everybody, if he can make it there, we can make it there too. We can do it. We can do it. We're actually, I'm actually a successful businessman. Okay, we need a successful business person in the Oval Office. We need him right now.
No,
I'm not bankrupt like Trump. I don't have 6 bankruptcies. I got 1 successful business.
Dude, honestly, I feel like the one thing Trump has done is inspired people that maybe one day they could be president, because if he could do it, anyone could. McKevin, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
22.
Is Jesus gonna get a visa when he's riding the white horse into America?
Why do you say that?
You missed the last conversation. I just noticed that your bias.
Yeah, I kind of I literally just sent the request and I got brought up. That was kind of crazy.
Good luck. Like literally, you had good luck. Okay. I'm going to thank a couple people, then we'll hop into the debate. Mary, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, love to hear your laugh. I mean, that was really funny. So thank you for the love, Mary. Haley, thank you for the $10 for Jesus' flight to Israel and Holy Spirit 1. I needed that laugh. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you for the $10, Haley. Show some love to Haley. And Sally, thank you for the $2. And then Olivia, thank you for the $10. Who says, hello, my first name is Jesus. My last name Christ. I'd like to apply for U.S. work visa. Yeah, that's what he'd say, right? Thank you for the love, Olivia. And then Michelle, thank you Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200. Michelle W's. Who says for a Vegas t-shirt, if you and Parker haven't hit the a Fremont Strip at Vegas in the evening, you are missing out. Oh, Michelle, I'm on Vegas. I'm in Los Angeles, LA. But don't worry, I'll be spinning that on a LA shirt. Thank you for the $20, Michelle. And then Avril, thank you for the $10 for the $15 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you. Show some love to Avril down below. Thank you so much. And then, oh my God, Delaney, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Delaney, that is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love. Who says, I found you in Parker last summer. I've been listening ever since. I live in Hawaii, and it's weird how a lot of people are MAGA out here, considering the illegal annexation of Hawaii. First question, how do you feel about unions based? There are a lot of there's a dim union guy running in Tennessee, and I like him so far. Well, I love to see it. Unions are great. They give the workers more bargaining power against the employers, which is needed, okay, in capitalism, 110%. Thank you so much for the love. And then Becca, thank you so much for the $10 in Venmo as well. And of course, we're going to be hanging out later tonight, Becca. Not me and you. I should probably read her message. Becca asked me if I'm going to be hanging out with Parker. I understand now how that question likely required talk. You get my point, the context of actually reading it. Okay, thank you so much for the love. Show some love to all of the donors over on Venmo. That last guy left. I guess he couldn't be too patient. I'm almost done here. Dude, this one just came in. Phoenix, thank you so much for the $55 and the 55 cents on PayPal. Phoenix, that is so much money. I really appreciate you so much for the kindness. Thank you for the love and the generosity. Let's get 500 Phoenix W's. Phoenix with a 55 says, Jesus wouldn't have permission to fly his horse in government air without a license, though. So even with a visa, he wouldn't get in. Oh, no, he'd like ride it across the border, right? Thank you for the $55, Phoenix. That is very kind of you. And holy fuck. Bro. Oh my God. 1 second. I gotta pull this up on the laptop. Shit's getting real. I need to make sure that this is real. In the meantime, let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Ooh, my ears hurt so much. Ow. They literally hurt. They are sore to the touch because of these earbuds that I've been wearing all day.
Look at this soft, weak liberal. He can't even deal with the Apple AirPods.
I know.
It's ridiculous.
It's
ridiculous, dude.
They actually hurt so
He
much.
needs the over ear. How dare this guy?
Oh my God, bro. Jordy, Caroline, and Danielle. Dude. Thank you. You three. Holy shit. First and foremost, Jordy, thank you so much for the $250 donation on PayPal. Caroline, thank you so much for the $80 donation on PayPal. And Danielle, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Just like, holy shit. I'm sorry, I'm just a little speechless because of how insane that is. So first and foremost, all three of you guys, thank you. From the bottom of my heart, just thank you so much for the kindness. You know, oh my God, I'm just always so surprised by how generous and kind some of you guys are. And I'm so thankful. And I also just want to acknowledge that I'm also just so thankful for the privilege that doing what I do brings. And I could completely acknowledge that privilege as well. Like, I don't deserve that. No one does. Like, literally, just period. I don't deserve that. And I'm just so fucking grateful for y'all. Dude, holy shit, dude. Okay. Starting with it at Danielle. Let's get 1,000 Danielle W's down below. It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for the $100. Danielle the 100 says, can't donate every day, but I watch every day. Thank you for your patience, humor, and intelligence. Living in this country is a fucking nightmare, but you give me hope. Well, Danielle, I know that you've been watching for so long now. Just know that I really appreciate you. And thank you so much for the love. And I'm happy that the live streams give you some hope. Caroline with the 80 says, my partner's escalating about his quote-unquote mustache guy was right thing he's spurted recently, and it's getting unbearable. How do you get out of that kind of relationship? It's actually getting scary now. Okay, and sorry, just need a second. Okay, sorry. Whoa. Thank you for the $80. If your partner's a Nazi, you need to get out of that relationship. All right? If like your partner literally thinks that like Hitler was right, you need to get out of that now. Because not only, right, would I argue that's ideologically incompatible with any reasonable person, clearly, right? but it's also a threat to you. If he thinks that another man was right in raping, starving, and systemically slaughtering 12 million people, what would he be right in doing to you given the right circumstance? And I understand that's like a crazy thing for me to say to you about your partner, Caroline. Okay, like let's just all think about that cognitively. What I just told her is like something nobody ever wants to hear about their partner. But I think that you deserve to hear that, so you could at least make that consideration because I value your safety. Thank you for the $80, and I hope that insight helps. And then of course, fucking hell, Jordy. Thank you so much for the $250, Jordy. That is like fucking, dude, that is so insane. Show some love to Jordy down below. That is Jordi. Thank you so much, Jordy. Jordy with the 250 says, I just want to say you and Parker genuinely changed how I think about politics and how I treat other people. I was very bigoted in my mid-teens. Now I'm 19. Being left, I'd like to say I'm a better person because of you two. Please never underestimate your impact. Much love. Well, much love back to yourself, Jordy. Thank you so much a billion times over. And I'm really happy that this stream has helped you be a better person. That's all I want. That's all I want. I just want the streams to positively impact one person's life. And the fact that they positively impact the lives of so many is so fucking meaningful. So thank you so much for the kind words and the crazy donation, Jordy. Same thing to you, Amy. Thank you for the 5. Desiree, thank you for the 10 who says love your debates. Thank you so much, Desiree. And then Nicole, thank you so much for the 5. And for now, it looks like we are all caught up. Let's go ahead and hop back into those
Can I
debates.
think through people? And I actually have to get off here real quick.
Oh, yeah, it is almost 4:30. Yes, please, go ahead.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Mary, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I was literally dying when that was said. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Mary. Michelle, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll definitely make sure to. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Corinna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $30. Thank you so much for the BEER fund. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Dean, I appreciate you having me up. I'll see you very soon, bro.
Dude, appreciate you so much for joining today, man. Have a good rest of your day.
Peace, peace, peace.
Peace. All right, guys, we're going to go and hop back into those debates. But before we do, I want to read this off. Please tell that last donor to call 1800-799-7233 or go to thehotline.org for DV help. Okay, I want to throw that one out there. Before we get back to the debates, something I wanted to call out real quick is I really like this setup. It feels pretty personal. You know, like I'm on the couch, direct to camera. I really like it a lot more than the usual setup that I run. And the more I've been thinking about it, you know, like this setup is temporary. I'm literally at an Airbnb. You guys will see a different background tomorrow because I'm going to be in a different Airbnb. But I really like this a lot. It's really cozy. It's really personal. So I'm actually going to try to like work on rebuilding my studio at home and hopefully have it emulate something like this. Hopefully better. You know, just like more like cozy, like personal type look. I don't know. I like it. Not to mention, it's like physically more comfortable for me. I like it a lot more because I'm like sitting on a couch with a pillow behind me compared to like an office chair. So my body isn't in nearly as much pain as it is when I'm sitting at my desk. But let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up in here. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. We'll get you loaded up in here. We're looking for some debates. Welcome into Support Trump. Oh, they left. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Please do follow the rules of the live stream if you happen to be inside of that queue. We're just looking for some American adults that support Trump as president. Please and thank you. You could also let me know down below in that chat if you are MAGA and you want to come up here. And I'm actively looking at the comment section. Be honest. Let me know if you kind of like something like this. You know, let me know. Welcome in, Truth Resurrected. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right, man. I was going to ask you how old you are, but you are above the age of 18.
Absolutely. I am 45 years old.
Okay, man. Well, to be clear, I think that Trump is the worst president of your 45 years of life. I don't think that any reasonable person, anybody at all, even the unreasonable people, should support him. And of course, today we're going to talk about why. But the mic and the floor are yours. I want you to tell us how the hell you could still support this rapist as president. Take it away.
I don't really consider taking into consideration much of anything that's been released in the Epstein files. There's so much of it; it's just flooded the market.
Right.
The one thing that has flooded the airwaves. The one thing that I do really appreciate about President Trump is he tends to do what he says. whenever he tells, um, the whole deal with Iran and the nuclear weapons, he went in there. He did exactly what he said he was going to do. Everybody else wants to, facilitate these guys and play games with them.
Actually,
Obama sent in, a pallet of freaking money to try and buy them off. That's where I'm at on
okay.
this.
Oh, we have a lot to talk
I'm
about.
not thinking. I'm not thinking that he is the best president that we've had.
Yeah.
I come from Reagan. I was alive during Reagan, and he was the best.
Okay. Well, even just from your first like 3 or 4 sentences, we have so much to unpack and to go through. So first, you said that Donald Trump keeps a lot of his promises. No, that's not true. First term, ran on building a wall between America and Mexico, said Mexico would pay for it. End of his term, built less than 3% and stuck that bill to the DOD. He also said he'd pass an infrastructure bill, never got it done in 4 years. Biden got it done in his first year with a worse split in Congress. Okay? Second term, he promised he'd make the price of groceries go so low on day one our heads would spin. Year and a month into his term, they're up by 3% according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. He also said that he'd end Russia's invasion of Ukraine on day one. Once again, over a year in, it is still raging on. And finally, he promised no new wars, and look at us now. He started a new war in Iran. And funny enough, you follow it up by saying he says what he's going to do, and you reference destroying the uranium enrichment sites in Iran. Well, it's funny because even in accordance with his own actions, I guess he didn't get that done. Because Israeli intelligence and American intelligence have been suggesting that Iran had 90% enriched uranium, and they're really close to building these crazy bombs and weapons from their enrichment facilities. And that's why Israel and America launched those preemptive strikes. So it seems like his operation actually failed 3 months back, and he lied to us when he told them when he told us how successful they were. And another point that I'd like to bring up here is you said that Obama, handled Iran a little bit differently than Trump, and you didn't like Obama's perspective of just giving them some money. First, he didn't give them our money. He gave them access to their own money that had been sanctioned and had access restricted in a bank account in South Korea. And that was a part of diplomatic negotiations as a part of the JCPOA, which was an agreement Obama got Iran to agree to, which actually made Iran a non-threat in the sense of nuclear weapons, because it forced them to sell all of their enriched uranium, deconstruct all of their enrichment sites, and then gave us 300 in-person visits per year to every site to ensure they're following the agreement, and 24/7 access to live surveillance feed of all of their sites too. And I'll actually rely on Trump for my next argument, funny enough. Trump has repeated since Obama's presidency that Obama is weak if he goes to war with Iran, because that means that Obama is not smart enough and strong enough to negotiate diplomatically with them. Well, turns out Obama never went to war with Iran because he was able to negotiate diplomatically with them, got them to agree to that denuclearization agreement, the JCPOA, and Donald Trump, in accordance with his own words, is weak and not strong because he couldn't negotiate with them, couldn't get that agreement after he pulled us out in his first term, by the way, and had to go to war.
Still here.
And I'm sorry if that was a lot. I kind of said that at the beginning of my first sentence there. There was just a whole lot to unpack in those 3 sentences that you shared.
No.
If you'd like me to break it down into more bite-sized chunks, I can.
You're cool. You're cool. I'm just glad that somebody was able to get in. That wasn't just throwing a bunch of bullshit out there.
That's Trump, though, because he's been throwing a bunch of bullshit out there. One day they don't have enriched uranium. The next day they do. And the next day they don't. One day they're at 90%. One day they're at 60%. One day these preemptive strikes are because they're going to attack America. The next day, even Tulsi Gabbard says that there's no evidence that they were going to attack America. One day they're going to go boots on the ground. One day they aren't. One day no new wars. One day we need to start a new war. That's bullshit, right? Explain to me how that's not.
I agree.
So then you agree that Trump is throwing a bunch of bullshit around.
Now, I agree that anything that we try and do in the Middle East is a bunch of bullshit. As a matter of fact,
that's a good reason not to support him. I agree with you.
No, well, hang on. But there are other things to consider in that area on a global stage. Um, the whole idea of force strength through force. You know, that carries a lot of weight.
I mean, Trump said that force of going back to war in Iran makes us look weak because we couldn't diplomatically negotiate. I don't know. I don't buy the strength through force thing. Like, you know, was Hitler a strong leader because of how much force he used in near global global takeover, his Nazi global takeover? Did that make him a strong leader, or did that make him a crazy leader that needed to go? Did that make him?
Hitler's that one exception to every rule of humanity. He happened to be a genius that was stuck in the mind of a sociopath.
A genius that couldn't get into art school.
Yeah, exactly. And
I don't know. I don't think he was a genius. Not at all. I think that he surrounded himself with.
Yes,
I think that he surrounded himself with narcissists hell bent on damnation. And that's why the Reich was as successful as it was. But I mean, this is far and away from the Trump debate. But then even then, I mean, I think that he was a bad leader not because of his. I think that Hitler was a bad leader not only because of his cruelty and genocide, like clearly, but also because he wasn't good at war strategy and was pretty fucking stupid.
Yeah, nobody goes into Russia in the winter. That's just
no one goes into Russia in the winter, and no one declares war on the U.S. Right? So,
well, you don't fuck with our boats. That's for damn sure. But yeah, Iran just
well, unless you're Israel, right? We don't need. Well, I'm sorry. We don't need to talk about that. We don't need to talk about that. You know, just respond to the things I told you about Trump. We're getting off topic.
I really can't respond to anything that you said. I'm sorry. You are very well educated, and I don't have the notebook in front of me. I honestly wish that there was you and Charlie had a chance to get together. That would have been awesome.
Well, we did. We had a 3-minute debate about abortion.
I saw that yesterday, actually.
That was about it. I do wish it would have had a longer form discussion with him. Now, okay, if you don't have a response on that topic, that's fine. Is there any other reasons why you support Trump, or could I try to give you some insofar as why you shouldn't?
The whole thing with the illegal immigrants.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily have a problem with illegal immigrants as long as they try and assimilate themselves into American culture.
Mm-hmm.
I have had problems with specifically Venezuelans, and numerous times I'm in the construction industry, and they do tend to click together and form their unions, like these little mini unions on job sites that kind of really screws with things.
How could you not expect them to click together when the rest of the U.S. is saying that they're violent gang members who are going to rape your wife and eat your pets?
And at the same time, I don't care. Why did you come here if that, to do that?
But
Why
think about that. Think about that. Clearly we will see. Clearly we will see immigrants generally click together. Maybe Venezuelans click together because of the way that the rest of America is treating them. Right? It's a defense mechanism. Let's just face the facts. You know, I swear to God, I mean, I don't know for sure. I could be wrong. But I would assume that when a Somali immigrant in Minnesota sees a older white guy such as yourself, I mean, that Somali immigrant probably doesn't really want to talk to you too much because they know that there's a heightened likelihood that, you believe that they are a fraudster, kidnapping pet eater because that's what Donald Trump has been telling you they are for the last year. So I'd say the issue is not assimilation and a lack of assimilation into the culture on their part, but rather a destruction and erosion of social cohesiveness through the creation of division on the part of the Trump administration. They are so good at justifying this machine of oppression that is mass deportation is, and we could get into the reasons why later. And a layer of that justification is getting the people's support for it, like your support. And even that is a multifaceted mechanism of its own, because some of that justification is reliant on convincing you of falsehoods, right? Like they're violent, they're scammers or fraudsters, or stealing from the economy.
I've never seen violent as the ones that.
Right, but that's what
Just,
Trump tells you to believe.
I've
And
never
then the
seen
second
violence.
thing is to
I'm not
kind of
gonna believe
create the
just
social
anything.
mechanism where the immigrants don't really want to talk to you too much because they know there's an increased likelihood that they're going to think that they are what Trump tells you they are. It's just all a negative feedback loop. Maybe I'm rambling, but you get my point.
Yeah, I do. But it's one of the problems that's out there. And they didn't have to come here for that.
Yes, exactly. Immigrants don't have to come here, yet they choose to come here and make the country a better place, and you're ungrateful. And you're ungrateful for that. They didn't have to come make this country a better place. They chose to make this country a better place, and you want to stab them in the back for it.
I don't want to stab them in the back. If they want to, I'm all for coming in the right way. I'm all for that, 100%.
So why don't you want immigrants to follow the law under threat of heavy prosecution? Why don't you want Trump to follow the law under threat of heavy prosecution? It's like, oh, they like an unaccompanied minor, commits one federal misdemeanor that's victimless. Oh, send them to CCOT to be tortured. Donald Trump has his name illegally redacted over 1 million times in the Epstein files, amounting to 1 million different crimes by his DOJ. Oh, ignore it and praise him in the Oval. I think it's really hypocritical.
Maybe so. But fortunately, we didn't hire him as our president because of that.
There you go. That's a mechanism that you use to ignore the hypocrisy and the lawlessness on behalf of Trump. But then when I suggest we shouldn't really ignore the fact that undocumented immigrants broke the law coming in, we could explain it and how our government shares a lot of that culpability because they're the ones that made legal entry so hard. And the solution isn't deportation, but rather offering them a pathway to residency or citizenship. But as soon as you hear that reasonable justification, or you're like, oh, no, no. Bottom line, they broke the law, they need to go. But that'll never be the bottom line for Trump. It'll never be the bottom line to Trump. Like the civil court that held him liable for rape will never be his bottom line. His 34 felonies will never be his bottom line, okay? Infringing on Article 1 and 2 of the Constitution and 7 amendments, like the 1st, 2nd, 5th, 10th, 14th, and 22nd on top of many other in the last year. That'll never be the bottom line. His first term, he passed a bump stock ban. SCOTUS ruled it as unconstitutional. In his second term, he told his DOJ to find any way to ban gun ownership for law-abiding trans-American citizens. Such a threat to our Constitution that even the far-right NRA publicly spoke out against it.
The argument that's being used on the trans thing is arguing that trans people don't necessarily exist. That it's a form of mental illness.
Okay.
And anybody with mental illness shouldn't own a gun in the first place.
Okay, so, first and foremost, being trans is not a mental illness. There's not a single institution of medicine or science that would say otherwise, by the way. And if it were to be, and you were right in telling me that mental illness should disqualify you from gun ownership, being trans makes you mentally ill, let me ask you a question. Does being a rapist make you mentally ill?
Probably. I would say so.
Okay. So, if you're a rapist, you're mentally ill, you shouldn't be able to own a gun either, right?
That's correct.
So then why are you advocating for giving one access to the nuclear codes?
He hasn't been convicted of anything yet.
The court did determine he did rape a woman.
He was you're saying that he was criminally prosecuted.
Not criminally, civilly.
There's
Is this where you tell me you don't believe civil courts?
No, I believe in civil courts. I'm just saying that the burden of proof is completely skewed.
So was there not enough proof in the civil court that proved he did it?
I don't think either one of us were in the courtroom to determine that. We have to go off of hearsay.
No, we get to go off the court documents that prove he did it beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
Do you have those? Have you gone over those documents? I have not. I'll agree. I'll admit.
I could share the evidence with you if you'd like.
if you could post it somewhere in the comments later on.
Well, I mean, I'll
I'm
just.
not going to ask you to.
I don't mind. No, I don't mind. So first we have the direct evidence, which was E. Jean Carroll's testimony of what happened. She then cooperated her testimony with therapist notes from the 90s, indicating that she was raped by Donald Trump, alongside the corroborating testimony of 7 of her friends that she had told this to over the years. Then we also have other direct evidence, like the fact that she had the dress that she was raped in by Trump, claimed that had Trump's DNA in it. She submitted it to the court. The court proved it had male DNA in it. Then they were like, hey, Trump, can we have your DNA to test against the DNA on the dress? Okay. And he said, no, you can't have my DNA. Okay, that's what a guilty man would do, especially considering the fact that this guilty man also testified to the fact that he has never met her before, which was then proven to be an inconsistency because she responded to that by giving the court a photo of them together. Another inconsistency in his testimony was when he said that he would never do this to her because she's not, quote unquote, his type, but then confused a picture of Marla Maples to be E. Jean Carroll in deposition. Okay, Marla Maples was his type, therefore E. Jean Carroll is too, so those are 2 lies. Then the third big piece of evidence here would be the fact that he said he likes to do what he did to her. Access Hollywood tapes, grab him by the pussy. Don't ask first, that's what he said. All right. And, well, what did the court determine? Well, they determined that he unconsensually grabbed E. Jean Carroll by her female member and forced his fingers inside without asking first. And then the fourth really big category of evidence would be his character priors. He's just done other things that a rapist would do, significantly increasing the likelihood that that court was right. Boasted about sexually exploiting the beauty pageant contestants at Miss Teen USA, Miss USA. That's something a rapist would do. Had on a 10-year-old, said he'd be dating her in 10 years. That's something a rapist would do. Access Hollywood tapes, what we just talked about. That's something a rapist would do. Having 40 plus credible accusations, that's something a rapist would do. Being best friends with Epstein, knowing what he was doing, sending him letters depicting the naked body of a girl, the statement, may every new day be another wonderful secret. That's what a rapist would do. So I think in consideration of all this evidence, direct, indirect, and inconsistencies within Donald Trump's testimony, we can agree, beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, he definitely raped her.
And we'll look more into that.
It's worth it. I mean, it's worth looking more into it, not just for the sake of your education, but for the sake of our country.
No. Here's the thing. This country was founded with an idea, and that idea is what I hold on to. What I wish I was, for medical reasons, I was not able to join the military out of high school. But it's one thing that I've always had the utmost respect for is the people who have given their lives in the idea of what this country is and what this country was supposed to be. And with that, I see in Trump, he was the best candidate we had, man.
I think if you support and respect those who gave their lives in the military, you should despise Trump. They gave their lives to protect the Constitution. Donald Trump has called for the termination of the Constitution. Donald Trump has said he doesn't know if he has to hold by the Constitution. And Donald Trump has infringed on the Constitution. You should despise him. That's actually one of the reasons why I despise him. My great uncle was drafted in Vietnam. He's one of the 500 MIAs. A helicopter got shot down over the sea. And one of the reasons why I despise Trump is because my uncle lost his life in the name of protecting the Constitution from enemies abroad, even though that was bullshit. He didn't need to go to war in Vietnam.
No,
still yet, I would never support a president who defiles the very thing my great uncle lost his life to protect.
I don't know, man.
That's valid, right? I think that's. I think if it was anybody but Trump, you'd get it. But I just think that when it comes to Trump,
one of the things we had said with Biden was such, a non-president. In my point of, from my perspective, he was such a non.
I know, because from your perspective, a president is a rapey loudmouth who hates everyone and wants to host a UFC match on the White House's lawn.
No, not at all. Not
You
at
don't want to
all.
support Trump, but I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, we hadn't had anything since we really hadn't had a president since Reagan, man.
Oh,
And
I disagree with you there. Definitely about Reagan and about we haven't had a real president. Obama. Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry, I lost a lot of money with his first few weeks in office.
But tell me, I mean,
All my union pension went away.
but listen,
This is
if Obama called for the termination of the Constitution and said his political opponents, Republicans in Congress, should be executed, how crazy would we have gone? What kind of revolt would we have seen in the country? Tell me honestly.
yeah, he wouldn't have been he would have been assassinated. Honestly,
Oh,
and I'm not
shit,
making that
dude.
threat. I'm just letting you know. I'm just like he would have been.
You might be right. Like I won't even lie. You actually might be right.
I'm not trying
Like,
to be an
yeah,
asshole.
yeah,
or
no,
narcissist.
I hear you.
That's
I hear
what would
you.
happen.
You actually might be right. I think that there's a high chance that although what you just said is like pretty like jarring, you might actually be right. But here's the thing. Donald Trump has done both of those two things. December of 2022, he went on Truth Social. He was talking about his thoughts on the 2020 election. You and I both know what they are, just can't say them because of TikTok terms of service. And he said, because of what happened in 2020, okay, it allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, and try to justify it by saying that's what the people who wrote the Constitution would have wanted. Called for its termination. Point number one, boom. Point number two, the whole, call for the execution of the political opponents in Congress. He did this like 10 weeks ago on Truth Social. There was 7 Democrats who made a video saying that if Trump gives you an illegal order, you don't have to follow it. They weren't saying that he's already given you an illegal order, just being like, hey guys, if he does, you don't have to follow it. And then in response, he called them seditious traitors, said their treason was punishable by death, and then reposted a follower's comment that read, hang them, George Washington would have. Right? So you just said that if Obama did these two things, he would have been killed. You're actually high likelihood you're right. Will you even stop supporting Trump for doing them? Will you? I just want a yes or a no.
I wouldn't vote for him again. But I do still support. He is our president, man. I wouldn't vote for him again, but he is where he is, and
okay.
all we can do is
what would the founders of the country think about that? You said that you really hold to the idea that the founders of this great nation, perpetuate. What would they think about you saying that you're still going to support the president like a king, regardless of what he does, even though he's called for the termination of the Constitution and called for the execution of his political opponents? Would they say you're a good American, or would they assume that you're probably one of those Brits in the Revolution?
Our founding fathers were allowed to duel. So,
but like, tell me, what would they have to say about you? So, like, come on, dude. Like, listen, I saw a tweet the other day from this guy named Hassan. He was like, MAGA's like cattle, and just support Trump no matter what. And it kind of sounds like that's what it is. Like, what I'm about to say is going to sound a little insensitive and rude, but it's okay. It's truthful. I'm sorry. You're like cattle. You're like a sheep, dude. Right? You just told me that pretty much no matter what Trump does, even if it's something so bad, any other president probably would have got killed for it, you're still going to support him. What kind of signal does it send to your loved ones, your family, your daughter, your wife, your brother, your cousin? What kind of signal does it send to the country? What kind of signal does it send to the world? We have to have red lines. We have to recognize when somebody is beneath the Oval Office, because when we don't, the Oval Office becomes meaningless. Okay? The seal of the presidency doesn't matter anymore. There's no respect there. There's no symbolization of future protection and prosperity there. It's just a symbol of power that is available to, the most Machiavellian, power-hungry, apathetic, insignificant moron with money and power, with money and fame. You know what I mean? It's like, it's supposed to represent more than what you say it should. I mean, we shouldn't support people like President Trump as president. I mean, we just shouldn't. You know, he's hurting people. So hurting people so badly. 45 million Americans on Medicaid through the ACA have now had their premiums go up by a factor of 3 because he allowed that subsidy to expire. He's putting us back into war in the Middle East after 20 years of it, with millions of dead Iraqis, Afghanis, and American troops. He's calling for the termination of the Constitution. He refused to abide by a court order to feed 16 million starving American children during the last 12 days of the government shutdown. Like, when does enough become enough for you? When are you like, I want to join the revolution. I want to stand against the tyranny. So when I'm on my deathbed, I could tell my grandkids that I fought for what was right.
What would you suggest do about it? What would be your suggestion? Do you think Vance would be better?
What I'd suggest you do about it, at the bare minimum, is to take your support away from that fool, vote for Democrats or even Republicans. I mean, I don't think I'll be able to get you to vote for Democrats quite yet. Vote for Republicans in the midterms that are closer to Thomas Massey, and you know, and less like. I'm
kind of hoping Fetterman runs, honestly.
Yeah, less like Fetterman, and you know, be very protested against the bullshit.
Well, but you don't have a solution for the problem we're already in.
The solution for the problem that we're already in is to impeach the entirety of the administration. Or, actually, more likely, the more practical solution for the problem. Here's the practical solution. I don't think anyone's ever said this one before, but like, this is the most practical solution. Impeach Trump, give the Oval to JD, and scare the shit out of JD. Scare the fuck out of him. JD is a smart dumbass. And what I mean by that is he sees power in Trump, and he wants to grab that power by being his lapdog. Now, we kick Trump out, kick him to the curb. Of course, JD's up next, but we'd be giving him a message, a signal, that if you engage in the same high crimes, the same lawlessness, if you engage in actions that are so deplorable and adjacent to the desires of the people, that we're going to do the same to you. And that's going to hold him to a higher level of accountability. So, it won't be perfect, but it'll be better than what we have. That's the practical solution. That's what needs to happen.
100%. I would agree with you on that. I would agree.
You agree that Trump needs to be impeached?
No, I agree that would be the most practical solution to all of our problems right now.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you got Peter Thiel. I mean, he owns JD. I mean, that's just what JD is. I think that JD is a lapdog. I don't even think that we'll see JD run for president in 2028 because he's just a lapdog. We'll probably see Marco Rubio, but you know, you get my point. I mean, now let's just make JD Vance a lapdog to Congress. Realistically, that's what I want. That's the solution I want. I want Democrats to kill it in midterms, win the majority in the Senate and in the House, throw Trump out, put JD up there, make him their goddamn lapdog, and that's about it.
Fair enough.
Now, is there anything else that you wanted to go over?
No, you're good, man.
Okay. All right.
Appreciate
Have a good one.
time.
Appreciate your time too, dude. Let's go to move on to the next guest. What are y'all's thoughts on that? On that solution. It's not perfect, but it might be the most practical. Right? Like, I would clearly much prefer the whole administration be kicked to the curb. But if we're talking about practicality,
I have a question. It's very important.
Do you support Trump, Ella?
I have a question. What
I'm
state
sorry,
do
do you support Trump?
So I know when you go. It's just
I
a
didn't,
question.
I didn't hear what she said. I heard Ella say, "What state do you live in?" So I know when you go. And then it cut out. But I did remove them because they don't support Trump. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, y'all. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only up in that queue of your MAGA, please and thank you. Only up in that queue of your MAGA, please and thank you. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now, y'all. Here we go, guys. Also, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen. Shout out the live with a handful of friends. Y'all already know it. There's a couple of y'all that I do have to thank that have sent donations. Just know that I'm very grateful for y'all. All right. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up here right now.
Hey man, why aren't you addressing the rumors? By the way, 21.
That's why I brought you up. That's why I brought you up, because that's what you're commenting on the DNC Dean live.
I know, I was there. Your eyes were a little dark earlier. You were looking a little tired. Did you get some Celsius?
Got some water. So yeah,
Fair enough.
What allegations?
Well, you're being paid by both the Democratic Party and the Iranian Republican National Guard Corps to cause discontent. Stop laughing. This is not a bit. This is not a bit. Not
Are
a
you
bit.
sure? Are you sure it's not a bit?
This is not a bit. Like when I
Bro,
proposed to my
really
girlfriend a few months ago.
You really got.
Remember?
Oh, you did propose to your girlfriend a few months ago.
No, I didn't. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's that same fucking guy. Dude, that guy got so many people going earlier. He was spamming in the comment section, Dean, address the allegations! Address the allegations! Address the allegations! And then all of a sudden, the whole chat was like, Dean, what allegations? What did you do? And then even when I was like getting ready to end the stream so I could go grab some food before starting the debates for the day, he was like, you're Indian, so you don't have to address the allegations. So there was like a part of me right there that was bringing him up, because what if like there actually was allegations? I wanted him to tell me about them. So I have a sense of what the hell people are saying about me. So good troll. I mean, really like a really like psychologically, fucky troll right there. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Couple people to thank real quick. Over on Super Chat, thank you so much for the $10. Muscle, thank you so much. He says, I'm a gay man in America and Trump acts so much gayer than I do. He's a total demon queen. Why are there so many closeted gays in the GOP? Bunch of down low demon queens. Love you, dog. Dude. I don't know. I'm only reading that message out loud because you started by saying that you are a gay man yourself. So I guess you're in your right to say that. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Oh, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. And that's exactly what I'm saying. Thank you so much for that support. Welcome in, Dean Debater 2026. Do you support Trump?
What's up, Chud? Yeah, I do support Trump.
Chud?
Yeah.
What's a chud?
Like a chud.
I know, but like, what's the definition of that word?
I don't know. You say a lot, so.
I know, but I'm not the one saying it right now. You are. So what does it mean?
You want to tell me?
No, I'm not the one that used the word. You are. You want to tell me?
Nah.
That's really embarrassing. Okay.
Why is it embarrassing?
I mean, you're just calling me things you don't even know what they mean. You can't define them. I mean, it kind of makes you look pretty stupid. You know?
What's the definition of a woman?
Somebody who screams, "Oh my God, it smells so bad!" when you invite them into your mother's basement where you live.
I don't live in my mom's basement.
Okay.
Wait,
That was
don't kick me,
good.
please.
That
Why
one
are
was
you-
creative. That one was really creative. Now, how old are you?
I'm 18, about to turn 19. Wish me a happy birthday, please, Dean.
I probably should have asked that question first. What's your birthday?
March 10th, 2007.
Oh, happy early birthday. And you support Trump?
I do.
All right, give me a second here to thank a couple of people, then the mic and the floor will be yours. Let's see. Ian, that is EAN. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Ian and Jasmine, y'all know I love you. Y'all know I love you. I wanted to see 500 Ian and Jasmine W's, one of my favorite couples in the world, for sending that $50 donation out and over. Thank you so much for that love. Let me go ahead and read their message quickly. Pulling it up now. It's just taking a while to load. In the meantime, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen if you happen to be watching on TikTok. Share out that live. Repost it too. If you're watching on YouTube, drop a like on that stream. Y'all already know it. Okay. It is not loading at all. This is just a total mess. why don't you go ahead and start telling us why you support Trump? I'm gonna after you're done, I'm gonna thank a couple people, but I just gotta pull it up. Go ahead.
This isn't strictly a Trump policy, but I do agree with the deportation of illegal immigrants in the United States.
Okay, why do you? What is one positive benefit of mass deportation on America?
It gets rid of murderers, rapists, and like you say, people who want to eat my dog.
Okay, sounds crazy. God, it's like every single guess. I swear. Are you a natural U.S. born citizen?
I am.
You're more likely to murder, rape, or eat a dog than an undocumented immigrant.
But
Okay,
here's the problem.
they account for 1% of violent crimes. American men account for 92. And if you really did want to remove the undocumented immigrants that actually are guilty for those violent crimes, you never vote for Trump because he is widening the scope of deportation efforts. See, previous administrations focus much more of the deportation efforts on undocumented immigrants with those violent convictions on their record. Donald Trump is widening the scope to anybody and everybody, including unaccompanied minors and legal immigrants, like asylum seekers. So today there's actually a significantly smaller proportion and nominal amount of undocumented immigrants with those crimes on their records that are being deported. Now, I'm going to give you a moment to think of a clap back to that. It's probably going to take a couple pulls on that lawnmower to get the brain going. I haven't touched that in a while, but while you're doing that, I'm going to thank a couple people. Ian, thank you so much for the $50 once again. Show some love to Ian and Jasmine down below in that chat who says you don't have to read that out loud. Okay, I'll keep that to myself, and I did just read the message. I'm down. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. See you tomorrow. Thank you for the $50. Brian, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Says, Yodin, it's been a while since I've donated, so here's a martini on me, dude. Keep cooking. I love you. Enjoy Cali. Thank you so much, man. Shout out to you. Hope you're doing all right, Brian. Good to see you again. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Brian down below. And then, Mark, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love, man. Let's get 500 big Mark W's in that chat. Thank you so much for that support, bro. Mark with a 50 says, I dig the casual feel of the couch. Maybe go even further with changing the name to Casual Couch Debates with Dean Withers. Potential future sponsors. I'm just saying. Yeah, like JD Vance. Get it? It's funny. Thank you for the $50. Much love and respect, brother. Much love and respect to yourself as well, Mark. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. And Anonymous, thank you for the $15, who says, Tim Sheehy, Montana state senator, accidentally broke the hand of a Marine anti-war protester. This is how we treat our troops when they stand up. This happened today. Fuck, man. Thank you for sharing that with me, Anonymous. I'll look into that. And Casey, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Casey, who says, I do wonder if we were all naive to think tech, money, and power would never get us into the shithole we're in. Losing my mind in Pennsylvania surrounded by incompetence. You're someone who I can listen to when the noise is too loud and give me confidence to educate the people in my life I still love. Well, I'm really happy that the stream helps you out. I'm happy that you're hopefully able to use this stream to change the minds of those in your personal life. I know what it's like, Casey. Thank you for the $25. And then Megan, thank you for the $20 as well. Show some love to Megan down below in that chat. Thank you so much. Kelsey, thank you so much for the $50. Let's get 500 Kelsey W's. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who says, I love what you do and love listening every day. I continue to learn from you every day. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for the support. Show some love to Kelsey down below. And then Joshua, thank you for the $10. Joseph with the 10 and Joy with the 15. Thank you so much, you guys. And then we are all caught up over on Venmo. Thank you so much. Show some love to all the donors down below in that chat. I'm sorry, it's been a while since I've caught up. Just know that I really appreciate y'all. Then Jalen, sorry, that is Jalynn. Jalen, thank you so much for the $29 donation over on PayPal. Didn't attach a message, just sent the love. Thank you so much, Jalen. And Queen Kathy, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on PayPal. Kathy with 100 says, I'm in the house. Kathy, as always, it is a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much for the love. Show some fucking love to Kathy down below. Fuck yes. Thank you so much for the love, Kathy. Oh my goodness. Good to see you. That's Kathy with a C. Let's get 1,000 Kathy W's. You know I love and appreciate you. Thank you so much for that love, Kathy. And then S, thank you so much for the $20 who says, hey, Dean, it's S again, the Somali American. What you said earlier was 100% correct. That is exactly how I feel, unfortunately, and I don't even live in Minnesota. Unfortunately, you have to use stereotypes to determine who is more likely to not have negative views. Thank you for the stream. S, I'm happy I was spot on with what I said earlier, because honestly, that was just a supposition. didn't have confirmation from a Somali American. So I kind of felt like I was maybe talking a little out of place. So thank you so much for sharing that with me. Makes me feel a lot more confident about what I said. Thank you so much, S. And then SJ, thank you for the $15. Good to see you again today, SJ. Hope you're doing all right. Riley, thank you for the $25. She says, I love you so much. And thank you for teaching me almost everything I know about politics from Brody, Ivy, and Riley. Brody, Ivy, and Riley. Love all three of you guys. Thank you so much for the support. And I hope that you're enjoying today's stream. Leslie, thank you for the 5. Seth, thank you for the 5. And then Isabella, thank you for the $15 for the daily Griff Fund. Love your debates. Well, thank you so much for that love. Tracy, thank you for the $31. Who says, hey, Dean, this is for you and Parker to grab a beer tonight. You both deserve it. Love from Scotland. Well, love to Scotland and love to you. Thank you guys so much for all the alcohol money. I probably won't be able to spend it all. I'd probably die, but I really appreciate you. Thank you. And then J Mill, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. He says, recently got into the show. I really appreciate what you do. Well, thank you so much for that kindness. And then one very last Super Chat. Odysseus with the $10 says, that solution you gave earlier to Trump was practical, given dim leadership. My wish list is a full removal of them. Same. If anybody in Trump's regime put anyone in a government position, investigate them, even the janitor, clean house. I agree with you idealistically 110%. Now back to you, man. I appreciate you for your patience. If you want to give a response to that argument, feel free.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we can unfortunately hear you.
Unfortunately, dude, why are you being so mean?
I don't know. You called me a chud.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I apologize, Dean. So, what I would like to say is, you said that undocumented immigrants account for 1% of the crime in the United States.
Yeah, specifically violent crime. Yeah.
Violent crime. Yeah. So, wouldn't you like it better if that violent crime just didn't happen?
Yes.
Like if they weren't here, if they were gone back in the country of their origin?
That's where you get it confused. See, deporting them doesn't get rid of the crimes that they already committed. In fact, it just ensures that more crimes like those will be committed in the future because it hurts the economy, which increases poverty, and a lot of crime is derivative of poverty. Therefore, we get more crime.
But I'm saying if we deport them now, they're not going to be able to commit more crimes, violent crimes in the future.
Oh, like removing them from the country to prevent potential future crime. Then we should
Yes.
stop tourism too to prevent potential future crime. We should stop legal immigration to prevent potential future crime. In fact, we should just, make it illegal for Americans to give birth since it would prevent potential future crime.
No, I'm just saying that if they came here
okay.
illegally, committing their
then,
first crime.
Removing somebody from the country because of future potential crime very arbitrarily is definitely not an argument that you'd hold to in any other circumstance, which proves your special plea in this one. And like I said, removing
I don't think you're.
will certainly prevent future potential crime on their behalf, but it will ensure actual crime that we know will occur because of the destabilization effects that it has on the economy and the increase in which it will cause in poverty.
Deporting immigrants, illegal immigrants, causes poverty?
Yes.
It doesn't give jobs back to people who actually live here and work here?
No.
Hold on. My argument was that if those people had never got in, illegal immigrants have never got in, the violent crime would have occurred, and we wouldn't see that 1%. We're 2% more likely to commit violent crime, but if they had never come here, that violent crime would never have happened. Like if we had a stronger border policy.
If they were never here, it never would have happened. Okay, but we can't wave a magic wand and ensure that they never came in here in the first place.
But we can prevent more from coming in. We can stop that, and we can send the ones that have committed their crimes back.
Okay, so about prevention for more from coming in, I agree. We should stop undocumented entry by expanding the legal means of entry into this country to as many people as fast as possible. Therefore, we would disincentivize all undocumented entry for anybody who wouldn't qualify through the vetting processes of legal entry. And at that point, the only people seeking undocumented entry that would be left would be the people that we actually wouldn't want in the country, like those with pretty bad crimes on their records. And then once again, the argument, we need to deport them now to prevent future potential crime on their behalf. Okay, well, I mean, I'm okay with that in the sense of deporting people with violent crimes already on their records because of how significantly higher of a likelihood they're at to recommit. But for everybody else, they should be able to stay here just like you and I. Like you and I are at a higher likelihood than them for those future potential crimes. So if we were to want to remove people from the country because of a likelihood of future potential crimes, we'd probably want to start with you and me compared to them.
Is that stat that you keep saying, is that because there's more of us than there are of them? Therefore, we're likely to commit more crime because there's more of us? Or is that strictly based on
That's
percentage?
proportionality, and you should know
Okay.
this because I also told you that they account for 1% of violent crimes. Meanwhile, we account for 92. So if I wasn't going off of proportionality, but off of raw numbers, they'd be like 92 times less likely to commit a violent crime. So no, it's off of proportionality.
You said 1%, 92?
If I was just going off the raw numbers, not accounting for proportionality, then they'd be 92 times less likely to commit a violent crime because they commit 1% of violent crimes, so we commit 92. That's not what I'm going off of. I'm going off of proportionality. And in consideration to their representation of the overall populace, they are 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime than the natural US born citizens.
I see. So if you support us having stronger border policies, why did you probably vote for Biden, would probably vote for Kamala?
Because they had stronger border policies. They did.
They did not.
Yes, they did.
More illegals came across the border in their regime or their in Biden's time than ever before seen.
Okay, first, let me explain what I mean when I say stronger border policies. When I say stronger, I mean better. They definitely had better border policies because they wanted to focus on the long-term issue and the real cause of undocumented entry. I think the GOP just kind of wants to put a Band-Aid on a bullet wound because, you know, we all know that the GOP voters aren't too smart. Wave a wand in their face, say wall, 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 they'll buy it. And I think more progressive voices are more focused on actual legitimate long-term solutions, right? Like, first, we need to address why there's so much undocumented entry in the first place. The answer to that question is the fact that the legal means of entry are so unattainable. So if we just address the root cause by making the legal means of entry into the country more attainable, we therefore should disincentivize and stop like 99% of undocumented immigration. Not saying that that's exactly what the Biden-Harris administration wanted to do, but they definitely got us closer in that direction with things like the bipartisan border bill that Trump killed, which would have spent trillions of dollars on more legal ports of entry into the country and more judges and more courts. So then wait times would have gone down. Therefore, undocumented entry would have gone down. And that is a significantly better solution than, anything Trump has proposed. Because Trump hasn't proposed anything to make legal immigration into this country faster or better.
But they still let more illegals in than ever before.
I also
it doesn't matter what they
that. I don't think that they let them in. I think that's a bullshit claim.
What more illegal immigrants crossed the border than ever before in United States history?
Yeah, that doesn't mean therefore it was their fault. We had the highest level of unemployment in 100 years under Trump's first term. Was that his fault simply because it happened in the country when he was president? Yes or no?
No, but
oh, so you see the connection to your shitty logic?
No, I don't see it. That's not shitty logic.
Yes, you're saying under Biden. Yes, you're saying under Biden, bunch of undocumented entry. Therefore, Biden's fault. Under Trump, bunch of unemployment. Therefore, Trump's fault. Oh, apparently it's not.
You always use that as an argument, though.
Yes, I do because it's the best possible counter
I'm using my
response.
part as an argument. No. You always use Trump's unemployment rate as an argument of why he's a bad president.
Oh no, I don't.
Many times.
Oh, I don't believe that Trump caused that 14.8 record high level of unemployment.
Then why do you use it in arguments?
Because it's an internal critique of the view.
So you're using something that you don't believe as an argument for people who are less educated than you.
Oh, no. It's called an internal critique. Okay? Let me explain to you what an internal critique is. This is very important for the furtherance of our conversation. You're suggesting that because we had more undocumented entry under Biden, that it was therefore Biden's fault. The underlying logical principle that underpins that position would be, if something happens in America, then ultimately it is to blame on the president sitting in office while it happened. The way I'm critiquing your argument and that underlying logical principle, is by applying it to something that happened in Donald Trump's first administration, highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression, 14.8%, April of 2029. And if your position were to follow
2019,
yes,
I'm sorry. Yeah, okay.
You would therefore
okay.
have to also believe that Donald Trump caused the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression. But because you deny that conclusion, you are therefore denying the principle that led you to the other conclusion, the first conclusion, that Biden caused all this undocumented entry. And because you are denying the principle that Biden caused all of this undocumented entry, you are therefore denying that Biden caused all this undocumented entry as you have no good reason to find that to be the case.
So let me get this straight. You believe that Trump caused the unemployment, but you're using it against me
Oh my God, he
to
doesn't
say
get it.
that. No, hold on. I think I get it. You're using the fact that I believe that Biden caused the border crossings, and then you're saying, oh, well, Trump must have caused the unemployment rate, right?
Yeah, if your logic were to be true, then Trump must have caused the unemployment. But your logic is false.
Do you believe that Trump caused the unemployment?
Not the 14.8% now.
But I've heard you use that in debates before.
Yes, because you've heard other people make the same point you're making right now. Genius.
No, they say he raised the economy, and you're like, oh, but what about in 2019 when he had the highest unemployment rate?
No. And when I'm talking about him being bad for the economy, I talk about the unemployment now. Okay, like the fact that we have the highest level of unemployment in 5 years, terrible jobs report, manufacturing bankruptcies, not the 14.8% level of unemployment in 2019. The only time I bring unemployment up from 2019 is literally to combat the current view that you're purporting of the application of a correlation causation to what happens in the country and then basically blaming it on the president.
Can I blame it on Kamala because she was the one in charge of the border?
She wasn't in charge of the border. That's not true.
She wasn't.
She was not. But you're
So who was?
confusing. What you're confusing insofar as what she was in charge of was actually diplomatic relationships with Southern Latin American countries. Dude, you just got banned for misinfo. Yeah, for fucking misinformation.
Wait, how? What misinfo?
Because you've been lying. You've been lying the whole time you've been up on the live. That's what got you banned for misinformation. If you guys could tell, I'm starting to get a little tired. Kathy, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much for that love. Kathy says my brain is hurting with this guess. Yeah, man, he was sending me in circles. Thank you so much for the $50, Kathy. Huge shout out to you. Thank you so much for the love. Fuck yeah. Good to see you again. Thank you, dude. Let's get 500 Kathy W's down below in that comment section. Anonymous, thank you for another $5 on Venmo. I'll check that out. Harley, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Who says, did you see that today there's a GOP senator who broke the arm of a Marine protesting this in the Senate? Someone else told me about that. I hope that he gets fucking kicked out, loses midterms. What a terrible time to blunder to such an extreme extent. And then Jessica, thank you so much for the $60 on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Jessica. Jessica with the $60 says, love that shirt, Dean. Are you also out of town or did you move? I'm out of town on a trip in LA, hopefully to film a debate. And I appreciate you. I also really like this shirt. Thank you for the $60. Let's get 600 Jessica W's. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account, pin message over on that YouTube stream, and the handles even at the top of the phone screen here on TikTok. Santana, welcome in.
Hey, you looking really West Coast.
Thank you. I am, right? I am looking West, dude. You know, like look at this shirt. This is about as, West Coast as it could get.
That's a good look.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Yeah, it is a good look. Thank you. Thank you. How you doing?
Bro, I've been like ice skating uphill. I finally thought I had everything set up. Hit live this morning, was live for 8 minutes, and my Wi-Fi completely went out. Like I literally just got everything set up.
Just know that I feel you. And listen, man, it is just something that you now have to expect doing what you do. I mean, it's still something that I struggle with till this very day. Yeah. It's all of the tech issues. Even like the setup that you're seeing right now, like this on-the-go streaming solution, it took me 5 failed trips to figure it out. Yeah. Like the first trip to figure out this on-the-go streaming solution was when I was in LA like a year ago. Mm-hmm. And I like ran to Best Buy to buy a laptop. Wasn't fast enough. Airbnb's Wi-Fi wasn't good enough. Everything fucking failed. The second time, finally had an internet connection that was good enough, but the laptop still wasn't fast enough. So I had to return that laptop, go get a new one. Oh my, a billion. It's taken me a year to get it figured out. So anyways, that's my point.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. I had to get new lights, and like I had a guy, and he saw my lights and he laughed, and he was like, yeah, you should use those for like a photo booth if you're taking pictures with your phone. I said, oh, okay, all right. So hopefully everything works out for me.
Yeah, man. Well, best of luck. You come up here to join in on the debates for a little?
Yeah. If you'll have me.
Yeah, man, happily. Let's go and get the next guest loaded up in here. You know, I feel like we're doing things a little bit more casual today than usual.
I've been watching. You've been so chill. Even like the first guy, when I tell you I wanted to like jump through the phone and like strangle him because I was like, just stop talking for 2 seconds.
Yeah, that guy's
Holy
crazy.
shit. Yeah.
We're doing things a lot more casual today than usual. It's honestly just because I'm in like a really good chilled mood. You know, how could I be stressed on the beach? You know?
Yeah.
All right, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. We'll get you loaded up in here. I probably have time for one more debate. I'll actually check that out here in just one moment when we get that first guest up. Also, feel free to let me know down below in that comment section if you're an American adult that supports Trump on TikTok, and we'll get you loaded up in here.
Well, I am.
Hey, do you support Trump, Ronnie?
I can't remember what happened with the Art Shack, but
Ronnie seems a little bit busy, so we're gonna move on to the next guest. There's somebody in the queue that just kind of look crazy. Where'd he go? I don't know. Can't find him. We're gonna go to get the next guest, Spencer Cameron, loaded up in. Hey, welcome into You Support Trump, Spencer.
Oh,
Nope,
Spencer's
Spencer's not
asleep.
here.
Oh yeah.
He is, yeah, like you said, sleeping, apparently. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Rebecca Hernandez is going to run again. Rebecca, I accepted you up. Don't run. Don't do it. Oh, there we go. She ran.
That was quick.
Yep, she does it every day. I don't know why. I don't know. She does it every day just for, like, the shits and giggles. Fuck you,
Or
Rebecca
shiggles.
Hernandez. Welcome in, Joey. Do you support Trump? Joey? Not here. They're all leaving. Guys, go ahead and just leave that queue like now if your plan is to automatically dip out the moment you actually get accepted. Seems like common sense, but you'd be surprised. Moving on to the next guest. Feel free to try to help me get somebody up here.
Yeah, I was looking. People are spamming. There's.
Yeah, guys, I'm trying my best. I really am, I swear. We got Che loading up in the box. Hopefully they'll be a Trump supporter. While we got Che loading up real quick. Thank you so much, Megan, for the $2 over on Vimeo. And then Kamani, thank you so much for the $45. Kamani, dude, thank you so much for that love, Kamani. Let's get 500 Kamani W's down below in that chat. That is very, very kind of you. Huge shout out to Kamani down below in that comment section. I will try to load up the message of your donation, but the app has been really slow tonight. I'll try to do that as soon as we're able to get that very first Trump supporter loaded up into the box to hopefully have a conversation with us. But seriously, Kamani, just know that I really appreciate you. Show some love to Kamani down below. Welcome into You Support Trump. Did they already leave? Yeah, they did. They did already leave. Fucking hell. That's great. Kamani with a $45 says, "Hey Dean, your couch setup is great. My oldest son thought that you weren't really live because everything looked different, but he really likes it too." Fuck yeah, shout out to you guys. No, man, I like it. I like it a lot. It's a lot more comfortable. Okay, is Tim loaded in here? Nope, Tim is not loaded in here. Go let me know down below in that chat if you happen to be a Trump supporter who wants to come up and have a conversation. Do let me know. We're going to go to get the next guest, Ryan, loaded up into the box. And while we're doing that, I'm going to take a look to see where they're at. 5, 6.
See someone if the box stopped jumping. Holy
Yeah, that's always the hard part. Ryan, do you support Trump? Ryan, hello? Ryan is leaving. Fucking hell. No Trump supporters. I guess we debated them all.
This guy's kind of a crash out, but you know.
Oh, he's a Trump supporter though?
Yeah.
Oh, Justin, hi.
Hello.
Do you remember when you joined my live telling me that I need to be more respectful?
Yes.
Yeah, I actually heard you on Santana's live the other day saying that if you saw me in person, you'd beat my ass. How's that for respectability, Justin? Aren't you quite the fucking hypocrite? Aren't you quite the fucking hypocrite, Justin? Mr. Be respectful, but unprovoked on somebody else's live when Dean's not anywhere around. I'm gonna beat Dean Joseph if I see him. Sit down, pipsqueak.
No, I didn't say that. I said if he talked like that to someone from where I'm from,
I remember
he would.
that. He said he wouldn't talk to me that way in the streets.
What talk to me like that? What
Not
talk to me
me,
like that?
but
That is what you said,
I have-
Justin.
I
Stand
have-
on it, buddy. Don't
I
fold
have
so
good
easily,
news.
bud.
I have good news. I have really good news. With all this stuff going on with Trump and the Epstein files and stuff, that's a done deal for me. I've stopped supporting him and everything. And I know I should have done it a while ago, but that's where I'm at right now. Don't support him anymore. I don't support this war. Literally, the gas station around my house jumped up. The gas jumped up 40 cents in like 2 days.
Yeah, it's been doing that.
And
Going
it's
up
just
higher.
crazy.
It's just getting started.
I know it's crazy. But yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that I don't support him anymore. It's just it's a shit show, and there were some policies I did support him with. There was one thing he didn't do personally, but I think like I've told you before, I think one thing that he's done but not done personally, I think he's gotten people interested in politics that has never been interested in before, and I'm one of them. I was never like into politics or anything like that. I was more into current events than anything else, and he made me like get into politics, just about like what he was doing and everything. And now he's lied to us saying like, oh, no new wars, but you just started another war, bro.
Well, Justin, it's good to hear that you're no longer a Trump supporter, and I forgive you for your hypocrisy, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day. Thank you for changing your mind.
You too.
Good to hear.
Have a good.
I swear, dude, the tide is changing, and it's changing fast. People are jumping ship left and right.
Yeah.
And I think that midterms are going to be a crucifixion for the Trump admin and a lot of the GOP as well.
Oh, the one thing they had to stand on was like the gas prices, and they don't even have that anymore. So, like, and what was it? In Texas, 5 sitting Republicans all got ousted. Like, it's crazy. Like, the Dems flipped a long held Republican seat in Arkansas. Like, it's happening across the board.
Yeah. And you know what? For all of like the liberals in here, the anti-Trumpers, you have the badge of honor of not supporting Trump since before the election. That's going to be meaningful here in a couple years. And for, so maybe some of the older liberals, or even just the people that are a little bit more sane than I was, you have the badge of honor of not supporting him since 2015. Okay? That badge of honor, that one's pretty cool. Yeah. That badge of honor, that's pretty sick. I don't have that one. You guys know that about me, though. Do you have that one, Santana?
I do. It's funny. I always tell the story that like I voted for Hillary Clinton, went to bed, expected her to be the next president. When I woke up and it was Trump, I was like, what the fuck happened? I was shocked.
Hello?
Yeah, that was shocking because she won the popular vote. I mean,
yeah,
everything was indicating that election was hers. Hi, how old are you?
I'm 13.
I hope that you have a great rest of your day. Let's gonna move on to the next guest here, guys. I probably have another 20 minutes maybe on stream. Parker's gonna be here in 40 minutes, so probably one more
jealous
debate.
of you guys.
Yeah, we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna go eat some food. Me, him, and his girlfriend. Oh, hello. Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hey. That's 2 duds.
Dude.
That's 2 duds. Oh, both of us picked a dud.
We sure did.
Oh, look who's in the box.
Which one?
Oh, you fucking
Is
idiot.
it
He can't-
Oh, I didn't mean to bring this guy up. Get out of here, Epstein. Oh, that's his screen name. I wasn't making a joke about calling somebody Epstein. His name was literally Epstein. We got Jennifer loading up, and guys, right now we're just looking for Trump supporters, so please do mind and follow the rules. Thank you. Jennifer, do you support Trump? Nope. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Moving on to the next guest.
Guys, join my Dean anti-Dean hate stream. I'm running a Dean Withers clinic right now. You
Shut
guys
up.
This asshat
How's it
right
going,
here.
boys?
This asshat? Yeah, this guy's a
Why do you
fool.
always have to feel the need to insult me, Satana?
Oh,
What is your problem?
Buddy, you're like basically blacklisted from the streams. Like you know that, right?
From what?
You're blacklisted from the streams? Like I thought I'd like extend you the courtesy of telling you this so you don't have to continue to sit in the queue all day.
Mhm.
Right? We know you don't have a life, but maybe I could help push you in the direction of getting one.
Look at your chat going crazy, bro.
Who the hell's talking about the chat? Certainly not me, certainly not Santana. Just gonna
Why am I
ignore what I just
blacklisted?
said. Oh yeah, I think you've come up
'Cause you're
twice
scared to
now and
debate me?
said, really? If I was why would I be scared to debate you but not Ben Shapiro?
I think it's because you're scared, just like
Why
you're
would I be
scared
scared to debate you
Charlie
but not
Kirk.
Ben Shapiro? Yeah, stop
Shapiro's
pulling
a
that
little
bullshit.
bitch, bro. Come
Yeah,
on, we all know this.
you and all the other
You're
conservatives
scared. We all
need to
know
stop
this, dude.
pulling
You're
that
scared.
card. Because tell me why I'll like chase after a debate with Ben Shapiro, chase after a debate with Charlie Kirk, chase after a debate with Nick Fuentes, but then I'm scared of some random fucking dweeb wearing a backwards hat 3 times his size, looking like a
How
frat
come you never
boy,
debate them, man?
on a 3-week bender.
How come you
know?
never debate them, man?
Oh yeah, now just call the debates, not debates.
I don't
Anyways,
know why you're talking
blacklisted.
shit, Dean. Like, you would never talk this way in person.
Yeah, that's
Like,
what
you-
that's literally
Why
what
am I black-
every
Everyone's
single
lying.
person who joins
Give me
the
a good
stream.
reason.
What did you say?
Give me a reason. You still haven't. Give me a reason why I'm blacklisted.
Oh yeah, you've come up
You were
twice
gonna give
and
me a
just said
reason, but I
really
interrupted
heinous
you.
things. I don't remember what the most recent heinous thing is, but you're blacklisted.
Name
apparently
one.
not. Apparently not just by me. Look at your phone screen. You're also blacklisted by TikTok. Apparently.
He came up on my live crying.
Really?
Yeah, just whining. I
About
said,
what?
holy shit. I don't even remember. He wouldn't get to the debate and he wouldn't answer any questions, so he just cried.
Oh, that's his thing. That's what he does. That's like the King Duffy like get down is to whine, never talk about Trump, cry about your character, cry about the libs, but like nothing ever about Trump.
No substance.
Yeah, here I'm gonna thank a couple people real quick. In the meantime, we could kind of treat this like a Q&A. We're probably gearing up for the end of the stream here.
Yeah.
I have like a bunch of flags on the live.
Oh, you gotta be
no
careful.
Trump supporters. It might just be worth ending. Hey, Elsie, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. And Elsie, you know why I'm going to keep your message to myself. Just know that I'm happy that the live streams help, okay? Same thing to Jory. Thank you for the $15 donation over on Venmo, who says, "Hey, Dean, I've been listening for the past couple months. You're doing a great service deprogramming these maggots. By the way, if they bring up the DOJ of Biden, remind him that the DOJ was investigating Hunter Biden and President Biden didn't obstruct it because he viewed them as completely independent." Thank you for the $15 and a good reminder, Jory. Hannah, thank you for the $5. Ben, thank you so much for the $8. And with that, we are all caught up over on Venmo. Let's quickly catch up on PayPal. Give me one moment. In the meantime, make sure that we're... Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Allison, thank you for the 5. Allison did a comic book cover, and I gotta send it to you guys. There's been a million things happening, but she did a kind of cool comic book cover.
Oh, hell
So
yeah.
I'm gonna send it over to you guys.
That's awesome. Please do. Hey, I'm going to call you E. E, thank you for the $5 who says, while you may not have that 2015 badge of honor, you've got something better. A medal of valor for your actual service to your country with all that you've done to make a change. Oh, thank you so much for that kindness. I don't deserve a medal, but you know, I'm happy that I've been able to push for positivity and positive change. Mariah, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for that, love. Mariah with the $20 says, a few months ago, I told you that I was using what I was learning from your streams to debate my MAGA family. Today, I'm so happy to tell you that my diehard MAGA mom no longer supports Trump and is voting for a Democratic governor for Texas. Oh my God.
Let's go.
Dude, double U's in the chat, man. I love that. I love that so much. I love that so much. Oh my God. The butterfly effect of what we do here is awesome. It is the best part. It is the most meaningful thing ever to me. And I'm so proud of you. Fuck yes. Thank you for telling me that. And thank you for the $20. Tyler with a $20 says, hey Dean, I've been watching you and Parker for a few weeks now, and you've convinced me to stop supporting Trump. Let's fucking go, man. 2 in a row. Do you know any good unbiased news sources to stay informed? P.S. Thanks for the entertaining content. Download the AP app, turn push notifications on. Boom. You are in the loop with a pretty unbiased source. And I say that meaningfully. I don't watch CNN or MSNBC because of bias. So thank you so much for the $20, Tyler. Huge shout out to you. And then same thing to Caroline. Thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. He says, ask Santana about my statement on his late nights. And please say hi to Santana for me. Also looking into how to get away from my partner, I swear. Well, wish you the best of luck, Caroline. Thank you for another 50. Did Caroline join you live?
Yeah. Caroline's super dope. She's in Germany and she's been giving the perspective, of course, the parallels between the US and Germany and how people in Germany are like, how the fuck do they not see this? And it's been super interesting.
Yeah, I love that. I on my flight over here, I started watching this Nuremberg movie. It came out last year. It's literally just about the Nuremberg trials. It's called Nuremberg, and it is such an interesting movie. That is I highly recommend that movie to everybody watching. It's called Nuremberg, and I think that there's a lot of value in it. Really interesting film.
Yeah, the thing that bothers me is a lot of people don't know history and they don't understand like what's happening. Because if you did, I mean, like you could see it from a mile away. That's why it bothers me so much when people are like, oh, it's just jokes. Oh, it's not a big deal. Like we've seen this. Like we've literally seen this.
No, absolutely. Absolutely, Santana. I literally could not have said it better myself. You are 110% correct. Now, for everybody watching, guys, I'm going to go to an end for the night. I'm not going to lie. Oh, it feels so good. Oh, I got to put him back in, though. My ears are in so much pain from wearing these little things all day. I got to hop off because I want my ears to have some time to chill before Parker's here. So I'm not an asshole the whole time because I'm in so much physical pain. And Santana, as always, I really appreciate you so much for joining, man.
I appreciate you having me up. I'll see you.
See you, bro. Huge shout out to Santana. Drop him a follow at Santana24 Speaks. All right, guys. Today, the stream, for whatever reason, has been one of my favorite. I don't know why. Maybe it's just a change of scenery and the fact that I'm steps away from the beach, and as soon as I end the stream, I'm going to go out to the beach, or what it is, but I really love and appreciate every single one of you. Thank you so much for tuning in to the live today. I'll see you tomorrow. As always, hit that follow button on TikTok. Drop a sub on YouTube. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye. It's going to take me a little longer to end tonight than most nights.